Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. Welcome to the FBI. When Izuku Midoriya woke up, he was feeling great. Normally that would be a wonderful thing for him to wake up to, with all the times he'd woken up in hospitals or in recovery girl's office, having broken his bones of his own volition or having been attacked by villains. However, waking up this morning feeling fantastic was not something he'd been expecting. He'd fought with Kacchan a few nights ago, right after they'd finished the provisional license exam, and gotten his butt kicked by the boy with the explosion quirk. Even though he felt he'd given about as good as he'd gotten, he still lost to the blonde in the end. His injuries from that fight hadn't been healed by their school nurse under strict orders from Mr. Aizawa, and just yesterday he'd been punched really hard in the stomach by third-year Mirio Tagata. Izuku was sure that there would be a big purple bruise on his abs this morning, with maybe a tinge of green. However, as noted earlier, he felt absolutely fine. Beyond fine, even. He felt wonderful. His mind was refreshed, body completely rested and healthy without a KNK or cramp or stitch of pain anywhere, and the bed felt so soft it was like sleeping on a cloud. Wait, this isn't my bed. Izuku realized at last, jolting awake and upright. Again, no pain whatsoever when his abdominal muscles completed that movement. Wherever he was, Izuku was fully healed. Curtains were drawn, illuminating the room with clear sunlight, and Izuku finally took in his surroundings. This isn't my dorm room either. None of my all merch is here. This bedspread's different too. It's like something you'd expect in a 5-star hotel, and my bed definitely wasn't king-sized. He kept looking around, searching for any signs of his belongings, or something to indicate that his presence here had been a voluntary decision of his and that he hadn't been abducted in the middle of the night. At the very least it wasn't the League of Villains. After what happened at Kamino Ward, Izuku was pretty sure that the next time he ran into them they wouldn't be placing him in a luxury hotel, free of charge. At least his phone was there, attached to a charging cord on the nightstand to his right. There was also a desk with a table lamp, a TV stand with quite an impressive model on it, 2 wardrobes, a couple of fancy armchairs with standing lamps right next to the sliding glass doors that led out to a balcony, beyond which was, holy CRP, was that the sea? That didn't look like the ocean off the Dagobah Municipal Beach Park in Musutafu. Just where the heck was he? A groan from off to Izuku's left made him freeze. He wasn't alone in the room, and that groan sounded very feminine. Did he do something last night? Is that why he was in a hotel room on an unfamiliar beach? He couldn't have done that, could he? His mother was going to kill him when she found out about this. She hadn't raised her only son to be some kind of SXL deviant. No, wait. His clothes were still on, his white t-shirt that spelled t-shirt in kanji and a pair of black athletic shorts which he wore as sleepwear. He couldn't have done anything immoral, then. And the groan was coming from the second bed. There were 2 king-sized beds in the room, and it was coming from the other one. He was in the clear. It still didn't change that it was a girl's voice that had groaned with early morning grumbles. Deku, you're mumbling. Scratch that. It wasn't just any girl's voice. It was Uraraka's voice. Ochako Uraraka was sleeping in the same room as him. This had to be a dream. Yeah, a dream. His mind was totally playing tricks on him. Sure, he'd completed a number of girl milestones with Ochako, like talk to a girl, get a girl's phone number, text a girl, or the ever-important and heart-pounding talk to a girl on the phone, but sleep in the same room as a girl was so very far ahead of him. Mount Fuji was closer, and he couldn't even see the volcano from you. Geez, you really do mumble a lot, Deku, Uraraka quietly commented, sitting up from her sleeping position. Izuku was frozen in place with his cheeks growing ever redder, not just from the sight of Uraraka's mostly bob-cut brown hair experiencing some major bedhead, or from the black tank top that she'd clearly worn to bed, but from how nonchalant she was being about the whole thing. Was she aware of what happened last night and he was the only one who wasn't? Did Shinso suddenly come up and brainwash him and that's why he couldn't remember? Best to ask her, nice and confident. Uraraka, did WWE do anything last night? Perfect. Now he could just dive back into that huge comfy bed and wait for death. Last night, the gravity girl's answer was still groggy, not all the cobwebs shaken loose. No, I don't remem. Her voice trailed off as she peered at him. Her brown eyes slowly gained focus as clarity came to them. Izuku could see the gears turning in her head as she became more and more aware of just where they were, and what situation they were in. Uraraka's cheeks grew pink enough that he could see the blush from where he was standing by the balcony, and Izuku mentally started a countdown for her embarrassed outburst. 3, 2, 1. Deku! Uraraka shouted, jumping up and almost rolling off the side of the bed. What are you doing in my room? I'm not in your room. Izuku wasn't sure shouting was really the best thing, but Uraraka's outburst, while expected, started to make him panic. I just woke up here. Why were we sleeping in the same room? I don't know, she shouted back. Did we do something last night? If we did, I don't remember. Well, neither do I. Good. Neither of us remember last night, and we were in separate beds, and we're both still clothed, so nothing happened, right? Right. 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 They stopped, each of them still staring at one another with flushed cheeks. This was one hell of a morning. Izuku took a deep breath as Uraraka stood up from where she'd crouched by the edge of her bed, revealing the pink pajama briefs she'd been wearing, and did his best not to get distracted by how cute the getup was. Okay, maybe we should retrace our steps. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we can figure this out. Right? Uraraka agreed, nodding. Good idea. I'll start. So last night after getting back to the dorms, the girls and I had tea while we discussed the idea of the work-study program Mr. Aizawa and Tagata were telling us about this week. Then we got changed out of our uniforms and had supper at a cafe Urozu knew that was close to the station. After that I came back to the dorms, hung out a bit with Gyro and Hagakure in Gyro's room, then did some homework for Miss Midnight and fell asleep. She sighed before giving Izuku her undivided attention. What about you, Deku? He looked down at his hand. After we got back to the dorms after school, I called Gran Torino, the hero I did my internship with, to ask if he was taking students for the work-study program, but he said that he was too busy working on something else to take me on for a work-study before recommending that I ask if All Might could introduce me to his former sidekick Sir Night-Eye. Uraraka tilted her head for a bit before placing her fist in her palm. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You and All Might are pretty close after all. I'm sure he could introduce you. That sounds like a great idea, Deku. What else? Well, after that I really just had dinner with the rest of the class. I have a suspicion that one of the reasons you all didn't stick around was because it was Kaminari and Kirishima's turn to cook, and you know how that can get. A dead look came to his eyes for a moment as he remembered the food. Why do such a thing? What had Mackerel ever done to hurt them so bad? Izuku shook his head. After that I basically just did some weight training in my room and finished present MIC's assignment, then I went to sleep after browsing the hero news and forums and making some more notes in my hero notebooks. The next thing I knew, I woke up here, with you. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds, and Izuku could feel his cheeks starting to burn again. And not that there's anything wrong with that. No. Of course not. Uraraka hastened to agree with him. We're friends, after all. Sure, it's weird and all, but hey, it's not like I'm waking up in the same room as Bakugo or something. That would have been even more awkward, ha. Izuku compelled himself to laugh along with Uraraka's plainly forced attempt at humor, but they'd clearly gotten nowhere in answering any basic questions as to how they managed to get into this hotel room. Damn it. Where the hell are we? The two teens turned their attention to the door almost quickly enough to give them whiplash. The shout of an angry Pomeranian was quickly accompanied by the sound of an explosion. What? Kachan's here too. Then we'd better get to Bakugo before he tears this place apart, Uraraka stated, giving Izuku a look that showed that they could worry about their current circumstances later. Izuku quickly grabbed what looked to be room keys from a sleeve on the TV stand while each of them slipped on a pair of complimentary slippers before exiting the room. It wasn't hard to track Bakugo down as they traveled down the hallways lined with doors with number placards on them on one side with the side opposite decorated in pillars that let in the fresh air of the outdoors and the sight of lush gardens and other greenery, solidifying the impression that they were in a resort hotel. Tracking him was a simple matter of just following the sounds of the shouts and explosions from his quirk. Other students they recognized started leaving rooms as well, joining the pair on the expedition towards Class 1 as Explosion Boy. "Hey Midoriya," spoke up the invisible form of 𝐔𝐸𝐽, clothed in an oversized robin's egg blue t-shirt and pair of black shorts he could barely see beneath the hem. "Do you know what's going on?" While it had become a normal thing to see the rest of the 1A boys in their pajamas, Izuku couldn't exactly say the same about the girls. Normally whenever they came down to the common area of their dorm building they were already dressed in casual clothes, their school uniforms, or a personal shirt and their blue gym briefs. Seeing 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and Uraraka in their sleepwear like this, it almost felt like he was seeing something he otherwise shouldn't. Trying to put those thoughts away until later, Izuku shook his head. "No. I'm just as in the dark as you are about this." Well, clearly Bakugo's not too happy about it. Ojiro clicked his tongue. "I can understand somewhat, but does he need to be so noisy so early in the morning?" "You know Bakugo," Tokoyami griped. "He has 2 volumes, Angry and Explosion." They found him on the ground floor at the base of a sweeping grand staircase, already being scolded by Ida. More people were gathering around, conversation growing louder until the entirety of Class 1A was standing around a dolphin fountain in their pajamas. Ida recommended that they all come forward with their recollections of the previous night just as Izuku and Uraraka had already privately done, but the results were just as inconclusive as theirs. Nobody knew how they had suddenly woken up in what was clearly a resort, and some were clearly more excited about the prospect of being here than they were concerned about whatever had happened to them. "You're all noisy. Calm down." The tired, grumpy voice of their homeroom teacher cut through the chatter and silenced them as it always did. As one the class turned towards the voice. Shota Aizawa stood there, dressed as he always did in his black hero outfit and capture scarf, looking like he hadn't slept a wink. Despite how refreshed and energized everyone in class was feeling, their teacher still looked like the walking dead, even if he had slept just as well as the rest of them had. "Given your state of dress and reaction, I can only surmise that none of you are aware of exactly how or why we've been transported here," Aizawa continued. "Do you have any thoughts, Principal Nezu?" Izuku blinked. Aizawa's capture scarf started to move, and the white bear, dog, mouse-like creature who was the principal of U popped out and climbed down, dressed in a pair of pink pajamas and cap patterned with blocks of cheese. "I am sure that all the answers will be revealed in time," the principal answered while Izuku just stared. Did Nezu really sleep in that? It was jarring. What matters now is ensuring that we take stock of the situation, and ensuring that we are the only ones that have arrived in this location. Hey, 1A. Do you have any idea what's going on?" Izuku joined his class in looking up at the staircase again, and quickly spotted who was calling. "Hey Tetsu. Kirishima called up. "What are you doing here, man?" "I was hoping you'd tell us that," the steel quirk user said. "Me and Kendo just woke up here. She sent me to figure out what all the commotion over here was while she started poking around. Is Mr. Vlad King down there with you?" "Vlad's not here, Tetsu," Aizawa answered him. "Right now it's just Class 1A, myself, Principal Nezu, and yourself and Miss Kendo that we've identified as having woken up here." Tetsu. Yoirozu called. "If you can, go bring Kendo and anyone else she's found back here." "Yes." Ida agreed. "It would be wiser for us to stick together in this situation." The boy from 1B nodded. "Got it. I'll be back with Kendo in a minute." Ashido elbowed Uraraka. "Gotta say," she said quietly, "I didn't take Tetsu for the sleeping shirtless type." Uraraka glanced around at the boys in their class. Soto and Kaminari weren't wearing shirts either. "Is it really that big a deal, Mina?" she asked back in a hushed tone, though there was a light dusting of pink to her cheeks. "We train with them every day." "I just appreciate the eye candy in its natural habitat," Ashido replied. "Ida, go check to see if there's some receptionist or staff member handy at the front desk," Aizawa instructed. It's unusual that nobody's come to greet us yet. Perhaps they can explain this. Yes, sir. I'll be right back. Minutes ticked by. Ida returned with foreboding news. No one was present at the front desk, and nobody came no matter how many times he rang the bell on the counter. Tetsu and Kendo arrived and joined Class 1A on the ground floor, accompanied by my Hatsune from the support courses Class 1H. She was just as bewildered as them all, but didn't seem too bothered by the situation. Midnight also arrived, dressed in a casual light pink t-shirt and white slacks as opposed to her hero costume. It was only when a skeletal-looking emaciated blonde man arrived in a white shirt and green cargo briefs, the true form of the now-retired number 1 pro hero, All Might, did any of their queries receive an answer. Oh goody! Everyone's all together now. Finally. Took you all long enough. Where's that coming from? Izuku asked. Sounds like speakers, Gyro answered. Hatsune pointed. There, on the walls near the ceiling. So, am I to take it you're the reason I can't work on any of my babies right now? Forget that. Show yourself. Bakugo demanded, holding out his hands, firing off mini explosions from his sweat. Get your face out here right now so you can start talking. Yeesh, I knew you were violent, but I didn't think you'd start threatening me right off the bat. Anyway, I don't know the full story myself, but now that the group's all here we can begin. Head on over to the Maple Theater. Take the hallway on the first right after the front desk, then take the next left. The doors will be on the left with Japanese red maple designs on them. And why the hell should we listen to you? Bakugo demanded with his usual subtlety. Izuku just looked at him tiredly. Kacchin. Because if you don't then you won't get answers, or food, and I'll turn off the water and electricity. Turn this into a survival on a deserted island experiment instead. Deserted island. The voice seemed annoyed by the sudden shout of the majority of students. Yes. Deserted island. Now hurry up and get to the Maple Theater. I've got stuff to explain. I believe it would be best if we just follow directions for now, Midnight spoke up. Information gathering is key when in an unknown situation. Midnight's right. Aizawa looked over his class, his gaze lingering on Bakugo. Stop being irrational. Let's move, people. As the class followed the directions of the voice piped through the speakers, Ida and Uraraka sidled up to Izuku. Midoriya, Ida asked, I'm concerned about this. You don't suppose that Kurogiri, the warp villain, could have deposited us all on this island? Izuku placed a finger to his chin. I wonder about that. While it's certainly possible that Kurogiri would be able to warp us to and from places, if he was capable of performing something on this scale then the League of Villains would be much more difficult to deal with than it already is. If he could have pulled off something like this, then the USJ would have gone much differently, or the League could just warp themselves right into U.S. campus whenever they wanted to. By that extension, if Kurogiri had the ability to warp each of us out of our beds without us realizing it then we'd probably all be dead right now. One touch from all 5 fingers from Shigaraki and his quirk would decay our bodies completely into dust. Unless it's a different person with a similar quirk that did this. But if they meant us harm then we probably wouldn't all be here having a conversation like this right now. He looked up to see not only Ida and Uraraka, but Kaminari, Gyro, and Zero looking at him with disturbed or terrified expressions. What? Dude, that's creepy just thinking about it, Gyro answered. Zero nodded and placed a hand to the back of his head. Well, at least we know the League isn't behind this, he said, seemingly trying to find the bright spot in Izuku's muttering. Like Midoriya said, if they were behind it, we kinda wouldn't be here right now, would we? Izuku shook his head and glanced down at his right hand. Especially not me. At the training camp, there were a couple of villains who said I was on Shigaraki's kill list, so the fact that I'm still here means it definitely wasn't the League of Villains. You on his what list? Uraraka yelped. You need to tell people things like this, man. Kaminari said. That's scary. I agree, Ida added. You should have let Mr. Aizawa know about that right away. Izuku blushed, putting up his hands in a fluster. Guys, it's fine. Really? We're all here and we've got Mr. Aizawa with us. Besides, that's what the dorm system was for, right? so we could all be safe and protected on campus from the villains. But Deku, Uraraka pouted. Hearing that they're after you specifically, it makes me worried that you're going to get hurt again. Fat load of good the dorms are doing if this happened basically right after they implemented them, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 commented dryly. I don't see how the administration is going to be able to sweep this incident under the rug. Just as 𝐔𝐬𝐽 finished saying that, Principal 𝐒𝐻𝐿 declared, "It looks like this is our destination." He was difficult to make out, with some of the taller students and Aizawa between Izuku and the principal, but sure enough they had stopped in front of a pair of white doors with very well painted images of Japanese red maple trees on them. Shoji pushed the doors open, and the group proceeded inside. The theater's seating arrangements were somewhat different from a traditional cinema. The arrangement was still tiered seating as normal, but instead of individual chairs for people to sit in there was instead a large number of couches and love seats, each of them seemingly having folding tables built into the armrests or between the seats to allow for whoever was sitting down to place items in front of them. It seemed like they could also recline, should they so choose. Yoo-hoo! Glad you all decided to follow directions. Man, I was not looking forward to having to rough it until you played along. That's the same voice as on the speakers. Izuku turned to the right, catching sight of the speaker with his green eyes in the well-lit room. It was a woman, maybe 25 to 30 years old, with long bright red hair and scarlet eyes. She was wearing a black sundress and gold chain necklace, and was standing behind a laptop and what appeared to be a bunch of AV equipment. Yes, we have arrived. Principal 𝐒𝐿 spoke up before anyone with a more forceful attitude. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who had Kirishima's hand on his shoulder to hold him back. I presume that you have the answers to our questions, chief among them being how we arrived at this location. She shrugged. Beats me. It wasn't me that got you here. It's just my job to look after you lot now that you are. However, she cut off the rising indignation at her brushing aside how they got here with a raised comment. I can tell you where you are. You're on the Future Briefing Island, or FBI for short. The students and teachers stared at her for a solid beat. FBI, here. Now I'm sure you're wondering why you're here, she continued. Oh, sorry, I forgot my manners. My name's Amahi Kamemoto, it's nice to meet you. Now, you're here because upper management recognized that your future's going to get really interesting pretty soon even without intervention, and decided that it'd be a fun little experiment to see how that future would change if we showed the unadulterated version to you all. You brought us here to show us the future? Aizawa asked. I find that hard to believe. I agree, All Might nodded. What benefit would showing us the future have? Do you intend to have us change it? I know a man who believes that the future is impossible to change, no matter how hard you try. If we know of the future, will we even be able to alter it? Kamemoto nodded. Of course. You do have free will after all. You can choose to change it, or follow the path you're already on. You'll have plenty of time to think it over, though. Time doesn't work the same way here on FBI. Once we're done, you'll be returned to your beds back at you, and no time will have passed there whatsoever. Oh, so if it's not a bad future, we can just choose to leave things alone? Kendo inquired. Kamemoto nodded again. If you feel that way, sure. However, just from what we know of the future of your world, there's a lot of instability on the way. Think about what's happened even in the past few weeks and months. The USJ, Hosu, your summer training camp, Kamino, and the retirement of the symbol of peace. Izuku felt a hand grasp at his heart as Kamemoto's eyes lingered on him, a small smirk on her lips. Those scarlet eyes pierced him. She knows. He didn't know how, but the look she gave him, it was the only conclusion he could come to. The warmth in the room left him, leaving his body to feel a terrible chill. Instability breeds chaos and destruction. What happened in Kamino is just a taste of what's to come in the future of Japan's hero-saturated society. What you will learn here may help you to change fates that have been set. Many lives could be saved, young heroes. The students looked around at each other. Wait, doesn't that sound a little too big for us? Kaminari asked. We're just first-year Hero Corps students. And support. Isn't changing the fate of Japan putting too much pressure on us? Kaminari continued. She wagged her finger at him. Ah, Perhaps, if we were only showing the future to you, but there are a few figures in this room who have some influence, wouldn't you agree? Ah, the principal. Yoirozu gasped. Of course, Kendo agreed. And All Might. Even if he's retired now, he still has a lot of influence and connections. Yes, and with Principal Nezu's quirk, he could definitely devise a plan to overcome the pitfalls of knowing the future to guide us forward, Izuku added. Midnight folded her arms over her chest, smiling slightly. So you show us the future to give us a better chance at stopping the League, then, she inquired. While that does sound like an offer that's almost too good to be true, if everything else you've said is so, then I don't see any reason why we should refuse. However, I don't trust that. You're doing this simply out of goodness in your heart. What do you get out of it? What must we give up in exchange? If you intend to harm our students, then whatever deal you're offering is off, Aizawa declared. But Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka blurted out. What if what she's saying is true? We could save a lot of lives. The more we know, the better off we'll be, Ribbit, Asui agreed. Don't you always say that information is necessary for rational decision-making? Kamemoto shrugged and chuckled. Like I said, the only thing we want out of this is to see what you do, and how the future may change. Trust me when I say that the guys in upper management and I have taken a liking to you guys, and if nothing changes, some of you are in line for some really tragic things to happen to you. Her eyes glinted. Get what I'm saying? There's some nasty stuff coming. Not all of you are making it out unscathed. Some of you may even lose your lives in the current future. Yes, hero students, fear, suffering, death, even, are on the way. If possible, we would like to see adorable cinnamon rolls such as yourselves avoid that and live happy productive lives saving people from villains and disasters. That's our price, that you take this opportunity seriously and learn something from it. Izuku gulped, and he could feel the tension thickly in the air. He remembered the televised fight in Kamino between All Might and All for One, and what had just happened in their licensing exam. That man from the Hero Public Safety Commission had implored them to continue their training with even more zeal and diligence, that Japan needed them to be the best they possibly could. With the symbol of peace gone, with All Might unable to hold the line all on his own anymore, could they really manage? All for One was behind bars, but if he'd been around since the dawn of quirks, just how intricate were his plans? Had he planned for the scenario of being locked away? Could they still make Nomus without him? It was terrifying to consider. A growl attracted his attention. Like hell, Bakugo spat. I don't need you to show me the future, 'cause I already know it. I'm gonna be the #1 hero, and I'm gonna beat the SHT outer every last punkbutt villain that rears their ugly heads. Kamemoto chuckled in her throat, muttering something under her breath, and Izuku heard Shoji whisper, 285. What does that mean? Geez, just how big of an ego do you have, Bakugo? Tetsu argued. We're all setting out to be #1. Yeah, but all you extras are going to be choking on smoke as I leave you behind. I'm taking the top spot, and don't you forget it. Your drive is pretty manly, Bakugo, but try toning it down a notch, would ya? Kirishima asked. And what if the future she shows us is one where you're not the #1 hero? Tokoyami inquired. What then? Screw that noise. I'll blast that shitty future sky high. Hey, babysitter. Tell us what we need to do to show us this future you're talking about. Well, that's a SWSH, everyone thought. I take Bakugo's acceptance to mean that you're all in agreement to seeing what the future holds. Kamemoto asked. Mai's hand shot up. Excuse me, but is this future you're showing going to involve me in any way? Sounds like this is a big hero course thing, and if I'm not needed, can I get a workshop to make my adorable babies while the rest of them are all learning stuff? Of course it involves you, Kamemoto replied, her voice turning sweet and energetic to match Hatsume's energy. You're a central supporting character in what I'm about to show, after all. You make the super cute babies that the heroes will need. Seeing what sorts of villains and situations they'll run up against is bound to give you ample ideas for support items to help them combat it. Good point. I shall participate. However, I still want a design studio to work on my babies whenever we're free from these lectures. Mr. Power Loader isn't here to kick me out. Also, I want to be able to bring all the super cute babies I make back to you with me. Done, Kamemoto agreed, and snapped her fingers. I figured you'd want something like that anyway. You're not the type to play at the beach or pool on your free time anyway, and you'll have plenty of that. We're getting free time too? Ashido asked, her eyes glimmering with excitement. That means the pool, right? Mineta asked. And the beach? Of course. Why put you all up on a deserted resort island if you're just going to be cooped up in the theater the whole time? Speaking of which, now that we've all agreed, allow me to lay out your timetable for the duration of your stay here. She pressed a button on a remote, and the movie screen lit up with a schedule divided into blocks. Now then, it's currently just past 9 in the morning. The schedule that I've set up is going to have you here in the Maple Theatre from 10 until noon, then you'll have an hour for lunch and come back here for another hour from 1 to 2. I could have condensed things to shorten the timetable for your stay here in FBI, but I decided it would be beneficial to have more time to soak up what you'll be learning. Apart from that, the time is yours. Play, study, train, start up a sizzling summer romance, have in-depth discussions and seminars on what you learn with me, it's all up to you. All right. Kaminari pumped his fist. This is gonna be awesome. Summer vacation 2.0. Although, Kamemoto turned her gaze towards Aizawa, who was glaring at her something fierce, I imagine Eraserhead here is going to be putting your noses to the grindstone even after I set you free to run along and play. Even with your successes at the provisional license exam, your training camp was interrupted after all. One hand was on his capture scarf. This better not be some kind of sick joke you're playing on us, he said as his eyes glowed red. Ooh, scary. I'm getting chills. But, sorry Eraser. I'm quirkless. You can't erase what's not there to begin with. Kamemoto smiled and waved to the group. Okay. You're all to meet me back here at 10 o'clock, and be here at least 10 to 5 minutes early, got it? We start right at 10. Don't make me come find you if you're late. You can find the breakfast buffet in the dining hall. Just follow the signs, and don't be creeped out by the lack of visible staff. Anything you could want will be provided for you if you ask, though I will warn you. Alcohol will only be provided to those of age 18 and over, so if you naughty teenagers want some booze from the bar, you're going to need to be real nice and convince your teachers to let you drink with their supervision. Izuku glanced at Aizawa and couldn't describe the level of animosity he was projecting towards this Kamemoto woman. Perhaps it was best to just rush off to breakfast before he came to blows with their mysterious caretaker. In all the rush and excitement as they headed out for food, he'd forgotten to ask why he and Uraraka were sharing a room. The students were wowed by the spread they saw waiting for them in the dining hall, as Kamemoto said. Almost anything they could want for breakfast in both Japanese and Western styles was laid out. Fish, rice, miso, pancakes, waffles, cereal, porridge, eggs, natto, bacon, sausage, potatoes, fruit, vegetables, assorted fruit juices, coffee, tea. This place is amazing. Uraraka gasped, promptly fainting at the luxury. Uraraka! Wake up! Stay with us! Izuku called to her, having just managed to catch the gravity girl before she hit the ground. Whether she was just playing around like she had acted when they moved into Heights Alliance or not, Izuku wasn't going to take any chances as he held her in his arms by her shoulders. Quick! Somebody get her something to smell. Food will probably wake her up. His classmates chuckled. Come on Uraraka, show some class, Kaminari teased. Yes. Uraraka, this is just like when we moved into the dorms, Ida scolded, arms moving in a chopping motion. Stop playing around. Uraraka's eyes opened. Izuku looked at her and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, you're all right. You fainted just now. Sorry dude, I guess I was a bit overwhelmed. She smiled as she apologized, then her whole body went rigid for a moment as she stared at him. An instant later, Uraraka had bolted out of his arms. Right. Time for breakfast. We're going to need lots of energy to learn about the future, so let's eat up everyone. Izuku blinked as he watched her, the gravity girl pumping her fist energetically in the air, joined by Ashido and Hagakure, who were also celebrating getting to do this on a private island resort. Well, she sure bounced back quickly. You've got that right, Ida agreed, placing his hands on his hips and giving a warm smile. Come, Midoriya, we should follow her example and get some breakfast. Afterwards we should check the wardrobes within our rooms. Given the attention to detail Miss Kawamoto ascribed to this place, I imagine that we were provided proper clothes to change into during the day. Izuku nodded. Right. Let's do our best. We've been given an unprecedented opportunity to further our training. For everyone's future, let's learn all we can while we're here. Miraculously, Izuku and Uraraka were able to make it through changing out of their pajamas both without letting the rest of their peers know that they were sharing a room and without totally embarrassing themselves to their roommate. US student uniforms were hanging up in the wardrobes, as well as the personal clothes that had been kept in each student's furniture back in their dorm rooms. Apart from the luxury of the resort and the fact that he had a roommate, the familiarity of the routine resembled dorm life closely enough. He didn't even think twice about having changed into his uniform, since he felt like this was close enough to a class situation to merit it. Plus Ida will probably nag at anyone who's not wearing theirs, Uraraka pointed out, to which Izuku could only agree with a smile and a sigh. When 10 o'clock came there wasn't a single straggler as all 23 U students and their 4 teachers returned to the Maple Theater to Kawamoto's smiling approval, only 3/4 of them actually in uniform. All right kiddies and teachers, get yourselves comfortable and we'll get started. I have some notebooks, pencils, and pens up here for you to take if you'd like to take notes. Drinks are also available upon request. Water and pop for the kids, with the option of alcohol for the adults. I know for a fact at least one of you will want a drink or two either while you're in here or later tonight while you process this. Could you stop keeping us in suspense and get serious? Aizawa asked. Kawamoto laughed. I am serious, totally serious. She pressed a button on the remote in her hand and the doors to the Maple Theater slammed shut, quickly followed by the sound of a locking mechanism. She pressed a second button and the room was rapidly illuminated by blue light before the illumination ceased. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let me go over some housekeeping for you all. The door is locked. It will only unlock once our 2 hours are up. If you need to use the toilet, there's a door to the side right over there for you to use. Similarly, the blue light you all just witnessed was a quirk suppressor. None of you will be able to use your quirks for the next 2 hours while we're in here. Depowering you is mostly for my own personal safety, since some of you have rather explosive personalities. If you're able to survive school days without using them, you can survive a couple of hours without them as well. Now, about the future that you're all here to witness, she paused for dramatic effect. I'm not going to be lecturing you about it, I'm going to be showing it to you. That makes sense, Soto mumbled. We are in a movie theater after all. So are you going to be showing us movies of the future? Yoirozu asked. Kaminari groaned. Man, I hate watching documentaries. Don't be like that Kaminari, Izuku tried to cheer him up. Maybe they're really good ones. Or maybe they aren't documentaries at all. Bingo to Mr. Midoriya, Kawamoto said, clapping her hands. I'll be playing a show for you all, showing the events of the future, with all the things that come with it like musical score and narration of the world and characters' thoughts for exposition purposes. And like all shows, there's a cast of characters, mainly you all. She paused to let that sink in. While some of Izuku's classmates seemed excited, others appeared to have expected this to be the case. Izuku himself began to feel that chill that had crept up his spine. If he was one of the characters in this show that they were about to watch, and it could reveal their thoughts, then. He glanced at All Might, seeing his mentor watching him closely. Their eyes met. No, 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 no. Not good. They'll find out. Everyone will know. I suppose it was to be expected, Yoirozu commented. There had to be a reason why we were the ones being shown this future. So we're going to be watching a show that revolves around my class and other US students, is that right? Aizawa asked. Kawamoto nodded her head. Correct. Each episode will be about 25 minutes long, after which we'll break for 5 minutes and then start up the next episode. If you're following along, that means 2 episodes an hour, for 6 episodes per day split 4 before lunch and 2 after. However, while Class 1A of you is the main focus, we've brought in the 2 students from 1B you're almost familiar with as a control group. We trust that Miss Kendo and Mr. Tetsu are diligent enough to understand the importance of what they're about to witness and put aside the interclass rivalry. While they're getting stronger through hard work and rigorous training under Vlad King, watching this with their peers will give them an important perspective on just how different their lives might have been if they'd been placed in 1A instead. Also, I should mention one other thing. Izuku gulped as she locked eyes with him. It's really difficult to have the entirety of a class as the main character of a show. We're not talking about a small group of 4 or 5 people here, but an entire class of 20 students. It's not possible to squeeze in all of their perspectives all the time. So, for the purposes of what you'll see here, the main protagonist of our story is that of a boy who started at the bottom in order to overthrow the top. Ooh, I like that phrasing, Midnight purred. And who might this student be? You'll find out in a minute, Kamemoto said. Now everyone, take your seats. We have a lot of ground to cover. Izuku started to tremble as everyone moved down into the prepared seating. Kendo, Ida, Todoroki, Yarozu, and Shoji had all grabbed notebooks. Izuku was just about to as well when he felt a familiar bony hand touch him on the shoulder. Young Midoriya. All Might? Izuku asked. He quickly looked around. Nobody seemed to be paying attention. What is it? It was a dumb question. He knew fully well why All Might was here. I know, and don't be afraid, All Might stated. Don't be afraid. Izuku asked. All Might nodded at him and gave him a warm smile. It's going to be all right, young Midoriya, his mentor told him softly, but with a confident edge that made Izuku want to believe that it would. Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes. Was this really all right? Would it really be okay for everyone in class to know? Are you sure? All Might. If the secret gets out then it gets out, but there's no finer group of students than your friends in class 1A, and young Kendo, Tetsu, and Hatsumi aren't bad either. Just think of it as expanding the circle of trust. Deku. Hurry up. We saved a seat down here for you. All Might proudly gave Izuku a thumbs up and a winning smile. Now get a notebook and join your friends. They might just surprise you. Izuku nodded, wiping his eyes with his arm, and rushed to do just that. All Might watched his protégé go to the couch closest to the screen, which was still great seating for the presentation, then turned to look at Kamemoto. Thank you for waiting. You can start now. She smirked at him. Of course I was going to wait for you to finish with him. He is the star of the show after all. She raised her voice as she turned back to the AV equipment while All Might went to the back left corner where the other teachers were gathered. Okay everyone, we're starting now. The chatter died down as the screen lit up, beginning a PRD of their lives that would flip them on their heads. The lights dimmed slightly while the screen lit up blue. It wasn't too dark for them to be unable to write, but it wasn't entirely a brightly lit classroom either. It gave the wood-paneled room and its deep red upholstered seating a warm and homey feeling, actually. Izuku was glad for that, because despite what All Might had said, he wasn't sure that he was ready for his secrets to be divulged to so many people so suddenly. I suppose I'll just have to deal with it, he thought. She said that she'd be giving us time to process everything before we went back, which means that I'll have time to mend any relationships that get broken because of this, so long as they don't become completely unfixable. And play. Cheered Kamemoto, images suddenly replacing the blue screen. An apartment building and leafy green trees in the gleam of sunlight. The sounds of cicadas. It appeared to be summer. Then a small green-haired boy with messy curls and a diamond pattern of freckles on each cheek. He was crying as he stared forward. Midoriya. Todoroki pondered. You're so cute. I just want to give you a hug. Ashido cried out. Bakugo scowled from the couch he sat on with Kirishima. From bottom to the top, of course this is gonna be about that nerd. Why are you being so mean, little Izuku? Midoriya asked. The camera zoomed out, showing him standing in front of another boy on the ground, arms around his stomach, also in tears. You're making him cry, Kachin. If you keep on hurting him, little Izuku shifted into a fighting stance. I'll stop you myself. So even as a young boy, Midoriya was devoted to saving people, Midnight stated quietly. My, how far he's come. Uraraka glanced at her seat partner, Midoriya, sitting next to her and half hearing the whispering of his classmates calling him cute, and smiled. You go Deku. Standing up to Bakugo when you were so small and adorable. Kick his butt. Child Katsuki Bakugo and two other children just stared at Izuku before smirking. One grew out big red wings like a dragon, while the other extended his fingers. You wanna pretend to be a hero? Little Pomeranian smashed his right fist into his left palm, sparking an explosion. You don't stand a chance without a quirk, Deku. Such a malicious smile for a child, Tokomi muttered as the three kids rushed Izuku, to the startled gasps of the students. Bakugo, how dare you! Ida exclaimed, standing up and chopping his hand towards him. That's no way for a future hero to behave. Uraraka sank back in her seat. Guess that didn't go how I imagined it. Hey! What's the big idea with calling him quirkless, here? Tetsu shouted. He's just a kid. Maybe it hadn't manifested yet, or he didn't know he even had it. Shut up you DMN extras. Bakugo shouted. I was a snot-nosed brat picking a playground fight. Don't tell me none of you ever got into any. Hey! You! The babysitter lady. I may not give a SHT about watching some shitty show with Deku as the main character, but this is the past, not the future. Show us that like you said. Kamemoto groaned. She was glad she paused it. First off, get over yourself. Everyone is the main character of their own story, this is Midoriya's. Secondly, I never said that I would only show you the future, and to understand the future you need to know the past. Now cool your jets and watch the DMN thing, and maybe show a little remorse for being a little SHT. There were more than a few chuckles amongst the students and teachers alike as Kamemoto called out Bakugo, and while the explosion user sat back down, he did so with a feral look on his face. As the cicadas continued their uncaring chorus, the scene revealing a beaten-up child Midoriya lying dazed in the sand of the park, the voice of teenage Midoriya began to narrate. Here's the sad truth. All men are not created equal. When I was 4 years old, I learned that some kids have more power than others. A sad but true sentiment, Nezu commented from where he sat on Midnight's lap. Though hopefully some of you all learned it in a way that was not so violent. A now adolescent Midoriya ran through a puddle on Musutafu's city streets, dressed in the black middle school uniform of Aldera Junior High, while his narration continued. But that won't hold me back. If anything, it pushes me to do better. There's that smile we know and love. Ashido beamed as on screen Midoriya ran underneath the blooming cherry trees, showing that it was springtime. Izuku blushed and tried not to show it when Uraraka and Ida both showed amusement at his reaction. Asui placed a finger to her chin. I wonder what Midoriya's so excited about, ribbit. A giant villain with an angular beak-shaped head was standing on a set of train tracks, roaring. 14-year-old Midoriya stopped running, a huge smile still on his face as he watched from a distance. The image froze, outlining his form, and a caption appeared on the screen, giving his name. We know Deku's name already, damn it. Bakugo shouted. Why bother telling us? I already told you. Exposition. The screen cut back to the villain, then pulled back to show he was standing on an overpass above a sign for Tatooine Station. Midoriya gasped from behind the police line being set up to prevent bystanders from getting too close, though there was still a crowd past the policeman with a megaphone. Wow! That's one huge supervillain. Gyro frowned. Are the police even doing their jobs? Why are so many people getting so close? It's a villain fight, Ojiro replied. I know I always got excited when I saw one going on. Ooh. Looks like the show intro's starting. Kaminari crowed. Love that guitar riff with All Might posing. Hey, it's us. Mineta excitedly called out as the students of 1A were shown in their hero costumes alongside their names. Damn it, Tetsu grumbled. I guess this really is about 1A after all. Kendo placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. We were kinda told that from the beginning, though, weren't we? Don't let it get to you, Tetsu. We can learn from this. Hey, those are the villains from the USJ, Soto pointed out. Don't tell me we're going to have to watch that happen again. Mineta emmed. All Might's fight with that Nomyu. Kirishima said. Oh man, I can't wait to get to that part. It was so awesome to see it up close. Mr. Aizawa, you looked totally badass fighting all those villains just now, Kaminari praised him. His homeroom teacher shrugged. I'm your teacher. It's my responsibility to protect you all. I was just doing my job, but thank you, Kaminari. Everyone quieted down as the intro wound down to an end, showing the whole class posing in front of the school in their costumes. So the show is called My Hero Academia, is it? Yorozu uttered quietly. A hospital at night. Midoriya's narration started up again. The first incident was in Qingqing City. An extraordinary child was born who radiated light. Some of the students chuckled at the sight of a terrified father, looking at a baby who was brightly glowing as if they were heaven-sent. After that, reports of people with superpowers popped up across the globe. Midoriya's narration continued as the screen showed examples of fire and ice quirks, and one that was either telekinesis on its own or a combination telekinesis, speed-reading quirk. No one knew what was causing these quirks. Before long, the supernatural became the totally normal. Dreams, a reality. All Might in his hero form and costume was shown, striding down a dark hallway. The world became a superhuman society, with about 80% of the population possessing some uncanny ability. Our streets look like scenes from comic books. As cities swirled with chaos and confusion, a new profession dominated our collective consciousness. It was an age of heroes. It's interesting to hear it said so succinctly, Ida commented as the scene returned to the villain fight in the show's present. After all, this is our normal. Yeah, could you imagine having to explain this to people in the pre-quirk era? Asui added. They probably would compare it to a comic book. Good comparison, Professor Midoriya. Ashido brightly intoned, giving him a thumbs up. Although, amongst children under the age of 20 the quirkless rate is actually closer to about 8% these days, Yorozu added. It's much rarer now. Oh nice. Way to go, Death Arms. A civilian cheered after the silver-haired pro-hero in blue and yellow caught part of a steel electrical tower in his hands as the music swelled into an upbeat heroic tune. The punching hero, another onlooker, shouted. I wish I had a quirk that made me super strong. The front of the crowd was suddenly reined in by ropes of water being controlled by another pro-hero dressed like a firefighter, keeping the onlookers from getting too close. Everyone, please stay back. This area is far too dangerous. Whoa! The rescue specialist Backdraft is here. He'll make sure we're okay. Why are the police in this so incompetent? Aizawa muttered, frowning and narrowing his eyes at the screen. Why is someone like Backdraft doing crowd control? A good question, Midnight agreed as civilians asked about the background to what was happening. We did see an officer earlier before the intro, but now the few that are attempting to hold back the crowd aren't doing a very good job of it. Some officials look like they just want to watch the fight too. Just some amateur. Stole someone's bag and got himself cornered. The man that bystander was talking to frowned in disappointment while Midoriya inched his way through the crowd. A quirk like that and he's just a petty thief. Of course, Aizawa sighed, watching his students' actions. Problem child heads right towards the villain fight. A group of schoolgirls suddenly squealed as a shadow flew over the crowd. It's Kamu. We're your biggest fans. Man, I hope I get that kind of appreciation when I go pro, Kaminari said, watching as the wooden hero Kamu Woods charged into battle with the giant villain. You said it, Mineta agreed. Popular heroes get all the girls. Kendo looked up and to her left, towards the couch where Mineta was sitting with Shoji. He was one of the students not wearing his uniform, but instead a pair of grey shorts and a purple I Heart Mount Lady t-shirt. I hope this isn't going to be a recurring theme of his. This is gonna be good, younger Midoriya exclaimed in excitement, having finally reached Backdraft's barrier. Wow, you look happy Deku, Uraraka said, elbowing him in the side. I guess you got a good look at the action. He blushed, nodding, but didn't say anything, preferring instead to watch. It's Kamu Woods, his on-screen double declared as the hero got a stenciled introduction like himself and the others had earlier. He may be new, but he's making a big name for himself. One look at that dopey grin and I know what you are, stated an older man who had some kind of star-shaped antennae protruding from his cheeks and the top of his head. He grinned at Midoriya and made a finger gun as he lightly accused him of being a fanboy. That's our Midoriya, Orozu politely affirmed as the audience chuckled good-naturedly. Izuku buried his head in his hands as his cheeks burned. That guy's right, 𝐂𝐿 agreed. He knew what you were in an instant. A DMN nerd more like, Bakugo thought privately. All Might smiled warmly at his successor. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Woods crouched on top of an arch above the tracks, staring down the giant villain. Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil. Whoa, melodramatic much. Gyro laughed. Yeah, the guy's just a purse snatcher, Tetsu added, not someone like that gas quirk kid from the training camp. Midnight looked at All Might. Is 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Woods always so serious? I've only worked with him the one time, he replied as the hero on screen prepared to use his ultimate move, so I can't say for sure, but he took his role in the raid quite seriously. The preemptive, binding, lacquered chain prison both 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Woods and Midoriya exclaimed as the hero launched his ultimate move. Uraraka giggled at the light-hearted intensity. You're such a dork, Deku, she teased. Canyon Cannon. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Woods' ultimate move was interrupted by a sudden flying kick from a giant hero who burst into the scene at the last second, knocking the villain off the overpass. She stood up in front of the downed villain, the show's camera centered on the curve of her butt. Midoriya jolted as lines of men with cameras suddenly appeared beside him. Money shot. Money shot. Money shot. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero, the giantess stated with a breezy, dismissive tone. Hi everyone. I'm Mount Lady, and you don't need to worry about this bum anymore, she greeted, winking and emphasizing her giant butt at the word. Money shot. Money shot. Money shot. Midoriya. Mineta yelled. Why didn't you tell us you were at Mount Lady's debut? Didn't she traumatize you during your internship with her? Todoroki asked. Not the point. She's still hot. Pretty boys like you wouldn't understand. Todoroki looked down at his hand. I'm a pretty boy. I admit, I'm with the lady who was standing behind Midoriya, Midnight commented. Takeyama was too forward. Aizawa glanced at her. This from the woman whose hero costume in high school was just a jacket, pouches over her nipples, and a belt. You weren't even wearing underwear. All Might spat out BLD as Midoriya's voice narrated the role of pro-heroes in today's society. Kiyama! Have you no shame? No wonder the diet passed that costume exposure law. All the fame and glory. Their careers depended on their ability to stay in the spotlight. A yellow light illuminated the down-on-his-knees tragic hero 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Woods, while a purple light lit up the villainous face of Mount Lady, usurping the spotlight 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Woods would have received. The students smiled as the on-screen Midoriya started muttering up a storm while taking notes on the newly debuted Mount Lady. Ah, so that's what Midoriya's always saying when he's muttering, Kirishima said. I was never able to catch anything before. Orozu nodded. I knew you had an analytical mind, Midoriya, but I didn't realize you were processing things that quickly. You've just seen Mount Lady once and you already appear to have her figured out. Izuku blushed and placed a hand on the back of his head, rubbing it in embarrassment. Oh, it's really nothing special, Orozu. Quirk analysis is really just a hobby of mine. Midoriya looked up at the man who'd watched the villain fight with him, after having given the note-taking fanboy encouragement. He gave a big bright smile that illuminated the entire screen. Yes. More than anything. Oh, now that's an adorable smile, Hatsune spoke up, seemingly speaking for all the girls as they nodded in agreement. Dude. Kaminari interjected, standing up and looking straight at Midoriya. Stop being so cute. You're gonna steal all the girls away. Izuku Midoriya, Origin, Ida read, turning to look at his friend. It looks like the first episode is your origin story, Midoriya. Isn't this kind of private information? Asui asked. She looked over to the couch next to hers, where Midoriya was sitting with Uraraka and Ida. Are you okay with this, Midoriya? He nodded. It'll be uncomfortable, sure, he said, not quite noticing that Kamemoto had paused it on the title card. There are a lot of secrets I've been keeping from everyone about my past. But I trust you all. And if learning about my past and our future can help save people, then I'm fine with it. He looked down, his hands gripping the fabric of his green uniform breathes just by the knee. Just promise me you all won't judge me, or Kachin, too harshly. Asui wasn't the only one staring at him after that declaration, but she turned back to the screen as Kamemoto started it up again. Rip it. From the title card, the scene transitioned to a typical public middle school, captioned 𝐴LDERA Junior High. A homeroom teacher in a classroom began speaking, and the audience could see both Midoriya and Bakugo in the class, Midoriya seemingly trying not to be noticed and Bakugo lazing about disrespectfully with his feet on his desk. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. Midoriya furtively looked up from his notebook at his teacher. I could pass out some career aptitude tests, but the teacher glared at the sheets of paper in his hand. Why bother? Already some students near his desk were starting to show off their quirks. One boy's body audibly began turning into grey rock. I know you all want to go to the hero track. Have these students no DSPN? Ida complained, chopping his hand as Izuku's entire class devolved into chaos of rampant quirk usage. Quirks are not to be used while class is in session. That teacher's an idiot, Aizawa thought dismissively. He has no control over his class and doesn't seem to give a DMN. You doing okay, Midoriya? Ojiro asked, frowning slightly. Your attitude here is a complete 180 from when you were watching the villain fight earlier. Uraraka glanced at Izuku as he shrunk into his seat. He had said that this would be uncomfortable, but his posture was becoming insular. Well, hey teach. Attention returned to the screen at the sound of middle school Bakugo's voice. Don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister. He laughed. Oh, so Bakugo's just always been a PP, Gyro commented while the boys' class jeered at his insult. Good to know. Heh, no wonder nobody in our class likes you, Tetsu sniped. Like I care what you Class B rejects think. Impressive test results, their homeroom teacher remarked. Maybe you will get into UA High. Bakugo looked smug as his classmates peered in astonishment. He's gonna try for the national school. They're right, Ida concurred as the middle schoolers on screen talked about how impossible it was to get in. UA's hero course is exceedingly difficult to get accepted into. Now that I think about it, the practical test especially is essentially rigged against applicants. That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me, crowed Bakugo with a prideful look on his face as he stood atop his desk. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance of getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself, and be the richest hero of all time. How very humble of you, Bakugo, Tokami declared with a frown. Young Midoriya was right, All Might thought. Kid's got drive in spades and is prideful to a fault. Oh yeah, Midoriya, don't you wanna go to UA too? His teacher's words were casual, almost an afterthought, bringing up the one other student in class who aspired to enter the prestigious institution. Bakugo's form was stylized in white as he froze in complete shock, while Midoriya squeaked and looked very much like he wanted to disappear. Uraraka frowned. She could hear Deku's breath hitching in his throat. He clearly seemed to remember this day. It must have been a very important one, especially for this episode to be titled as his origin story. The class broke into uproarious laughter while their teacher looked disinterested. That doesn't seem right, Urozu said, frowning and tapping her pen against her open notebook. Midoriya made it, and his quirk, into the hero course without a quirk. Eyes widened throughout the theater. Bakugo was the only one to not show any change. What? Hatsune yelled while Kamemoto conveniently paused it just as 𝐴LDERA Midoriya stood up in a panic. That's bullshit. Tetsu stood up. We saw what you did at the sports fest. There's no way you could have done that without a quirk. Yeah man. Kaminari added, leaning forward and grabbing the railing at the head of his riser's level. He looked down at where Izuku was sitting. "You're like one of the strongest dudes in our class. If they are saying it's impossible for you, then how on earth did I get in?" "I still wonder that to this day," Ghidorah mumbled. "So, like, are you kids gonna shut up and watch or not?" Kawamoto inquired, giving them all a completely unamused look. "We've got a schedule to keep and I'm gonna get in trouble if I have to keep pausing the video all the time." "But what those kids are saying is completely untrue," 𝐔𝐬𝐽 argued. "How can we just stay silent when they're all making fun of Midoriya like that?" "Yeah," Ashido agreed. "They're treating Midori like he's the class clown or something. It's not right." That's why there are scheduled breaks between episodes." Kawamoto groaned as she explained again. "And why you're only watching for 3 hours a day. Now keep the volume on your muttering to a minimum. I may have watched all of these, like, 25 times, but that's 'cause I still like watching 'em." She unpaused. "Well, actually they got rid of that rule." Midoriya tried to defend his position in a panic. "I could be the first one." Old Dera Bakugo roared, slamming his hand against Izuku's desk and causing an explosion from his quirk. Izuku was blown away, landing ℏ on his rear end while the blonde raged. "Listen up, Deku." Bakugo's malice-laden voice caused the shouts of disapproval to fail in throats as they watched, unable to look away. Like a disaster in slow motion, his morbid charisma on screen held their attention. "You're even worse than the rest of these DMN rejects, you quirkless wannabe. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have me?" "Even Bakugo's calling him quirkless," Kirishima muttered. He was used to Bakugo, but seeing his past like this was unsettling. Midoriya scrambled to put distance between himself and his far more aggressive and violent classmate, holding out his hand and scooting backwards until his back touched the classroom's back wall. "No. Wait. You've got it all wrong, really. I'm not trying to compete against you. You've got to believe me. It's just that," he looked down, seemingly not daring to face any of his classmates as he confessed his dreams. "I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can't I?" Izuku felt Uraraka's hand grasp his arm tightly. She wasn't looking at him, but he could see the wet shine of tears in her eyes. "Yeah, you can be a hero, Midoriya," Soto whispered under his breath with a slight nod. "If you have the will and drive, it's possible," thought Aizawa, eyes narrowed at the screen. "Not all quirks can give you an edge in hero work. When I fight, I'm essentially quirkless. It's unprecedented, but with the way this Midoriya of the past is, he doesn't stand a chance at becoming the quirkless hero." Bakugo didn't seem to agree with Aizawa's internal thoughts. "You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'd die in the exams." His image and those of Midoriya's classmates became red-eyed and mouthed black silhouettes with jagged outlines and spiky teeth against an ominous purple background. Defenseless Izuku mocked Bakugo as Midoriya flinched inwards. "This school's already crappy. You really want to embarrass it more by failing so hard." "I'm getting chills," Ghidorah said, rubbing her arms as the scene changed to another place in Musutafu just after noon. "Bakugo looked like a real monster right there." 𝐒𝐻 agreed. "In fact, he kind of looked like a villain, and I'll blow your head off." Bakugo roared over the on-screen scream. "I'm gonna be a hero, damn it." Now, students, let's not make a fuss and continue to watch," Principal Nezu instructed. "We are here to learn from the past, after all." Uraraka scrunched up her nose as she looked back at the screen. She still hadn't let go of Izuku's arm. "Yeah, learn that Bakugo's even worse than he is now. But doesn't that mean, yell all you want, sucker, this cash is mine." Izuku had been about to tell Uraraka that Bakugo had gotten better since he didn't always act that way anymore, but the voice of the sludge villain stopped him. He turned his eyes back to the screen, feeling his heart quicken with the beat of the background music as bystanders talked. The back of an emaciated man was shown as he walked out of a convenience store, overhearing the citizens. "Remember when we didn't have to worry about randos with quirks all the time? Seriously, there's no stopping them." The skeletal figure hunched for a second before his body expanded, growing tall and buff, becoming a person anyone would recognize. "Yes, there is. Or sweet. It's All Might. Soto said. You know why? The man asked as the civilians who'd been standing in front of the door suddenly became excited. The laughing sludge villain looked back, terror piercing him at the sight of All Might's smile. I am here. I didn't know he would be making an appearance this early, Ida stated as the show's title card appeared. He turned to Izuku. That must mean that All Might plays a part in your origin, correct Midoriya? Izuku nodded his head. Why yeah. You'll see if you keep watching. So I guess that's how he kept his secret for so long, 𝐒𝐿 said. Nobody would know it was him when he wasn't bulked out because he looks totally different. Back at Aldera, class seemed to have ended. Midoriya was scrolling on his phone, smiling, looking happy again. Uraraka smiled as her on-screen Deku mentioned the morning's hero fight. You look better when you're happy, Deku. Izuku blushed. You were. Thanks, Uraraka. Bakugo snatched his notebook right out of his hand and stood over Midoriya with utter disrespect for the green-haired small boy etched into his being. I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, but we're not done. Just leave him alone, 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐾. 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐾 snapped. It's a show, 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐾, Gorozu reminded her. You can't change what happened. Don't tell me. You're taking notes on how to be a hero. One of Bakugo's two flunkies laughed at the sight of Midoriya's hero analysis for the future number 13 notebook. That's so pathetic. His delusional, mocked the other. Midoriya looked between the two and Bakugo as they picked on him. Yeah, real funny guys. Just give it back. Bakugo slammed the notebook between his fists, making an explosion that torched Midoriya's pride as the boy made a distressing wail before whimpering. That's so mean. With an unsettling amount of casual disinterest, Bakugo tossed the torched notebook over his shoulder, where it flew outside the open window. Midoriya reached for it in a panic, but it was already well beyond his grasp. Bakugo, your behavior is shameful and unbecoming of a prospective hero. Ida chastised. No wonder he didn't pass the licensing exam, Kendo muttered as others grumbled at the display. Bakugo didn't respond to the scolding he was receiving, and tried not to be bothered by the anxious look Kirishima was sending his way. He'd been trying to teach that DMN nerd a lesson and do him a favor, to get him to stop writing checks his stupid quirkless but couldn't cash. Then he could sit back on the sidelines like all the rest of the useless extras and watch as he soared to the top. Izuku winced. Uraraka's grip was getting tighter. She seemed to catch on to the fact that she was causing him discomfort and let go. Oh, sorry, she whispered as Bakugo started monologuing. Watching this, what you went through, she clutched a fist tightly to her chest. It's upsetting. It's all in the past, Izuku tried to mollify her. I'm over it. That doesn't make it okay, Ida sternly objected in a quiet voice only their couch and those closest to them could hear. And you're wrong. You're not. Izuku didn't answer. Garbage junior high to get into you. People will start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm good. Ego, one of his lackeys thought, looking at the smug expression on Bakugo's face. Yeah, totally ego, thought everyone, ever. Bakugo's hand was on Midoriya's scrawny shoulder, giving the green-haired boy a grin with no mirth in it. Smoke came from his hand. He was causing his nitro sweat to burn into Midoriya's shoulder. Here's a little word of advice, nerd. Don't even think of applying, or else. Ouch, that's gotta hurt, Hatsune cringed at the sight of Midoriya's smoking shoulder. All Midoriya could do in response was whimper. Whether that was in pain, fear, or a dreadful cocktail of both, it wasn't clear, but he certainly looked frozen to the spot without an ounce of courage. The bullies started to leave, their expressions satisfied with the result. That's just sad, one of them began. I thought you at least had some fight in you. He finally gets it. He'll never be a hero. Better to find out now instead of later, I guess, laughed the other. Kamemoto's eyes flew wide. SHT. That's here. SHT SHT SHT. She quickly paused it just as Aldera Bakugo reached the doorway and stopped. Standing up she called out, okay, just a buying disclaimer warning here. What happens next is bad. Like, super bad. It in no way reflects the present mental states of those involved, since it was well over a year ago and they've had character development, but yeah, it's pretty fed up. Geez, wonder how it could get even worse. 𝐒𝐿 asked. I agree, Tokoyami stated. This is already atrocious, especially for someone so intent on becoming a hero. Uraraka turned to Izuku, her face one of barely restrained outrage. Deku, is what's about to happen going to make me want to catapult Bakugo to the moon? Izuku wanted to look anywhere but at her right now as he shrunk back into his seat cushions. Having his entire class witness what was objectively the worst day of his life was incredibly nerve-wracking, but he was at least a little bit glad for all their words of support and encouragement, and their righteous fury on his behalf. Yeah, probably. Bakugo, what happened? Kirishima asked his seatmate. He shrugged. I don't effin' remember, he answered. Bakugo glanced back behind him towards Midoriya. His expression seemed kind, and actually somewhat nice. He still looked a little stuck up, but he'd lost all the rage and condescending demeanor. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. The eyes of the teachers narrowed as Bakugo spoke. Everyone held their breath. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was he about to offer encouragement? Bakugo frowned and tapped his finger against his chin as he stared at his younger self. What did I tell that stupid nerd again? Izuku took a deep breath and placed his head in his hands. Here it comes. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Oh right, that. Midoriya turned around and glared at Bakugo with tears at the base of his eyes, growling. Bakugo raised his right hand up, explosions bursting around his fingers. Something wrong. Midoriya froze again, whimpering in terror at the implied threat. Kamemoto sighed as she held onto her remote, pausing it as the scene changed to the exterior of Aldera. Should have budgeted for this. I'm just going to let them vent this one. The expected uproar of noise stopped barely after it began, with just a single sound overcoming all the shouts and cries. It was the sound of the wall breaking as a fist crashed through it. Whose fist? All Might's. Not emaciated Toshinori Yagi's, All Might's. All Might was standing in the aisle, his right arm extended through the wall, and he was not smiling. Kamemoto nearly fell out of her chair in surprise. What? How? The quirk suppressor's up. And you don't even have your power anymore. You're right, I don't, All Might replied in his rich baritone. Smoke was starting to come from his form, but he didn't seem to be letting up. But this is the embodiment of my righteous fury. All Might, Izuku whispered, staring at his mentor, and for the first time since Kamino Ward, feeling fear. The former #1 hero turned towards the student sitting in the row just in front of where he and the other teachers had chosen to sit, at the blonde who slouched in the couch right at the edge of the row. All Might hadn't said anything throughout the last several minutes of what they'd been watching, but his anger had steadily been growing. From Bakugo assaulting young Izuku when they were only 4 as the tyke tried to show some heroic spirit, through the obvious torment he exhibited towards Midoriya on what was clearly a daily basis, and now to this. Pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Is that right? Did you truly say such a thing, Katsuki Bakugo? Before the young man could answer, All Might had his face in his giant left hand and had lifted the boy off his feet into the air. The students gasped, but none of them could get a word past their mouths except Hatsune. Oh, this is intense. I take back what I said the other night, All Might declared as he held up Bakugo, the young man struggling in vain to get the newly retired pro to release him. You aren't fit to be Izuku's rival, you are unworthy of being a hero. Or, Nezu stopped Aizawa with a paw to his knee. There was a troubled expression on the principal's face as he observed the scene. Izuku shook the tears out of his eyes as he stood up from the couch. All Might. Stop. Don't do tech, young Midoriya. All Might's shout killed whatever else Izuku had been about to say. For once in your life, listen to your teacher and do not try to be a hero. All Might ordered. I did not know what I know now, young Midoriya. I crushed your dream that day more thoroughly than any villain I ever defeated. I, your hero, your idol, placed you on the precipice of despair, and for that I am ashamed and enraged. Uraraka. Ida. Sit him down. This needs to happen. The two named students, too stunned by the revelation of what Bakugo had told their best friend to do and too shocked by the rapidly changing events, did as they were told. They grabbed Midoriya by the shoulders and had him sit back down. Uraraka grasped his left hand, squeezing it tight. All Might continued, somehow still maintaining his muscle form. Young Bakugo, what your middle school self said just now is the antithesis of everything a hero should be. I heard you talking to young Kirishima. You didn't even remember what you said. Based on how your teacher acted when you were bullying young Midoriya right in front of him, I imagine this incident never officially happened. That's why you have such a spotless record from your middle school and why young Midoriya's has some black marks, isn't it? Anything you did was cleared away and swept under the rug, and all the blame was imposed upon weak, little, helpless, quirkless Midoriya. Now even All Might's saying Midoriya's quirkless, Asui thought. This doesn't make any sense at all. What is All Might saying? Uraraka thought, squeezing Midoriya's hand and holding on to his shoulder. Midoriya wasn't looking at her. He wasn't even looking at All Might and Bakugo. He was folding into himself, like a turtle trying to withdraw into his shell. Get your hand off of me, All Might. Bakugo raged against the Titan, placing his hand against All Might's arm. This was just like their first-term finals, only now he didn't have his quirk to help him. How was All Might doing this? How was he still so strong? He shouldn't have been able to keep muscle form up for more than a couple of seconds. You are unworthy of his friendship. All Might shouted Bakugo down. You are unworthy of this class. You are unworthy. All Might reared his right fist back. Tech says, All Might. Sir. You'll kill him. Smash. Bakugo staggered away from the punch as he was dropped, losing his balance and falling onto his butt on the stairs in the aisle. There was a slight pain in his cheek, but it stung more than any injury he'd sustained in his life. He looked up at the source. All Might had deflated to his true form at the moment just before impact, and the pro was looking down at him with contempt. He'd never seen that look before in his eyes, even when he'd been fighting all for one. But you are lucky, young Bakugo, All Might declared, breathing. Young Midoriya has such a kind heart. He wants you in UA. He wants you to change and become the hero you're striving to become, but that can't happen as things stand. Actions have consequences. Words have a more cutting impact than any physical blow. You may have avoided punishment for your transgressions before coming to you, but know this, if young Midoriya had not hidden this so well from me in the 10 months I spent training him before you and I learned of it, had he told me what you'd said to him at any point before your entrance exam or that you'd bullied him for 11 straight years, I'd have had you expelled from Aldera. You'd never have had the chance to set foot in you, and you'd only have had yourself and your own actions to blame. All Might turned away from Bakugo and silently walked down the steps towards the front row. Everyone's eyes tracked him but Bakugo's and Izuku's. Bakugo was still staring forward in complete shock, and Izuku wanted nothing more than to stare at his feet. All Might had just dropped several bombshells of information on them all, and nobody knew exactly what they could or couldn't take from them. Did he really say all that? What in the world was he talking about? Izuku saw a familiar pair of shoes stop in front of his. His stomach felt like lead. This was the worst-case scenario. Kacchan was going to have his dream crushed. He was going to lose his chance at becoming a hero, and it would all be his fault. If only he hadn't met All Might and gotten his quirk, if he hadn't come to you, if they hadn't all been transported to this place and agreed to have the future shown to them, then nobody would have had to find out about his past like this. Nobody would. Izuku, the green-eyed boy, slowly looked up at the soft voice that came into his ear. Uraraka was looking at him with determination in her big brown eyes. They sparkled with her fresh tears, captivating him. His name had come from her lips. Not the nickname she'd taken from Bakugo and spun into something he treasured, but his name. She was the first person besides his mother and All Might to have called him Izuku. Uraraka's skin was sweaty, he could feel how clammy her hand was in his. She was obviously in just as much shock as everyone else, and he could feel her pulse racing. But still don't defend him for this. Young man. Izuku turned again, this time looking up at All Might. Tears were in his mentor's eyes. He seemed to be having a breakdown. His voice started to choke. This was like the talk with 𝐒𝐭𝐻 about returning to you all over again. I'm so sorry, young Midoriya. I didn't notice. I was with you for so long, and I didn't see how much you had been hurt. I was supposed to be the #1 hero, and I never realized how much you needed to be saved. All Might's bony touch was warm, comforting, as the retired pro enveloped Izuku in a hug. It was like the one All Might had given him on the beach after he'd lost his power. Izuku couldn't keep his own tears in check anymore, and silently let them loose. He felt safe in All Might's arms. All the insecurities and discomfort from seeing this past and knowing what he would continue to see simply floated away as he cried into All Might's shirt. He was your tormentor, and I was too blind to see it, thinking it was just some petty schoolboy rivalry. I'm sorry. I failed you. All of us who call ourselves heroes failed you. But it's all right now. Everything's going to be all right, because I am here. Izuku wanted to tell off All Might. He didn't want to hear him apologize. He wanted to blame himself for all of this, but instead all he could do was laugh through his sobs at All Might giving him his catchphrase. He was right. Izuku had just been keeping the wool over his eyes. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 had mocked, tormented, and abused him for almost his entire life. He was a victim, even though he'd never wanted to admit that fact to himself. All Might's words just now forced him to confront that. There is one thing to keep in mind above all else: anyone who needs rescuing is having the worst day of their lives. Well, reliving the worst day of his life had to count for something, right? Aizawa sighed and stood up. His exhale drew everyone's attention. Bakugo. Midoriya. After these doors unlock and we break for lunch, you two are having a talk with the 4 of us teachers here. This is non-negotiable. I will drag you to a conference room with my capture scarf and have Midnight use her quirk on you if I have to. Is that understood? Bakugo could only nod dumbly, while Izuku broke from All Might's hug. He sniffed and turned to look up at his homeroom teacher. Yes, sir. Izuku's voice was at least a little steady, so that was good. Good. Now that that's settled, return to your seats, all of you, and I don't want to hear another word badmouthing your classmates' past actions at all. Us teachers will deal with the issue. We're here to learn, not pass judgment. If I catch even the faintest breeze of a lynch plot over this, you'll all be sleeping like mummified bats tonight. Aizawa sat back down, and the students listened to what he said, retaking their seats. All Might began to amble his way back to them after giving Midoriya another hug. Uraraka seemed to be disobeying his instructions as she got up from her seat. She wasn't following All Might, like he'd suspected. Given the close relationship between the Gravity Girl and Problem Child, he assumed she'd be making a beeline to Bakugo to, as she put it, catapult him to the moon. However, she was walking towards Kamemoto, who was still watching the scene with dinner plate eyes. Kiyoma's voice was soft as she turned to him. There were so many tears in her eyes it was hard to witness. Don't beat yourself up too hard, Shota. Are you kidding? I'm incensed. Aizawa's leg was tapping up and down in unrestrained annoyance. He had so much furious energy and he had no method of channeling it. To think, the 2 students I have such high expectations for, this is what their relationship before you was like. And this is how I find out about it. If gods exist, they are deliberately mocking me. Uraraka was walking back down to where she, Midoriya, and Ida were sitting, a big green blanket in her hands. She returned to their seats and Ida put away their trays and notebooks so that the 3 friends could snuggle together under the blanket as Uraraka wrapped it around them all, each getting as close as possible to Midoriya to envelop him in their warmth. It was a good move, so he'd let it slide. Others seemed to have the same idea. He wasn't the least bit interested in where Kamemoto was suddenly getting these blankets from, but he wasn't about to begrudge his students doing what they needed to calm down right now. Aizawa didn't even snap at them for the quiet muttering, because at least they weren't talking about it. Kirishima pulled Bakugo up to his feet and brought him back to the couch the 2 were sitting on. Ashido had left from where she'd originally been sitting next to Kirishima and squished in next to Asui. Tetsu came over with a red blanket, looked sympathetically at Kirishima, then glared at Bakugo. Hey! His voice carried throughout the room. I don't know what kind of man you think you are, Tetsu. Aizawa's eyes bore into the steel quirk user. This is your only warning. But Kirishima seems to like you, Tetsu continued, trying not to hear the sharp edge in Class 1 as homeroom teacher's voice. So I'm going to assume that you were such a PP in middle school because you were a big fish in a small pond, and because everyone is a PP in middle school. It's been 17 months since then, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're not that big of an butt anymore. He tossed the blanket over Bakugo and Kirishima, then sat down in Ashido's vacated spot to Kirishima's right, covering his legs with his portion. I'm not saying I'm going to be your friend, but I'll give you a chance to prove you deserve one. I don't want your pity, you DMN extra, Bakugo muttered. His fire was gone. Take it anyway, you DMN explosive Pomeranian, Tetsu spat back. The world's not fair. It doesn't just give you what you want. Bakugo was silent. Nezu signaled Kamemoto. All right, miss. I believe we can continue now. Kamemoto jolted at being addressed. Oh. Right, sure. She resumed the show. DMN, she muttered under her breath. Didn't see that coming. This is sure to shake up the future. Midoriya was walking along the grounds at the base of the school, fortunately not up on the roof. Idiot, he thought. You can't go around telling people to kill themselves. What if I'd really jumped? What would he do then? Given the angry tone to his thoughts, it seemed like jumping was not an option he'd seriously considered. You didn't? Uraraka queried. Izuku shook his head. No, never, he answered. To everyone's immense relief. Oh good, Yorozu whispered. I don't think my heart could have taken that. Midoriya spotted the tossed-away notebook in the pond, some koi nibbling at its pages. My dreams have turned into fish food. That's enough, give it back, he scolded the fish, emotion thickening his voice. Damn it, please tell me no one else in your class has such a tragic backstory, Kendo said to Yorozu, dabbing her eyes with the edge of the blanket. If we all did, our class would be really messed up, Ojiro answered. Todoroki stayed silent, but glanced down at where Midoriya was sitting. He seemed to be more in control of his emotions now after that hug from All Might. Midoriya! Mom, hurry! Everyone's eyes widened as little child Midoriya appeared on screen again, big bright smile on his face, wearing a salmon t-shirt and holding onto a Silver Age All Might action figure. Baby Midoriya's back to drive away the gloom. Hagekyu cheered. Oh, so that's why everyone looks at me funny when I first mention my babies, Hatsume said, chuckling. My bad. Little Midoriya bounded up to his mom, busy washing dishes. Come on, Mom. It's computer time. Already, she asked her bouncing little man with an amused smile, and turned to turn the tap off. Hey Midori, say one word about my mom and I will literally break my leg kicking you out of this dimension, Mineta. Kaminari frowned at Mineta. Dude. Not cool. Mineta held out his hands in exasperation. I thought a dumb joke like that would lighten the mood. It certainly got us thinking about how much of a perv you are, Ashido griped. Can't you let us enjoy the cuteness of baby Midoriya in peace? Izuku's mom finished with the computer as she stood next to the chair her son was sitting in, her voice having sounded a little worried while she humored the boy even as she stood next to him with a slight smile. Teenage Midoriya began narrating over his younger self's excited expression as the kid leaned forward towards the monitor. The video I loved was an old one. Disaster footage from a long time ago. But more importantly, it was the debut of the greatest hero the world has ever known. Oh hey, I remember that video, Kirishima said. No way, Midoriya, I'm sure I had you beat. I had to have watched that thing at least 20,000 times. 25,000 for me, Zero piped up. Hey, I watched it a lot as a kid too, Soto stated. I did as well, Shoji declared. Maybe not 1,000 times, but definitely at least 100. Kaminari huffed. You guys need to get on my level. I watched that thing over 40,000 times, easy. All Might chuckled in his throat at their banter, and he couldn't help but smile at the big grin on child Midoriya's face as rousing music played over the scene of his Japanese debut. He was completely sure that no such music played on the video, but hearing this, he DMN well wished it did. Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. Because I am here. Midoriya, You simply must stop being so cute, Emma chided him. You're making the rest of us look bad by comparison. Izuku blushed and rubbed his head as best as he could while remaining wrapped in cuddles from Uraraka and Ida. Uraraka especially was not letting go as she rested her head on his shoulder. It was like they were keeping him in a nest, not that he was complaining. I'm sure everyone was cute as a kid, Emma. But not like you, Midori, Ashido beamed. He's the coolest in the universe, child, Midoriya cheered. And once I get my quirk, I'm gonna be a hero just like him. Midoriya started to laugh in an All Might imitation after his declaration while his mom looked on in worry. Adorable, thought Asui. All Might placed his hand over his mouth, covering his bittersweet smile as he tried not to cry again. He really had started to take after his successor. The scene shifted to a doctor's office, with a bald glasses-wearing doctor with a bottle-brush mustache sitting lackadaisically in a chair. Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. Shows what you know. Kaminari hurled at the screen. Midoriya's got a rad powerful quirk. Todoroki glanced at Kaminari, then back at Midoriya. Did he just forget All Might saying that he spent 10 months training Midoriya? Training him for what? To use his quirk. Could he not use it because his body was still so scrawny and weak? Oh dear, 𝐒𝐭𝐽, Midoriya said, placing her hand on Izuku's frozen back after his toy clattered to the ground from his limp hand. So you really think there's something wrong, then? Most of the other kindergartners in his class have begun to show signs already. So you were just a late bloomer, then, Midoriya, Ida told his friend. There's no need to feel bad. You do know that's 4-year-old me up there, right? Not 4-squared me. Powers do you and the boy's father have? The doctor asked. Nothing too special, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 replied, placing a hand to her cheek with a bit of embarrassment. I can float small objects towards me and my husband breathes fire. She moved her hand, floating the dropped action figure from the ground back to her grasp from the weak telekinetic pull of her quirk. They're useful enough, I suppose. Yoyorozu frowned. If she was still taking notes, she would have started tapping her pen against the notebook again. But Midoriya's quirk is nothing like those. Izuku should have already manifested one of these quirks or a combination of both, the doctor explained. But after viewing his X-rays, I don't think he's going to. Uraraka held onto Izuku a little tighter, doing her best to not think about how close he was. He was her friend, and he was just in a bad place and needed her support, but right now she felt like she was the one needing his reassurance instead. He'd already lived through this moment, but this was her first time seeing it, and it conflicted so much with everything she thought she knew. He's wrong, right, Deku? You see, when superpowers first began appearing, there were many research studies conducted, and doctors discovered a link between the bones in a person's foot and their likelihood of developing a quirk. People with powers have only one joint in their pinky toe. Their bodies have evolved into a more streamlined version of the human form. You can see here that Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky, like roughly 20% of the population these days. Based on the research that's available, it's safe to say that your son isn't going to develop a quirk. The assembled audience was flabbergasted by what the on-screen doctor had said. Don't listen to him, man. Kaminari shouted. That guy's just a quack. You've got an insanely awesome quirk. Kaminari, chill out, Gyro snapped. We know. We've all seen it. That research is outdated anyway, Hatsume said dismissively. I've got an extra joint in my pinky toe, and my quirk came in just fine anyway. New things are always being discovered. Oh yeah, hey, what's your quirk again? Ashido asked. Hatsume grinned. Zoom. She pointed to her eyes. I can enhance my vision and zoom in my sight like binoculars or a telescope. It lets me see up to 5 kilometers away. I can also zoom in really close to do small detail work. It's really handy when making my super cute babies. They were doing their best to distract themselves from the sad music of the rainy night after that bad news was delivered to Midoriya. They could hear him watching All Might's debut again, but they didn't want to. This show was a roller coaster of emotions that they weren't allowed to get off of. Izuku turned his chair around and 𝐒𝐭𝐽's breath hitched as the young mother started to cry. The camera turned to Izuku's face, showing his eyes flooded with tears as he pointed at All Might's smile. Do you think? I could be a hero too. Izuku's classmates dissolved into sobs as they looked away, hearing his mother collapse and tell him that she was sorry. Uraraka buried her face into Izuku's chest so as not to show him her tears. You can be a hero, Deku, she choked out. The greatest. Yes, Ida added, cradling Izuku's head in his arm. Without a doubt, the very best. Uraraka felt ashamed as Izuku's hand lightly patted her head. She was trying to comfort him, but he was the one being strong and comforting her. It wasn't supposed to go this way. We believe in you, Midoriya. Hagekyu cheered through her sniffles. You can be a hero. An awesome one. Mineta added. Shota, Midnight whispered, removing her glasses and rubbing her eyes, you really do have a problem, child. He's making me cry. My world was crumbling. Teenage Midoriya narrated over the image of his fallen All Might toy. There was only one thing I wanted to hear. The scene returned to the present as Aldera Midoriya walked home from school, holding his burnt hero notebook in his hand as he stood beneath a pedestrian tunnel with a sign saying "Watch your head" above it. I made a decision that day. No matter what anyone else thinks, I have to believe in myself, and I'll keep smiling, just like him. Midoriya screwed a smile onto his face, and started to laugh like All Might as he headed into the tunnel. Kirishima wiped his eyes with his arm. Oh man, that's so manly, Midoriya. To keep going after all of that, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Tokoyami nodded his head, though he too had wetness around his eyes. Triumph is born from adversity. We all must struggle through our own darknesses. Sludge rose up behind Midoriya. The sound made the young man stop laughing and turn around as the amorphous form of the villain towered over him. Bakugo showed a reaction for the first time in minutes. All Might never said he saved Deku from that sludge bestiality before. Uraraka gasped and tightened her grip on Izuku's sleeve as the sludge villain grinned manically at him. Deku. You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid. Oh, I can't watch this. Gyro shuddered, covering her eyes as the sludge villain charged Midoriya, suffocating him as he tried to force himself into the teenager's body. This is nuts, Kendo said. Just how much more pain did you have to suffer, Midoriya? It gets better soon, I promise. Izuku declared, even as his on-screen counterpart was choking and futilely trying to pry the fluid villain off of him. I know it doesn't look that way, and yeah, this was one of the worst days of my life, but it's also one of the best. If it shows everything I think it'll show, you just have to keep watching. So look forward to it. There is a bright light in all of this. After all, I'm here with all of you now, right? Some of his class looked apprehensive as the villain told Midoriya he was a real hero to me, kid. A soft voice said, okay then. The students and teachers looked to the one who had spoken. Todoroki. If Midoriya asks us to trust him that this gets better, then let's trust him and watch. I mean, sure, Zero commented. But, that sludge villain calling him a hero after all that stuff we just saw, Soto added, that's some dramatic irony right there. Midnight beamed in pride. Ooh, that's a sharp boy. No way, this can't be the end, Midoriya thought as his vision started to fade, eyes catching sight of a drawing of a hero in his notebook. Somebody. Help. The manhole cover within the tunnel flew up into the air. Hope appeared in the students, and All Might couldn't help but grin to himself. Now it was time for his entrance. The sludge villain turned around, and his eyes widened in shock, mortified at the sight in front of him. The camera panned to the side, revealing. All Might. Have no fear, you're safe. He stomped his foot down, dust rising from the concrete as the first bars of the same heroic music from his debut video started up with the introductory strings. Now that I am here, that is. Deku, you were saved by All Might. Uraraka squealed. Your favorite hero. Keep it down. Kamemoto scolded her as All Might ducked under the goo villain's attack. This part's awesome. All Might dodged the second attack, and wound his right fist up. Texas. Smash. He threw his fist forward, a torrent of wind blowing the sludge villain away. I can't hold together. His fluid body scattered, leaving Midoriya free of the villain. His eyes barely fluttered open, consciousness still fading from having suffocated from the villain's brutal attack. Is that All Might? Midoriya's vision went black. That was amazing, All Might. Tetsu cheered along with most of 1A, such a manly entrance. Kirishima crowed. He's the best. He saved you, Midoriya, Koda spoke up. That's really amazing. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his head bashfully. All he did was get saved by All Might, but yeah, it was pretty amazing, especially seeing it like this. Wow, you managed to save the boy with just the wind pressure from your punch, Kayama purred. Impressive stuff, All Might. The screen came back, showing All Might repeatedly slapping Midoriya's cheek. Hey! Wake up! Hey! And then you pull this, Aizawa sighed. All Might had the decency to look sheepish. Really, All Might, Nezu chided with a light-hearted chuckle to his tone, you should know better than this. Midoriya's eyes opened fully, taking in the sight of All Might standing over him. Thought we'd lost you there. He screamed. Most everyone started to laugh at Midoriya's reaction. Yeah, I'd probably do the same if that happened to me, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said bashfully. Ojiro scratched a finger along his cheek. I mean, it is All Might we're talking about. Waking up to the number one hero standing over you. And being a total fanboy like Midoriya, Zero agreed. Heck yeah, I'd be screaming too. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicing. Usually I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe, but it turns out this city's source system is pretty difficult to navigate. He laughed. Well, it's not like he would have known the source system as well as the villain, Kendo reasoned. Yes, that villain probably would have lived in the source, Yorozu agreed. Anyway, you were a big help. Thank you. I've captured the Evile door. All Might posed, showing the villain contained within the 2 plastic pop bottles that had been in his shopping bag. Stars and stripes appeared all over the screen. The class was still laughing. The mood had gone from dark and depressing, to inspiring, to tense horror, to an awesome rescue, and now to a campy comedy mood in a matter of minutes. They really needed the over-the-top campiness of All Might's hero persona in this situation to readjust themselves. The most amazing hero of the entire world, All Might, Midoriya was still freaking out. The real thing. In the flesh. Standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person. Uraraka had let go of Izuku, only because she was holding her sides because she was laughing so hard along with the others. She couldn't help it. After all this, she needed to join in on the teasing, and maybe Midoriya needed it too, just teasing. Not any kind of vicious mockery. Yeah, he's way more muscly in person than on TV, right? She elbowed Midoriya in the gut under the blanket as a lens flare lit up All Might's smile, and he laughed back. Aizawa smiled under his capture scarf. Midoriya shook his head clear as he realized something. Holy CRP. I need to get an autograph. I've got a pen around here somewhere. He gasped, catching sight of his hero analysis notebook. Please sign my notebook. Midoriya picked it up and opened it. All Might had already done his best John Hancock, his signature covering 2 whole blank pages of the book. Again, Midoriya screamed. Even Bakugo and Todoroki started to laugh at Midoriya's fanboying. What could they say? It was amusing. Welp. I've got to get this guy to the police so they can take care of him, All Might said, patting the pocket in his briefs where he'd secured one of the bottles with the villain. He turned away from Midoriya. Stay out of trouble. See you around. Midoriya broke out of his fanboying moment. Wait, you're leaving already. Pro heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies, his idol answered as he limbered up. He can't go yet, thought Midoriya. There are still so many questions I have to ask him. Izuku slapped his palm over his face. Uraraka and Ida started and looked at him in shock. Deku. Midoriya. What is it? Uraraka asked, concerned. Izuku laughed at himself. It's nothing, just, this is where I do something really dumb. All Might launched into the sky in a powerful jump. Thanks for your continued support. Midoriya had latched onto his legs. The laughter started up all over again. Aizawa groaned. Problem child, that was very dangerous, Midoriya, Ida scolded. You should have thought before you did something so insanely reckless. My idol had just saved my life, Ida, and I'd been having a really, really bad day, Izuku countered, somehow managing to laugh. I couldn't just let him go. Uraraka wiped a tear from her eye. You're crazy. Shoji placed his hand to his mask-covered chin. How did his facial muscles do that? All Might coughed, a bit of BLD leaking out past his clenched teeth. SHT. That sobered the crowd up. Hatsune tilted her head. Hey, is All Might sick? We saw what was presumably his skeletal form bulk up earlier, Todoroki reasoned. But this is the first clue the show is giving us that something is actually wrong with All Might. All Might and Midoriya landed on the roof of an office building. Midoriya looked like he might pass out again or turn into a zombie, whichever was more natural. I just saw my whole life flash before my eyes. All Might pressed his fists to his hips. Not a very smart move, he firmly stated to get his scolding across. Bang on the door for a while, someone will let you in. Now, I have to go. See you on the flip side. Gyro raised an eyebrow and stared at All Might on screen. Dude. For real. Did he just say that? 1 second. Begged Midoriya. No. I don't have any time. I have to know. Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. The students tensed up. Hey Mineta began. So this is when Midoriya asks All Might if he can become a hero, right? The short teen looked around. That's what this was building up to, after all. It certainly seems so, Ribbit, Asui agreed. Come on, ask. Ashido encouraged the on-screen Midoriya. This is your origin story. Sometimes I do feel like a failure, like there's no hope for me. But even so, I'm not going to give up, ever. Trembling, Midoriya looked up at All Might as the top of the pros walked towards the edge of the roof. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? All Might stopped. I'm a normal kid without any powers, Midoriya continued. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? The music swelled as All Might half-turned at his words to look back at Midoriya. Meeting All Might was a dream come true, narrator Midoriya stated. A real miracle. Standing in front of me was the hero I'd idolized most of my life. I didn't realize it at the time, but that chance encounter would change the course of my future. And ending theme started, showing the notebook open to a drawing that most now somewhat recognized, the original depiction of Midoriya's hero costume. Oh man. Ashido whined. That's how it ends. It's a good dramatic stopping point, Ojiro pointed out, but I agree, it is vexing. Come on. I want to know what All Might said. Tetsu complained. Kendo glanced over at him. You're really getting into this, Tetsu? Kamemoto stood up, pressing a button on the remote, skipping the rest of the outro. Okay, we've got to make up for lost time because of y'all's shenanigans. I really should have expected that, though. I'm skipping the outro and intro for the next few episodes to make sure we finish in time. If you need to pee, use the bathroom now. We're skipping ahead to the next one right away. The Maple Theatre had 4 levels to its seating, arranged in a slender semicircular fashion like a college lecture hall. The entrance to the theatre was at the top left of the room with no seating at that level, stairs going down to the seating at either side and with a presentation area in front of and below the big screen. Kamemoto's AV area was at the far right at the top, just in front of the door to the toilets. Each level had 3 couches intended to seat 3 people, and 2 love seats meant for 2, for a total combined seating of 60. The number of US students present were 23, and with their 4 teachers that made 27, just under half the available seats. That left room for some students to sit on their own, if they wished. Todoroki and Aomar were the only 2 who had decided to do so. At the end of the first episode, before Kamemoto could start the next, there was a quick but intense flurry of activity as some of the furniture was moved around. Izuku could only watch as the couch he, Uraraka, and Ida had been sitting on in the middle of the front row had the adjacent love seats, and far couches on the left and right ends all moved to press up next to theirs to form an uninterrupted line of seating. On the row behind him the same thing happened, with all the furniture being pushed together and moved closer to the guard railing between levels, so that the whole thing looked almost like a massive couch designed for 30 people. Most of the students piled in between one of the two, with only Todoroki, Ema, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tetsu abstaining. Todoroki and Ema both sat on their own on the third level, though they were in adjacent seating to one another, while Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tetsu were on the far left couch on the third level, the two redundant quirk users keeping the explosion boy company. Immediately behind those three sat the teachers, with Principal Nezu on Midnight's lap. The principal watched Bakugo's demeanor closely. He had not interacted much with him, but had watched the footage from the boys' combat training and the finals at the end of the first term, when he and Midoriya had to face off against All Might. The boy had drive, talent, determination, and pride. He certainly had the raw combat ability and power to face almost any villain and succeed, especially when honed with future training and experience. Bakugo could certainly be a contender for number 2 since with Midoriya's pure heart and one for all at his command he would clearly rise to become the new number 1 once the students went pro. Unfortunately, he did not have the heart yet. And now All Might, the unassailable number 1, had shattered his pride, unequivocally declaring that he was unworthy of the title of hero. The boy had resisted the call of the League of Villains before, but now they were going to need to pay even closer attention to his fragile psyche. "Don't worry, Midori," Ashido said, leaning over Asui and Uraraka to wrap her pink arms around Izuku's neck. "We're all here for you." "Yes," Yorozu agreed. "While we may not be as close friends with you as Uraraka is, please know that all of us will do whatever we can to support you." "You're stuck with us," Mineta said with a nod. "Yeah," Gyro added. "Class 1A sticks together." "We've got your back, bro," Kaminari insisted, giving him a thumbs up from the next level. Izuku smiled through the wetness in his eyes as Ashido let go. "Thanks everyone, I'll do my best. Just remember, the story does get better, though it's going to start getting pretty crazy soon." "So what happened before wasn't crazy?" Uraraka asked, giving him an incredulous look. You're gonna start scaring us?" He smiled. "No spoilers, but yeah, crazy. And, I'm going to end up doing something dumb, just so you're aware." Ida laughed. "You wouldn't be you if you didn't do something crazy, Midoriya," he stated. "But knowing you, it'll probably also be something heroic." "Yeah," Uraraka agreed. "Stupidly heroic is kinda your thing, isn't it?" Izuku felt like a lot of BLD had been rushing to his cheeks today as he nodded. Kamemoto raised her voice from the back. "Okay. Let's get this show on the road. Episode 2, here we go." Little Midoriya watched All Might's debut video. "Still precious." Hagekyu cheered as kindergartner Midoriya laughed like All Might. The doctor shot down his dreams with a succinct, "Sorry kid, it's not going to happen." Zero shook his head. "Geez, I understand recaps, but we just want to hear what All Might said." Aldera Midoriya stood on the roof with All Might, about to ask the question. "Even if I'll never have superpowers," he thought, and Bakugo's words from earlier that day when his teacher casually revealed he wanted to go to U2 burned through his ears. "Even if everyone thinks I'm useless, I'm sorry, Izuku," Inko sobbed as she hugged her heartbroken child. "I wish things were different." "Mom, that's not what I needed you to say. Couldn't you see?" Uraraka held onto Deku's wrist, swallowing the lump in her throat. This was still hard to watch. It seemed like everyone in Deku's life had either deliberately or unintentionally worked to stamp out his dream of being a hero. Yes, he was sitting here next to her, but watching this made her heart ache for him. "I was supposed to put these feelings away," she thought, but seeing everything Deku went through, is even more amazing. "Despite everything, I still dream, and I have to know." He looked up to All Might as the pro walked away. "Is it possible to be a hero even if I don't have a quirk? I'm a normal kid without any powers, could I ever hope to be someone like you?" All Might steeled his expression into neutral. This episode was going to hurt, and it would surely impact his standing with the students after witnessing everything that young Midoriya had gone through in his life up to this point. He only hoped that young Midoriya was telling the truth, and that after he left him on that roof the boy truly didn't have any thoughts of ending it. All Might stopped and half-turned to look back at Midoriya. Without a quirk. A jolt of yellow light flashed across the screen, and All Might jerked in pain. All Might? Kaminari asked, looking on in worry as All Might hunched over, steam beginning to swirl all around his body. Oh no, he whispered to himself. Damn it. Not here. The screen returned to Midoriya, who was looking down despondently after finally asking his question, rambling on and trying to explain himself. People think I don't have a chance, that not having any powers makes me some kind of weakling. My classmates like to make fun of me. But you know what, that makes me want to prove them wrong. Ever since I was a kid, I've thought that saving people was the coolest thing you can do. His current classmates' eyes were widening as Midoriya rambled into giving himself a pep talk, his eyes brightening and his smile returning to his face. Izuku placed his head in his hands in embarrassment. Looking at this again, he was so unobservant. His friends were asking the screen if All Might was okay, since the sight of him smoking was still so new to them they hadn't realized that this was what happened every time he dropped out of muscle form yet. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe, and be the kind of hero everyone in the world looks up to. Just like you. The steam faded away to reveal All Might's emaciated body standing right where Buff Might had been a few seconds ago. Midoriya's face screwed up in shock as he wordlessly screamed in surprise. You knew. Uraraka gasped. Heads twisted and looked at Midoriya while Kamemoto started fast-forwarding. Yeah, I kinda knew all along, Izuku admitted, smiling sheepishly and glancing down at the green blanket. Did anyone else know? Kendo asked. Just the teachers, Izuku replied, but I'm pretty sure the teachers knew that I knew about All Might. What makes you say that, Midoriya? Yoirozu asked. Since almost nobody knew before Kamino, why do you think the teachers would be aware of you knowing his secret? The USJ, Izuku answered. After Shigaraki and Kurogiri warped away, actually, I think I'll just wait until we get to that point. Midoriya. Ashido whined. Tell us now. Respect his decision, Ashido, Ida reprimanded her. Although I personally would like to know now, if we'll see it anyway, then there's no point in rushing it. Fui, Aizawa looked at All Might. We never told Midoriya that we knew he knew about your time limit. How do you think he figured it out? All Might returned his look as Kamemoto stopped fast-forwarding through the intro, now showing the Tatooine shopping district. Because of Cementos. He blocked off both Midoriya and myself from the rest of the students and didn't react to Midoriya having seen my true body. That's probably how Midoriya deduced it. Zooming in on an alley in the shopping district, a pop bottle with green fluid inside of it suddenly opened a pair of eyes within the fluid. The sludge villain. Tetsu shouted. How'd he get there? It was probably Deku's fault, Bakugo answered, though he wasn't shouting. All Might had him loose in the pockets of his cargo briefs, and then Deku hitched a ride. The bottle probably fell out when All Might was trying to push the DMN hero nerd off. Yeah, that's probably when it happened, Izuku admitted. He looked up at Bakugo. For what it's worth, I'm really sorry about that, Kaken. Bakugo gave him the stink eye for a moment before looking back at the screen. He and his two Aldera lackeys had come on screen. Yeah? Sure, whatever. Uraraka blinked while the rest of the students seemed a little stunned. That was rather tame of Bakugo. Weren't you and Midoriya good friends back when you were kids? One of the peons asked Bakugo as the teen held a soft drink. Can he just finish draining the contents of? Yeah, you were a little harsh with him today, said the other. Well, at least it looks like those two had a conscience, ribbit, Asui remarked, Uraraka and Hagakure invisibly nodding. It's his own fault for getting in my way, Bakugo rationalized, kicking at the bottle in front of him. It slammed against a pole, the top popping off and some of the sludge spilling out. Yeah, Gyro drawled sarcastically, because sitting quietly in his own desk is totally getting in your way. Shut it, Lobes. And his back, Tokomi muttered. Bakugo flashed back to what Midoriya was saying earlier at the start of school, about how he always wanted to be a hero since he was a little kid. I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can't I? His flashback ended, and Bakugo scowled as he gripped the base of the can. Someone's gotta teach that worthless nerd how the world really works, he growled, exploding the can. He threw the can away, saying, I hate it when he talks heroes. Kirishima looked at Bakugo. It didn't make sense. He was in the hero course. Why wouldn't he want to talk heroes? Sure, Kirishima doubted that anyone in their class was as much a hero fanboy as Midoriya, but everyone had to have at least one hero as their idol and inspiration. He thought of asking Bakugo, but the slightly narrowed eyebrows and frown on his face as he reclined back on the couch made him think better of it. Maybe after they were done for the day he'd try to bring it up. Hey, I've got an idea. We should go to the arcade. Bakugo looked at the toady of his who suggested that. Get your mind off it, you know. Fine, Bakugo agreed. The other spoke up with a bit of a sleazy tone. Or we could sneak into the bar at the station. Pick up some ladies. These guys are only 14, right? Uraraka asked. Isn't that, like, a super dumb move? They can only try it 'cause they're so tall, Mineta griped. Wish I wasn't so short. Izuku smiled and tilted his head awkwardly as Bakugo immediately shot that idea down. Well, nobody said they were the brightest. So Bakugo was only concerned about it getting on his record. Zero asked. Kind of a dumb reason if you ask me, Gyro commented. Both of Bakugo's friends reacted to something behind him, and Bakugo turned around to the sludge villain rising up. Perfect. I like a skin suit with some fire. The teen's eyes widened in what could be taken to be fear. Whoa, Soto said. Was Bakugo actually afraid? The hell I was. Explosive Pomeranian violently denied as the title card popped up. Any one of you losers would have wet your breathes and died if you were there. Episode 2, What It Takes to Be a Hero. Midoriya screaming on the rooftop was where the scene cut to. A few people couldn't help but chuckle or giggle. DMN, Midoriya, Gyro laughed. Were you screaming that whole time? You must have some lung capacity. I suppose that is how anyone would first react to seeing what you truly looked like, Kiyama said with a faint smile as she looked at her colleague. Midoriya was freaking out as the camera panned up with a close-up of All Might's weakened form. Wait, who? What happened? You deflated. His classmates were laughing again, and Izuku tried to hide in his seat and keep the grin from his face. Yeah, watching him react like this was pretty funny. Midoriya looked right and left. Where'd All Might go? You're not him. You're a fake, an imposter. He really didn't think it was you? Aizawa asked. All Might grinned. Well, would 14-year-old you? I'm not a fair comparison, but that's a fair point. After sighing, All Might opened his mouth. I assure you that I am all me. His words were interrupted as BLD poured out of his mouth. As Midoriya freaked out again, Asui looked up. Are you okay, sir? I'm quite all right, or should I say, All Might, young Asui, he replied. That's normal for me. You'll see why in a sec. Kamemoto groaned and smacked her head on the back of her desk chair while Aldera Izuku shouted that that was impossible. And I thought we weren't going to get to that joke until season 5. You know how guys at the pool are always skinging and flexing and trying to look buff? All Might asked, pointing towards an animated visual aid as he wiped his mouth. I'm like that. So you're trying to say that you going from tiny to buff is just flexing? Mineta shouted. What kind of monster muscles do you have, All Might? No, I'm dreaming, Midoriya uttered, looking like his soul was leaving his body after his entire world was knocked off kilter. Uraraka giggled. I guess I'd look that way too if I ever learned what 13 actually looked like under her spacesuit. All obstacles and wins the day with a fearless smile, Midoriya pronounced with a wobbly voice, as if trying to reassure himself of what his truth was. All Might sighed. There's plenty of fear behind that smile, he revealed. The man sat down by the railing near the edge of the roof and looked calmly at Midoriya. The levity died down. They could all tell that what All Might was about to say was going to be serious. All Might himself sighed and got his face back into neutral. The words he regretted with all his heart were coming up soon, but given the way things turned out in the end, perhaps those words were necessary. For Izuku to still act like he did, even after his hero told him no, It proved that he truly did have the heart necessary, that he was the only one who could ever have become his successor. That didn't make what he did to the poor boy any less cruel, though. I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. Don't go talking about this online or telling your friends. Midoriya looked at All Might as the hero said that, still unsure, and then there was the quick sound of fabric moving and the middle schooler flinched in horror and disgust. All Might was shown sitting, lifting up the left side of his shirt. A gruesome scar was about halfway up the left side of his chest, lines of scar tissue like a spiderweb of pavement cracks leading out from it. None of the students had seen that scar before, and it caused them to gasp or clutch at their mouths as their stomachs turned. All Might, Ashido whimpered. There's a villain that could do that to him. Mineta whispered. That's unreal. Shoji was at a loss. No, Uraraka squeaked, while Ida uttered, All Might, you can't. Pretty gross, right? I got this in a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system was basically destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. All of the surgeries have pretty much worn me out, and it can't be fixed. Right now I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day, the rest of the time, this is what I look like. Only 3 hours? Kendo asked. How did he manage to teach us all day then? 5 years ago. Midoriya asked. So does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? Wow, you know your stuff, All Might replied, impressed. I would just like to point out that only Midoriya could pull off an All Might fact like that from the top of his head, Gyro stated. Really? Tetsu asked. Yeah, Kirishima replied. Whoever has Midoriya on their team on Hero Trivia Nights basically always wins by a landslide, so we've kinda banned him from playing. Most of the world has never heard of this fight, All Might explained. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. I'm supposed to be the guy who's always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think that I'm never afraid, but honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure's high. This job isn't easy. Midoriya was hanging on to every word All Might said. The number one hero looked back at the young man in front of him, giving him a very serious expression. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. He didn't, Uraraka whispered, her body turning to ice beneath the warmth of the blankets. She shook her head, not wanting to hear All Might's next sentence. So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Kiyoma turned her gaze to All Might, the retired pro's stony expression not meeting hers. You told him that? All Might, Aizawa grumbled, you have some serious explaining to do. Ashido held her hand up by her mouth. No way. Midoriya, he said, after everything you'd been through, to hear him say that. Zero questioned. Right to your face. Bakugo was silent. After hearing All Might say those words to Deku, he thought he'd feel some form of vindication, that everything he'd done to keep Deku down and in his place as a worthless bystanding pebble on the side of the road was justified, but instead he just felt empty. He hated it. Forcing himself to snarl, Bakugo snapped, serves you right, 𝐻𝐸 nerd. Even All Might said you're quirkless but was useless. That's not what he said, Bakugo, Todoroki rebutted. If you listened properly, you would have heard All Might tell Midoriya to be a police officer. They also have an important and difficult job, but without the usual dangers of fighting the deadliest villains. Hatsune leaned forward to look directly at Midoriya's couch as All Might nearly reached the roof access door. That's fine, Midoriya. You're pretty smart. Come to the support course. We'll make all sorts of babies together and we don't care about quirks. Hatsune. Ida gasped. She giggled. Come on, it'll be fun. We need hero-obsessed brainiacs in there. You do know he's in the hero course already, right? Tokoyami asked. He can always transfer. I suppose that's true. All Might stopped at the door to the roof access. Fortunately it was unlocked. It's not bad to have a dream, young man. Just make sure that your dreams are attainable, realistic, understand. He walked through the door, closing it behind him. Izuku could feel Uraraka shaking next to him. She seemed almost as angry now as she did earlier when Kaken had been bullying him. All Might, He heard her growl under her breath. Realizing that she was about to do something dumb, Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. "Uraraka, wait. Don't blame All Might for this." "But Deku," she whispered, looking at him, eyes once again wet, "you heard him. He smashed your dream." "But he was right," Izuku reasoned. "And he didn't know me. He didn't know my story. I was just some random quirkless fanboy who wanted to be a hero. All Might didn't want me to walk a path that could very likely kill me. He was trying to protect me." She frowned at him, and slowly turned her attention back to the screen. "Doesn't mean I have to like it." The insides of All Might's pockets dropped from limp fingers as he stared out the stairwell window at the smoke rising in the distance. "Not good." Midoriya was still standing outside in the same spot he'd been in when All Might left him just seconds ago. An explosion sounded in the distance, and the teen looked up to see a cloud of smoke. "A villain. I wonder which hero will show." Aizawa narrowed his eyes. "There he go. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers." Midoriya stopped, a conflicted expression on his face as he remembered the words All Might had just spoken to him. "So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk." Thought that prematurely, Aizawa sighed as he watched Midoriya slowly and despondently head to the door to walk down the stairs. "Oh man." Kaminari rubbed his hands, watching All Might struggle to hurry through the streets to the scene. "This music's intense. It's giving me the creeps." "That's how you know it's good," Jiraiya replied. "Yes, it does fit the scene well," Ida agreed. Opposite him, Uraraka stealthily grabbed Midoriya's hand under the blanket. No matter what All Might said, she told him quietly, giving his hand a soft squeeze. "I believe you could have become a hero, even without a quirk." Izuku felt a lump in his throat, but didn't answer her. The worst was over now. Everything would be going uphill from here. Ashido looked between Midoriya and Uraraka, and started grinning like a cat. "Oh, I see, Ochiko." It was Midori after all. Civilians in the Tatooine shopping district were screaming as they tried to run away. Flames danced on the ground as the signs of shops collapsed. Death Arms and two other pro-heroes that hadn't been introduced by name arrived to survey the scene, standing behind a pair of police officers. The sludge villain was in the middle of the street, surrounded by flames and looking quite monstrous as he held Bakugo in his fluid body. The camera zoomed in on Bakugo, struggling against the bonds that held him. "Bakugo!" Kirishima yelped. "I'm here, dumbass," Bakugo reminded him. "Yeah, but just shut up and watch. It'll take more than that sludge bstrd to stop me. How dare you prey on a child?" Death Arms shouted as he leapt in and punched the villain. "Way to go, Death Arms!" Soto cheered, pumping his fist. Gyro cracked a smile. "That's gotta hurt." Death Arms' punches are like wrecking ball. "But the villain's made of goo," Hatsume pointed out, "so his fist's probably just going to sink right in." Just as Hatsume said, Death Arms' punch sunk into the body of the villain, and he looked at it in surprise as he tried to pull back out. "What the hell is this? Some kind of goo." The sludge villain lashed out, whipping Death Arms back. The punching hero slammed into the shutters of a closed shop, his back and shoulders denting them with the force of the impact. "Brute strength will not be the solution here," Tokoyami said with a frown. "But All Might's the hero who saves the day, right?" Mineta asked. "And is all about brute strength. We've already seen him do it." "Hang on, Mineta," Kirishima reminded them. "There was also that kid who ran out just before All Might showed up." "Stay back or I'll snap his neck," the villain taunted the heroes. Bakugo wrenched his mouth free from his captor, roaring in anger. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna send you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of." Explosions came from Bakugo's sludge-covered hands as he struggled against the villain's hold. "Let me go." Large blasts rocked the shopping district, Bakugo doing everything he could to break free. Kirishima clapped Bakugo on the shoulder. "Hey man, good job. That's really manly of you." "The hell are you talking about, shitty hair?" Bakugo asked. He gestured back up at the screen, where it was showing him still being captive. "See, it didn't do anything, just dried him out a little around my palms." "Yeah, but not everybody could struggle against him like that," Kirishima reminded him. Remember what happened when he found Midoriya. He was being suffocated and taken over in a matter of seconds. Don't compare me to that quirkless weakling, Bakugo huffed. You can't compare a stick of dynamite to a toy water pistol. Quirk like yours under my control, I can take All Might down with one punch. Yaoyorozu sighed. He's certainly overestimating Bakugo's explosions. He and Midoriya fought All Might for their final exam. They did. Kendo asked, surprised. What happened? Bakugo's explosions barely fazed him. With this Bakugo still in middle school, it'd be even less likely to even scratch All Might. The crowd began cheering as Mount Lady made her way to the scene, but the pro had to stop as a distraught expression took over her face. My only weakness, she lamented, withdrawing her spandex-clad foot. I need at least a 2-lane road if I'm going to make my way through here. So, shrink. Gyro suggested. The hearing hero in training looked at Midoriya. She can shrink and go giant at will, right? From what I've seen, yes, Izuku replied. But this was the same day as Mount Lady's debut. I don't think she's an U alumnus, but the school she went to definitely didn't teach her how to apply all the uses of her gigantification quirk to their fullest. And even if she had shrunk, she still would have needed to go giant again, and I'm not sure if she can modulate her size or her metamorphosis is basically go giant or bust. If this situation was a problem for her, then she probably could have spent more time as a sidekick or stuck to a rural area, since being in a crowded city like Musutafu with lots of small shopping districts and alleyways is, Kendo whispered to Yorozu, so this is the famous Midoriya mutter in action. I've only seen him do it once before. Yorozu giggled. Backdraft was busy trying to put out the fires that had sprouted all over the district due to Bakugo's explosions. I've got my hands full here. Where are those fire trucks? Can you guys get to him? Can't get a grip on his weird body, Death Arms answered, standing in front of Slugger. Plus that kid's quirk is causing explosions left and right. This is a shutout, Slugger stated, watching the villain carefully. We've got to rally and knock him out of the park somehow. The villain got a better handle on Bakugo and lashed out at the heroes again, Slugger and Death Arms dodging out of the way. It's no good. None of us have the right quirks to stop a villain like this. We'll do damage control until someone with the right powers shows up. This is disgraceful, Aizawa muttered, glaring at the screen as Backdraft and Kamu Woods continued fighting the fires and getting civilians to safety. Kiyoma nodded. Yes, there does seem to be a fair amount of wasted effort. Yes, Nezu agreed. Rescuing the hostage should be their top priority above defeating the villain. While Death Arms may not have the strength to defeat the sludge villain on his own, he should be strong enough to wrest Bakugo from his grasp. Nezu climbed off of Midnight's lap and stood on the back of the couch, hopping over the railing. Miss Kamemoto, may I ask you to pause the video for a minute? The red-haired woman almost fell out of her seat in a fluster with a quiet shriek. Oh. Sure, Principal Nezu. Of course. We may end up running over time, though, but sure. She tapped her remote. Just as All Might arrived. The students craned their heads or turned to look up at the principal as he climbed on top of the railing, standing on the metal barricade with perfect balance. Listen up, students, I've just thought of a wonderful assignment for you all. An assignment? Oh God, this really is going to be like class, Kaminari realized. He's really going to spring homework on us like this. Tetsu thought. No. I wanted to go swim in the ocean. Ashido mentally cried. Smiling at their shocked expressions, Nezu held up a paw. I will allow this to be a group project, based on those people you are currently sharing seats with. Given the situation currently presented, with a villain made of an uncertain goo who has taken a child with an explosion quirk hostage in a crowded shopping district, and with the heroes we have seen present, Death Arms, Backdraft, Mount Lady, Kamu Woods, Slugger, and the hero formerly known as Prince, please devise a strategy for how to rescue the hostage and/or defeat the villain. Seriously? Uraraka exclaimed. You're asking us to come up with a strategy when even the pros couldn't. Why are you complaining, Uraraka? Kaminari retorted. You've got the walking hero quirk encyclopedia Midoriya and the class rep in your group. Midoriya, you've got to come to my couch. I don't want to fail in front of the principal again. The strategy that the heroes chose of waiting for someone with a more suitable quirk to arrive is also a viable strategy, Aizawa stated. If you are honestly stumped, then you can choose that one. As All Might said earlier in the episode to Midoriya, some villains cannot be beaten without powers. If your quirk isn't suitable to fight the villain you're up against, then choosing to retreat or work damage control and work within your abilities isn't a bad idea. I look forward to hearing your solutions to this problem when we return from lunch before starting the last 2 episodes on today's list, Nezu said. Have fun. He turned back to Kamemoto. You may continue, Miss Kamemoto. I apologize for the disruption. Oh no, she said, waving him off. It's fine. That's the kind of thing this whole deal is for anyway. She resumed the episode, several of the students now panicking internally as they watched the episode continue. All Might gasped as he caught sight of the sludge villain through the crowd of onlookers behind the police line. Must have dropped him in the air. I was distracted, worrying about my time limit. I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake after lecturing that kid about what it takes to be a hero. I'm pathetic. Hearing All Might's thoughts like this was like a sting to Izuku's heart. Learning that his idol blamed himself for this situation was more difficult than he could bear. No. It was my fault, All Might. All Might chuckled and turned a warm eye to him. No, young Midoriya, this one's on me. I'm the pro, you were a middle school student. Letting myself get distracted is my mistake, not yours. Don't beat yourself up, Midoriya, Ida encouraged him. All Might is correct. As difficult as it is to accept, you must let others take responsibility for their own mistakes or actions. You cannot shoulder the burden of blame entirely on yourself. Ida's right, Uraraka agreed, still holding Deku's hand and giving it another reassuring squeeze. Besides, we need that big brain of yours to focus on a strategy for beating the sludge villain. Oldera Midoriya walked down the street, eyes focused on his hero notebook and missing the anxious looks of the other people on the street walking in the opposite direction. The screen showed a close-up of the page opened on his hero notebook as Bakugo's friends' voices echoed in his mind. Kamu Wood's page was open, showing his notes on the hero on the right and a drawing of him on the left. He flipped the page, revealing a spread of Mount Lady and his current notes on her. Hold up. You can draw Midori. Ashido exclaimed. That's really impressive, Emma said while Izuku nodded. I'd hope your drawing of me catches my sparkle. You only saw Mount Lady once and you drew a picture of her that good? Kaminari asked. That's some serious talent. I told you guys, it was just a hobby, Izuku replied, blushing as he suddenly started receiving praise. I'm really not that good at it. What are you talking about? Hagekyu asked. Those drawings are amazing, Midoriya. I never knew you had that kind of hidden talent. Tokoyami nodded. Do not sell yourself short, Midoriya, he said. It is quite a skill. Look at Midnight. Izuku did as he said. Midnight was staring at him, smile wide and eyes big and bright. She held out her arm and gave him a big thumbs up, as expected of his hero art history teacher. Uraraka could only stare at the notebook as the page flipped over to All Might's signature. So, Deku thinks Mount Lady is Seki, here. Tears were in his eyes as he closed the notebook. Even All Might said it. A hero needs a quirk. Don't cry, damn it. Deep down, you knew this all along. You've just been avoiding reality. That's why you were trying so desperately to prove yourself wrong. So that explains it, Aizawa muttered. Explains what, Aizawa? All Might asked. Why Midoriya wasn't actively doing anything to try to become a hero despite his quirklessness, he answered as Kiyoma and Nezu looked at him. He could see Tetsu and Kirishima glance back at him, but he didn't care if they heard his rationalization. Not all quirks are exactly physical manifestations. Uraraka, Yarozu, and Tagata of the big three in 3B come to mind. None of them have quirks to give any sort of enhanced physical strength or direct means of fighting a villain. Any of them would be going into combat against a villain at an inherent disadvantage, especially if they had a combat-oriented quirk like Bakugo's. Uraraka compensated for that by learning martial arts from Gunhead, Yaozu from expanding her mind to create what's necessary for the situation and training with weapons she can create, and Tagata through intense physical training and experience from his work. Study with Sir Nightai. If Midoriya truly wanted to be a hero even without a quirk, he could have trained his body and learned martial arts or became skilled in weapons. At least then he could have attempted the entrance exam with at least some confidence and pride. However, this Midoriya, he narrowed his eyes as the on-screen Midoriya watched helplessly at the back of the crowd. He convinced himself deep down that it wasn't possible to become a hero without a quirk, and his hobby was just an escapist fantasy against the reality he had constructed. Likely influenced by his environment. Being called useless every day for 11 years probably reinforced the internalized belief that it was impossible to become a hero. Becoming a hero fanboy and analyzing their quirks because it was something he could never be and never have was probably his only way to attempt to rage against the truth he held in his heart. Which now brings the question, Aizawa continued, still staring at the screen as the show revealed Midoriya's and All Might's self-deprecating apologies to the abducted Bakugo. The students were watching with apprehension, all except for Bakugo, if his prediction was correct. If he's 14 now and still quirkless, when did his quirk manifest? Given the context of the scene, Midoriya was likely the child that will run in a few seconds. Is this when he first discovers he can use superpower? Someone, a real hero will come soon, Midoriya prayed, his hands covering his mouth to try to prevent the sickness in his throat from escaping. Bakugo, straining against the sludge villain, cast his eyes out, for once showing the depths of the fear he was truly feeling, and met Midoriya's for just an instant. He choked on his breath. Midoriya's notebook dropped to the ground right before it showed the youth running right at the villain as the music swelled. Deku. Midoriya. Were you nuts? Midoriya. Go Midori. This is crazy. Holy CRP, Midoriya. That was you. That's so manly. He's going to kill you. You're insane, Midoriya. Midoriya. No, you idiot. Death Arms yelled after him. Stop. You're going to get yourself killed. And I was right, Aizawa stated. You're smiling, Kiyama teased. Aizawa hid his mouth behind his capture scarf. Prove it. Deku. Bakugo realized, his fading vision just barely catching sight of the boy racing towards him. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? And it's official, Ojiro teased with a faint smile. Not even Midoriya understands Midoriya. That's 'cause Deku's got the heart of a true hero, through and through. Uraraka praised, watching with a smile. I bet this is when his quirk finally comes in. What do I do? What would a hero do right now? His mind flashed to the notebook he dropped, to the page with Kamu Woods and his notes on the hero's ultimate move. Page 25. Right. Midoriya swept his backpack off and threw it at the villain, the open zipper letting its contents spill out. Take this. His All Might pencil case struck the villain in its eye, eliciting a yelp of pain from the monster. That distracted him enough for Midoriya to get close, and the boy started scrambling with his arms, trying to dig the fluid away from Bakugo. Kaken! What the hell? Why are you here? Saving your life, duh, Gyro answered. Do you really have those notebooks memorized, Midoriya? Soto inquired. Sorry, I know it's weird, Izuku said bashfully. You only think that because Bakugo bullied you for it, Uraraka disagreed. Yeah man, Kaminari agreed. And if you had an old explosion boy over here may not be here. Shut your trap, Sparky, Bakugo retorted. I was just fine. No. My legs, they just started moving. You are something else, Midoriya, Ojiro said with a half-hearted chuckle. I don't know why I did what I did, narrator Midoriya stated as the words that had put him down or discouraged him flashed through his mind. Maybe it was the look on his face. Kaken, Midoriya answered with a wobbly attempt at a smile and empathetic tears flooding his eyes. I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. All Might gasped. Get the hell off me. All Might's body slowly started to expand, steam pouring off of him, like his body was rejecting what All Might was forcing it to do. I have to do something, no matter the cost. Everyone was watching with rapt attention, some of them holding their breath. The scene was intense, the music filling their ears and their hearts as the pressure was high. Just a little bit longer, kid, the sludge villain told Bakugo, trying to get him under control again. He returned his attention to Midoriya. And I'm done playing with you. He raised one thick slimy tentacle, prepared to squash the scrawny teen. Save the boy. Death Arms shouted as he and the other heroes finally lunged forward. This thing will kill him. Deku. Midoriya. Oh my, Kiyoma giggled. The kids sure are getting excited, aren't they? This kid, Aizawa grumbled. The villain's arms sung down and an explosion filled the street, obscuring everyone's view. The smoke cleared, Midoriya on the ground and decidedly not crushed by the villain's attack. I really am pathetic. That's what I'm talking about. Soto crowed as the screen showed Buff All Might standing above Midoriya, blocking the sludge villain with his arm. I told you the traits that make a great champion, but I see now I wasn't living up to my own ideals. All Might broke his arm free from the sludge villain's appendage he'd blocked. Pros are always risking their lives. All Might declared with BLD spewing from his mouth. He grabbed Bakugo, ready to rip him free. That's the true test of a hero. Demon you, All Might, shouted the villain as he tried to attack the symbol of peace. All Might countered, rearing his fist back for an uppercut while getting Bakugo to safety. Detruit smash. His punch blasted apart the villain's body, scattering the sludge everywhere as the wind pressure knocked almost everyone back. Mount Lady struggled to keep the bystanders all safe in her arms as gale force. Winds battered them all. The music that had started when Midoriya ran in ended, everything calming down. All Might's the greatest. Mineta shouted, his cheer just one of many at the conclusion to the battle. Uraraka was rocking Izuku back and forth in excitement, eyes still on the screen. Kirishima wrapped his arm around Bakugo's shoulders and neck. Rain started to fall. Everyone looked up, commenting on the rain and how the clouds were moving. Death Arms dropped his gaze to All Might, the mighty pro standing tall and wiping his mouth with his chin. Holy see, he changed the weather. But now the clouds will cover up his shining sparkle, Amar said. Such power with a single attack, Tokoyami stated. Or, Hatsune pouted. Not one of my babies has that kinda power. She started giggling under her breath. Guess I'll just have to try harder. The students' hearts swelled with admiration as All Might's theme music started up again as the hero raised his fist in victory and the crowd began cheering. It was over with a single punch, but it was a phenomenal thing to witness. Watching it happen in the format of a show just made the event resonate even more with them. Midoriya, I'm getting curious, Asui spoke up as she turned to him. You were just in a seriously stressful situation. We know how strong your quirk is. If it was going to manifest, wouldn't it have been now? Well, this was still about 10 months before the entrance exam, Izuku replied. I had it by the time of the exam, but me telling you now would just spoil things. So you're saying you got into even bigger danger? Uraraka gasped. She started shaking him. Deku, are you a trouble junkie? Stop giving us all heart attacks. You moron. Do you have a death wish? The class looked away from him at Kamu Wood's scolding voice. Midoriya flinched under the gazes of Kamu Woods and Death Arms. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. I got chewed out by the heroes, big time, he narrated, while Kaken was praised for his bravery. Todoroki frowned as the other pro hyped up the boy's quirk and told him to become his sidekick, leaning back while folding his arms over his chest. Ida, Midoriya. The two looked back at him. Wouldn't you say that this qualifies as uncertified quirk usage? Izuku looked back at the screen, watching the pro praise Bakugo. Hey, you're right. This is bullshit. Deku. Uraraka gasped. She wasn't the only one. Hearing something like that come from Midoriya's mouth was unprecedented. Language, Midoriya. Yorozu scolded him. You're not allowed to swear. Ashido complained. You're too pure. No, I agree, Ida stated, folding his arms. The disparity between Bakugo's experience and our own is striking. It reeks of hypocrisy. I think I'm missing some context here, Hatsume said. The hero, talk later. Kamemoto snapped. This part's really important. Frowning at their attendance instructions, the students returned their attention to the screen. Send him a message through his website when I get home, Midoriya decided, walking home from the incident and determined to apologize to All Might for his reckless action, since the hero was still surrounded by reporters. Deku. Bakugo. Shoji asked. What's he doing there? Seeing how he told Midoriya to jump off the school roof, I doubt it's to thank him for trying to save his life, Kendo predicted. Bakugo was shaking as he started to talk, bringing a vitriolic expression to his face, like he even hated what he was telling Midoriya. Listen, I would never ask for a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. Hey, got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who won't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. You didn't help me, you did nothing. Don't forget it. Bakugo turned around and started angrily stomping away with a sulking pout and a parting bark. I don't owe you anything. It's kinda telling that reaction's not surprising at all, Ribbit, Asui said. Indeed, agreed Tokoyami with a sage nod of his head. Dude. He risked his life to give you a few seconds of breath before All Might swooped in. Tetsu barked. Was a simple thanks you crazy idiot so hard? Shut up you dim and extra. Tetsu grunted. I've got to say, though, fighting through all that was gutsy. Actually did anything to help today, Midoriya thought with a small smile, but at least I tried. Guess now I should get back to giving up on my dreams. Uraraka frowned and opened her mouth, but before she could, All Might zoomed onto the scene from behind an alley. I am here. The man's theme music started up again as Midoriya once again began freaking out at the sudden appearance of the #1 in the Billboard charts. All Might. Where'd you come from? How'd you get rid of all those reporters? All Might laughed in reply. I stand for justice, not sound bites. Kiyoma smiled and looked at him. Oh really? That's a shocker, Aizawa commented with a sarcastic deadpan. As All Might flexed and then instantly deflated, spewing BLD, the students' reaction was mixed. Some laughed, some looked concerned, and some were torn between whether they should be worried or should laugh. Sir, you don't suppose there's a baby I could WHP up to help you with that? Hatsume asked with a big grin. I'll gladly take on an extra credit project. Thank you, young Hatsume, All Might replied, but it's all right. I have it handled these days. All Might wiped away the BLD from his mouth with his hand. Young man, I came here to thank you, but also to discuss your question from earlier. Midoriya looked up, surprised by the words All Might said. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. So thanks. Oh. No. Midoriya's hands flailed as he tried to turn it down. It was my fault he was there to begin with. I got in the way of your hard work. The boy looked away meekly, uncomfortable being praised when he figured he was at fault. I wasted your energy. And, not to mention, your time. Mido, Izuku interrupted Ida with a raised finger. Ida looked back. I'm not done, All Might countered. You told me you didn't have a power. So when I saw this timid, quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too. Midoriya brought his gaze up to All Might's face, and truly saw the serious expression of his hero. There are stories about every hero, stated the awe-inspiring man in front of him. How they became great. Most have one thing in common. The show flashed back to Midoriya bursting through the crowd to rush the sludge villain. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. Midoriya gave a soft gasp at the words All Might said. He could almost see it coming, the words he'd so desperately wanted to hear for his entire life. Come on, All Might, Zero urged. Say it. Ashido began to quietly cheer, bouncing her fists up and down in anticipation. Say it. For some reason, Midoriya narrated, the boy's body trembling with pent-up emotion. I remembered my mother's words in that moment. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. Clutching his chest, Midoriya's body started to fold inwards as tears overcame him. The students were crying as well. Izuku couldn't hold back his own tears. Revisiting this moment, one of if not the greatest moment of his life, he was almost biting through his bottom lip as he tried to contain himself. And today, that's what happened to you. Kayoma dabbed at her eyes. The soft emotional music was causing runny eyes, noses, and sniffles throughout the theater for all but the most hardened and stoic. So only Aizawa, Bakugo, and Todoroki were not blowing their noses. Kirishima wept. Oh man, this is so manly. All Might. You did good, All Might, Nezu said, patting him on the knee. I don't normally react like this, but, framed by the setting sun, All Might standing in front of the boy racked with emotion, his weakened form making the effect even more meaningful, since it was coming from the true form of the man who knew the dangers of being a hero, and not the persona he publicly displayed. Young man, you too can become a hero. Uraraka and Ida both wrapped Izuku in a hug as the three friends sobbed, so emotional at hearing the words the green bean in the center had longed to hear all his life being said to him by the greatest hero in the world. A faint smile came to Todoroki's lips and he started clapping, and soon almost everyone was clapping and cheering. Midoriya's saying something. Hagekyo shouted, her extended sleeve revealing that she was pointing back up at the still image on the screen. A reality. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that this is the story of how I became the greatest hero. A vein popped in Bakugo's forehead. The hell you are, chosen one, he raged. I already told you that I'm going to surpass you. Izuku set his face into a bit of snarky determination as Kamemoto sped through the outro. And I told you that I'd go even higher than that. This just proves it. Oh hell no. I'm gonna blow whatever future this show shows us away. I'll be the indisputable top hero of all time. Keep dreaming, Kaken, Izuku fired back, rubbing his nose. Aizawa glanced between the two like he was watching a tennis match. Midoriya's giving him sass. This is a new development. Kayoma sighed with pleasure. Oh, I just love youthful enthusiasm like this. You okay? Kendo placed her hand on Yorozu's shoulder as her fellow Uwabami in turn clutched her head. Midoriya, she snapped. I still don't understand. We've watched 2 episodes so far, and even though it's all been a single day's events, we still haven't seen when you manifest your quirk. When did you get superpower? Yeah man, Tetsu said. It's gotta be sometime soon, right? We all saw that crazy power you had at the sports festival. Midoriya looked up at the screen. Well, it should, too late. No time. Starting now. Kamemoto shouted, interrupting Midoriya before he could even say it should be coming up any minute now. A bright red star illuminated the foreground, a figure that was clearly All Might standing in front of it, causing his form to be shadowed in black as his shadow stretched out across the scene. Midoriya's narration began as the show did a close-up feature and visual representation of his popularity via merchandising. The world's most popular hero, All Might. Age, unknown. Quirk, unidentified. Now that I think about it, Kaminari wondered, do we even know All Might? True, Kendo agreed. Hearing it from an uber fan like Midoriya, didn't we just take All Might for granted? Kayoma giggled and looked at her seatmate. Really, All Might? Not even letting people know your age? He coughed. I never really thought about it before. Ida brought up as a graph that showed the drop in national crime rates of Japan was displayed, but seeing such empirical evidence of how All Might's presence truly was a deterrent to crime is inspirational. We must all work hard to live up to his example. Class reps getting fired up, Mineta teased. Course he is, Zero chuckled. He saw a graph. Izuku and Uraraka weren't the only ones who giggled as Ida felt embarrassed. They don't just call him the symbol of peace, narrator Midoriya praised as a small flock of doves flew past a statue of All Might in a random city. It's what he is. And this pillar of justice said to me. The scene changed to an artistic depiction of the end of the previous episode, a deflated All Might standing in front of a kneeling, sobbing Midoriya as the hero's voice stated, Young man, you too can become a hero. Todoroki watched as on-screen Midoriya wept while the words of his detractors and doubters echoed in his mind. Midoriya, our circumstances are nothing alike, but you really had it rough too. I'll need to thank you again for meddling. His eyes widened with a flash. Meddling? Wait, if this is Midoriya's story, then it's going to show the sports festival and likely our chat. All of Midoriya's secrets are being divulged, so it's likely that my own will be too. He glanced back to his left at the teachers. I don't want this to become a big deal. Maybe I should tell the faculty before we get to that point. I needed someone to tell me that, and then, the person I admire most in this world did. Honestly, part of me never thought I'd hear those words, much less from him. Here it comes, Izuku thought, gulping. He trusted his classmates, he really did, but he couldn't help but sweat and get nervous. He'd never had any real friends before, besides Kaken, and he hadn't even been a real friend since they were 4. His quirklessness and Kaken's charisma and forceful personality had prevented that from happening. While they'd all been supportive so far, would they turn on him now? Would they think that him being given his quirk by All Might was his way of cheating his way into UA? 99% of him said that those thoughts were rubbish, but the problem was that he was too busy listening to the 1% that said it was possible that he'd lose everything he'd gained since starting UA in the next few minutes. Uraraka felt the hand she was holding tremble, and she smiled slightly while giving it just a light squeeze. All Might held out his hands and proclaimed, I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. Uraraka's hand clenched. She, like many others, had her eyes resemble those of a fish as the words All Might just said stuck in her brain. What? Inherit. Izuku surgically removed his hand from Uraraka's grip and leaned forward as Kamemoto didn't just fast forward through the intro, but this time completely skipped it. He tried to catch Yorozu's eye. It wasn't hard. Almost everyone had turned their gazes to him. It almost felt like during the sports festival after his 1 million point value had been announced. Izuku gulped. This was a secret he had been keeping for so long, it only having been shared with Kaken, Recovery Girl, and the principal. To say that he was nervous was the understatement of the century. After all, this was the nature of All Might's, now his, quirk. This was like a national security level secret. All Might didn't even tell him if people in government or the Hero Public Safety Commission knew the truth. But he could trust this group of freshman students, his classmates, with this. They'd been nothing but supportive since they started watching. Uraraka's gentle squeeze of his hand a moment ago had given him at least a little courage. These weren't the bigoted jackasses he'd gone to school with all his life. They were all UA students, dedicated to being heroes or making support items to make heroes better. He knew all about their quirks. It was only fair that they learn about his as well. Well, so there you have it. There we have what? Ashido exploded. That can't be right. Wait, Tarot. Hatsune shouted. She was on Midoriya in an instant. You just got a lot more interesting, Midoriya. Back off. Uraraka kicked her back, and Hatsune laughed manically. Inherit? Todoroki asked. So was I right? Is All Might really your father? Ashido's reaction he'd been expecting. Todoroki's? That's where you took that. Todoroki, let it go. Izuku didn't even want to think about Hatsune and Uraraka's take on it yet. Midoriya, still fresh from his rampant crying at hearing his dream receiving the validation it had needed for more than a decade, looked at All Might in utter confusion. Wait, what do you mean inherit? Inherit what? Kaminari was on his feet as All Might laughed. That's what I want to know. You should see your face right now, he guffawed. Don't worry, I'm not gonna force this thing on you. The All Might in the room wasn't doing much better at keeping his laughter down. He'd come to peace with this before the first episode had even aired. Now just watching the reactions of the students to hearing it was taking him right back to young Midoriya's panic and bewilderment. Now he understood why the other teachers loved messing with the kids so much. It didn't alleviate the whole Aizawa was boring into his skull with such an intense stare, but he had Kiyoma and Nezu between them, so it was all right. Nezu was laughing too, but Kiyoma was looking at him as well with a painted smile. She wasn't saying anything, and it was creepy, but just not as threatening as Izuku's murderous glare. The hero lifted his left hand to the sky, index finger pointed straight up. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not? The hero leveled his finger at Midoriya, the effect somewhat marred by him spewing BLD and slightly choking on it near the end. This is crazy. Mineta screamed, holding his head in his hands as middle school Midoriya was having somewhat of a similar breakdown. How is this even possible? Kaminari reached over the railing, placing his hands around the back of Midoriya's neck. Midoriya, he shouted, beginning to shake his classmate without choking him. Superpowers just a similar quirk to All Might's, right? You don't actually have his power, do you? Kaminari. Uraraka shouted just as Gyro scolded, cool it. You're gonna break Midoriya. The purple-haired rocker roughly grabbed the electric type and yanked him back onto the couch. Wiping the BLD away, All Might continued. There are a couple of things you should know about my abilities. The students went silent. Uraraka had both her hands on Midoriya's shoulders as she had half risen from her seat. The blanket was pulled around their feet, and Izuku could tell that she was probably seconds away from having the same kind of freakout that she just chastised Kaminari for having. Journalists always guess that my quirk is super strength or some kind of invulnerability. When people ask in an interview, I always make a joke and dodge the question. Now that he says it straight, yes, All Might does do that, Ida realized, frowning. Also, Uraraka, calm down. You'll break Midoriya's shoulders. She squeaked, blushing, and quickly sat back down. Her hands fumbled to pull the blanket back up. It wasn't strictly necessary anymore, but it was comfy. Symbol of Peace is just a natural-born hero, like any of them. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability. All Might held his hands out to his sides for dramatic flair. I wasn't born with this power. It's a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else. Are you kidding me? Kaminari exclaimed. Unreal. Kirishima was also on his feet, hands grasping the railing in front of him. He wasn't born with his power. Someone gave you this quirk? Midoriya asked. No way, Kamemoto grinned as she leaned forward in her seat, ready to watch the ensuing chaos. She'd pause it, just for a few seconds, and maybe record the freakout on her phone. Yes way. All Might responded as the wind blew around them, buffeting his shirt and briefly revealing the scar on his side. And you're next. I can give you my abilities. And, pause. Kamemoto giggled. Are you freaking kidding me? Kaminari shouted again. Emariya. Yes. Squeaked the green-haired successor. Dude. You nearly kill yourself and the top hero just rewards you with ultimate power. He clenched his hands into fists as he hung his head, body shaking. I am so freaking jealous right now. How is this even possible? Yorozu queried, hands on her head as she shook it slowly left and right. All Might, the #1 hero, had a quirk that can be given from person to person. That's why he's in that form practically all the time now. That's why Kamemoto said he didn't have his quirk anymore. It wasn't just injury from fighting that villain in Kamino, he literally did not have it anymore because he gave it to you. Deku, do you really have All Might's power? Uraraka asked. Izuku pulled himself out of the turtle shell he'd been trying to become and gave her a faint smile and a nod. Yeah, it's all true. All Might gave me his quirk. I guess I was right, Ribbit, Asui said, staring at him. Your quirk wasn't just like All Might's, it was All Might's. But All Might still didn't break his bones every goddamn time he used it. Kaminari screamed. What's up with that? Gyro grit her teeth and tried to move her jacks, but while the muscles still moved, her quirk wouldn't extend far enough to jab into Kaminari. Would you calm down already? He has a point, Tokoyami calmly agreed with a nod. Great power that breaks you in exchange is awesome but useless. Yes. We should be rational about this. Ida said, standing up and chopping his hand down. This is clearly a monumental discovery about Midoriya's powers. While I admit that not being trusted with the secret of my friend's abilities shames me, I can understand why we were all kept in the dark about it. Since we now know that All Might, or by extension Midoriya, could transfer his power from himself to another, we must be careful with this information. You mean? Mineta probed. Us knowing the secret doesn't actually put us in additional danger, Todoroki rationalized. If word that All Might's quirk can be passed on and it's now within Midoriya gets out, Midoriya would be targeted. Uraraka gasped and looked back at her friend. It's likely that villains after the quirk may target his friends as well, but they would do that whether we knew or didn't know about his abilities. Actually, this is a benefit for us. What do you mean? Zero asked. Isn't ignorance kinda bliss? I mean, okay, you all got over the freak-out faster than I thought, Kamemoto declared, interrupting Todoroki. We're gonna continue now. Click. Wait. Hold on. Midoriya blurted out. This is a lot to process. Yeah, you're telling me, Soto almost wheezed out. Here's the Midoriya mutter again, Kendo gasped. The idea of passing on a quirk or inheriting it just doesn't make any sense to me. I've never heard anything like that before. Powers are supposed to be unique to each individual. I mean, since the first superpowers nobody's ever been able to just give someone else their power like a present. That's crazy. His mind is a wonder, Tokoyami softly intoned. Now that I can follow along, yeah, Ojiro agreed. It's like he's taking everything we're feeling and putting it into actual words. Stop nerding out. All Might blurted out, finally getting Midoriya to stop his muttering. Yeah, Momo, stop nerding out. Ashido said, making the black-haired brunette splutter and blush while Kendo giggled next to her. All Might flourished as he directed Midoriya. You'll just have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else, and that's just one facet of my secret abilities. The camera got a close-up of his face and extended hand, light seeming to form in it as his hair and shirt became illuminated and were billowed by it. The true name of my power is superpower, Ashido declared. One for all. One. For. All, Midoriya repeated. One. For. All, the students echoed. Phooey, Ashido muttered. I think superpower's a cute name for it, and it fits the bill. One for all. Kiyama thought. That's cute and noble, like the Three Musketeers. Yes. All Might spoke, the camera zooming into the black sclera of his eyes. Dramatic music began to play as a star of white light streaked forward, striking a star of blue light. One person improves the power, then hands it off to another person. It continues to grow as it's passed along. All Might's words facilitated this depiction of his quirk, growing with every new holder as the streak of light impacted a red star, then green, orange, purple, and magenta, before surging forward and finally connecting with a bright yellow light with a great flash. All Might's face and hand were shown again, the man closing his fist over this shining power in his hand. It is this cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength. Wait, how many times was what? Kaminari asked. Ida held his hand to his chin. If my estimation based on that visual is correct, then All Might was signified by the 8th point of light, the yellow star. That would then make Midoriya the 9th holder of his quirk. Hey, that's right. Izuku said, pumping his fist enthusiastically. Good eye, Ida. His on-screen double wasn't so energetic at the moment. But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? Yes, All Might, Aizawa said, uttering his first words since the episode started. Why? I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor, and then I watched you jump into action as the rest of us stood idly by. You may be a quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero. Yeah, All Might sees it, Kirishima said with a big grin on his face. Even when he had nothing, Midoriya jumping in was so manly. Yeah, doing something crazy like that took guts, Tetsu agreed. He is a hero, Uraraka thought proudly, while All Might laughed, telling Midoriya to stop crying. Midoriya, not crying. Gyro asked aloud with a smirk. Sorry, All Might, but that's not happening. Maybe I should have gotten my quirk from Ms. Joke instead, Midoriya muttered loud enough for Gyro to hear. Ha! Now that's a joke. Gyro laughed. Good one. Midoriya wiped away all his tears, rose to his feet, and gave All Might a look of determination. Okay, I'll do it. Yes. All Might grinned. No reluctance. That's exactly how I figured you'd respond. And you gave it to him just like that? Aizawa inquired. He cracked his knuckles while continuing to glare at All Might. I think we need to have a little conversation on what's appropriate, All Might. Of course not. Give me some credit here, Aizawa. Listen, the boy's narrating still. All Might's power turned out to be no easy task, as I'd soon find out. As narrator Midoriya finished speaking, the episode's title card appeared. Episode 3, Roaring Muscles, are we getting a training episode? Tetsu asked. He punched his hands together. All right, get hype. The title card cut away to a large rock with the words Dagobah Municipal Beach Park written on it in what appeared to be white chalk. A caption reading 2 days later, early morning appeared as they heard Midoriya grunting. It cut to Midoriya in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, straining against ropes while All Might sat crouched on top of the refrigerator the youth was attempting to pull. Surrounding them were piles of junk and refuse. That doesn't look like the beach, Ojiro said. We've been there. Yeah, but that beach was a total dump a few years ago, Hagaki said. I'm glad the city cleaned it up. Hey, hey, hey. All Might called out to Midoriya, far too amused for the liking of the boy struggling to move the fridge. It's pretty comfy up here on this fridge. How are you doing down there? Midoriya slumped onto the sand, defeated. Uraraka tried to withhold her giggles. Objectively, it was a funny sight, even if she thought All Might was being mean. I ask you again, Aizawa said, and this time he had a hand on his capture scarf. What were you thinking, All Might? Scary. People move these every day, you know, All Might reminded Midoriya, and most of them don't even have any super strength. Midoriya pulled his face out of the sand and turned his head to look at the hero. Well yeah, but there's an extra 600 pounds with you sitting on top of it. 600. Dragging through the sand. Shoji asked. Geez. That's rough. He wanted to start big, All Might said, loud enough for his voice to carry. But look at those twigs. I had to convince him to be more reasonable somehow. Makes sense, Soto agreed. Man, Midoriya, you used to be a toothpick. Great, much better. Midoriya sarcastically sighed to All Might's declaration that his muscle form was down by 40 pounds as the camera zoomed out to reveal just how much trash was surrounding them. That smile was so cheeky, Izuku grumbled, folding his arms together. Uraraka, Asui, Ashido, and Ida had to struggle to hold back their laughter. Midoriya's petulance was just adorable. Why do you have me dragging trash across the beach anyway? Midoriya asked. All Might laughed and held up his red smartphone. Take a look at yourself, he told the boy as he took pictures. You're not ready for my power. Midoriya looked up, tears already flooding his eyes. But I thought you said that I was worthy. The young man hung his head down while on his hands and knees, wailing in despair and betrayal. You were way too high-strung, Midoriya, Gyro teased. I was eager, can you blame me? The successor replied. I'm talking about your weak body, All Might clarified, still snapping pictures as he walked towards him. Clearly, Ieima commented. They're just not compatible. Ieima. Ida reprimanded. Midoriya turned to look up at All Might as he explained further. My quirk, one for all, is a whole lot to handle. The combined physical abilities of everyone who's ever used it creates a hurricane of pure force. An unprepared body can't fully inherit it. Not just the students, but even the teachers winced as they were treated to a disturbing visual of Midoriya's head, arms, and legs, breaking off of his torso like he'd suddenly been subjected to a medieval execution method, but with the word kaboom stylized around the broken body. Your arms and legs would shoot off if you tried to. Voila, Ieima stated, flicking his wrist towards the screen. Not compatible. Okay, not quite as jealous now, Mineta said. Kaminari and several others nodded. Deku, Uraraka groaned, placing her forehead in her hands. No wonder he was breaking his bones all the time. His body physically couldn't handle the power it had been given. Whole trash thing is really some kind of hardcore gym workout, Midoriya reasoned, looking up to All Might, and you're my trainer. The pro gave him a big smile and a firm thumbs up. So that's what he meant when he said he trained you for 10 months earlier, Todoroki realized. All Might trained you to prepare your body to inherit his quirk. Midoriya nodded, earning the impressed looks of more than a few of the students. Oh man, being personally trained by All Might himself, I'm so jealous, Kirishima asserted. That had to be some pretty serious training. Ojiro commented. Yeah, it was, Midoriya agreed, a smile returning to his face. He cast his eyes back up on the screen. All Might was looking up at the fridge, having been telling Midoriya about the research he'd been doing the previous night. Used to be appealing, but it's been a total mess for the last few years. He raised his fist towards the edge of the fridge and gave it a light tap from his knuckle, which crunched it and caved the device inwards around 10 centimeters or so. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 yelped, "What? He just tapped that and it broke. How powerful is he? How powerful are you?" Questions for later, Izuku muttered, trying not to blush while he decided to sink back into the couch. Uraraka reached out to ruffle his hair while his on-screen version talked about how the beach had gotten so full of trash in the first place, and then realized what she was doing. Blushing, she grabbed her right hand with her left and pulled it back. Disgraceful. Ida commented. The trash should always be disposed of in the proper manner as designated by the officials. Yeah, they messed up the beach. Ashido agreed. It's a really nice place. But if it was still a dump when Midoriya and all— Wait, don't tell me. Kendo gasped. All Might walked to the back of the fridge and placed his right hand on top of it. Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flashy villains. The refrigerator made a metallic crunching noise as his meaty palm slammed on top of it. Things were different before quirks, All Might told the boy, his arm moving as he pressed down on the fridge, it easily compacting under his strength. Service was what mattered. Heroes back then were people who served the community, even if it was kinda boring. He finished his commentary by finally crunching the fridge Midoriya had so vainly with All Might's added weight been trying to pull into a pancake of metal, RBB, and plastics. The rising sun gleamed out over the ocean in front of the two, highlighting All Might in a brilliant silhouette. You will restore the coastline for this entire section of the beach. That is your first step on your path, young man, towards being a hero. So it wasn't the city. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 exclaimed as the camera once again showed the mountain of trash behind Midoriya. That was all you, Midoriya. That's amazing, Deku. Uraraka praised him. So that's where those muscles came from, Hatsune giggled. But, there's so much. Midoriya exclaimed. The camera zoomed back even more, showing even more huge piles of trash devastating the beach. That's impossible. No freaking way, Zero gasped, giving him a lopsided smile from his seat in the row above. There's no way I would have managed that. I'd have quit halfway through. Just how plus ultra did you go just trying to get into UA Midoriya? Kaminari wailed in disbelief. A lot more than you, apparently, Gyro commented. DMN. Tetsu grumbled while All Might asked Midoriya if he wanted to get into UA High School's hero course. I've got to find a gym somewhere in this place once we're done at 2. Midoriya's making me look bad. I'm with you there, Ojiro agreed. Okay, all in favor of hitting a gym or something once we're done, say, I called out Kirishima. Nearly all of the boys, including Bakugo, simultaneously agreed. He'd been silent for a while, just watching with narrowed eyes. If this was what the nerd went through just to even, as All Might had said, be given a chance to stand in the ring, then he was going to need to learn and absorb it all, and turn that knowledge into power. He'd be DMN'd if Deku climbed higher than him. Midoriya held a fist close to his chest, looking down as he talked about his dream. It's a long shot, but still. I'm gonna shoot for the moon. You've got a lot of spirit, fanboy. All Might jovially praised him. He turned his back to Midoriya to look out over the ocean. But, as I've mentioned before, heroing isn't easy to do without a quirk. It's not fair, but that's the reality. But a hero's job is to combat that unfairness and overcome it, Uraraka countered, turning to look up at Aizawa. Right, sir? That's what you said on the first day of class. That's a good sentiment to teach, Midnight said as Aizawa nodded at his student. And UA is the hardest hero course to get into, All Might continued. So that means that I have to prepare my body for your quirk really fast. Midoriya answered. UA's entrance exam is in 10 months. You still managed that all in 10 months, Midoriya? Mineta asked. You're too hardcore. All Might turned back around, suddenly holding a ream of paper. Not to worry, kid. I've got you covered. With the help of my handy aim to pass, American Dream Plan. Follow this to the letter and the beach will be cleaned up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life while I was at it. Aizawa turned his penetrating gaze away from where All Might was hiding behind Kyoma. The #1 hero, the most popular hero in Japan, with tons of merchandise and a huge media personality, instilling in his successor the values of boring humble community service work. And he wasn't just giving his quirk to Midoriya and letting him run with it. The man had a method, a training plan, and had clearly thought this through. Maybe deep down he had All Might pegged all wrong. Whoa, your day started at 4 in the morning, Ashido commented. Yeah, that's some schedule, Soto agreed. He glanced over at Midoriya. Did you manage to keep to it? Izuku rubbed the back of his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to lie. For the most part, yeah. Ashido looked shocked. Did All Might at least leave time for hanging out with your friends? Did it look like Midoriya had any friends in the last couple of episodes, Ashido? Mineta pointed out. Izuku flinched, but Mineta wasn't wrong. Without friends, Izuku hadn't needed to make up any excuses or find ways to get out of social obligations. All he'd ever done for years was come home and browse hero forums, news sites, and do research on pro heroes to study their quirks, fighting styles, and equipment. Training had put a dent in that, but it hadn't cost him any relationships since he hadn't had any to begin with. Salt in the wound, Tokoyami uttered. And then, the training montage of Midoriya's 10 months of absolute hell began, set to a funky musical score that kicked off with a drum beat and getting Kirishima, Tetsu, Kendo, Ojiro, Shoji, and Soto pumped up. A number of the students chose this opportunity to get out from under their blankets and get drinks from Kamemoto as they half-watched while listening. That's actually an effective way to train, Kendo said, watching and hearing Midoriya's thoughts as he hauled around a tire. All the trash would have different sizes and mass, so it would be a great full-body workout. In Midoriya's civics class, while his teacher droned on about the building standards act's amendments after quirks became commonplace, Midoriya started mumbling into his notebook as he prepared a proposed independent training menu for himself, trying to finish a week ahead of schedule. Oh dear, Nezu commented. That's not going to end well for poor Midoriya. All Might, did you really let him push himself too hard? He hid it well, until his body tanked, All Might answered. But once I realized it, I got him back on track. As everyone in class barring Bakugo stared at Midoriya and his incessant muttering, the teacher used his quirk to detach his hand and send it floating over to the youth. He chopped Midoriya on the top of the head with a loud, "Hey! Midoriya!" The young man held his hands to his mouth. He'd bit his lip and it hurt. I know you had a run-in with a villain, the teacher scolded as his classmates started to giggle, but pull yourself together, kid. If you really want to get into UA, you might actually have to know something. Oh right, I've got to study too. Hatsune groaned as the montage continued. Oh, watching this is making me feel so inadequate. Come on, ladies. We're hitting the gym later too. Why? Gyro asked. We don't have super strength quirks, and why do you care? You're in support. You won't need to fight. Hatsune laughed. Just because I don't have to fight doesn't mean I don't need mechanic muscles, she declared, flexing her arm and showing off her nicely toned biceps. I need them to make even bigger and stronger babies. Just because you don't have the power to crush a refrigerator with your pinky doesn't mean you can neglect your physical fitness, ladies, Midnight reminded them. Now this is a manly montage, Kirishima declared. In anything if you want to go. Tetsu started. From just a beginner to a pro. Kirishima added. You need a montage, they joined in manly harmony as Midoriya was shown carrying All Might on his shoulders opposite the setting sun. Even Deku gets a montage. And now we have Team America, Kamemoto side. I blame All Might with that aim to pass American dream plan of his. Cut into Midoriya lugging a safe on his shoulder and chasing after All Might down a lane in late autumn, the pro standing on a Segway. I wonder why it's stopping here, Amar asked. Midoriya's vision faded, and he collapsed. Deku. Uraraka gasped. Were you okay? He didn't meet her gaze, and Ida answered. I see. That independent training menu you came up with. That's the culprit. All Might said just as much. The aim to pass, American Dream Plan was created with your body in mind. It was fine-tuned to ensure your progress was swift but manageable. Which means, All Might narrowed his eyes at his protégé, you haven't been sticking to it. You're overdoing things, that's gonna have the opposite effect of what we want. All Might reprimanded him. Ribbit, Asui croaked, watching Midoriya lie on the dirt in front of All Might. I have to work harder. The boy struggled to get out as he still tried to force his unwilling body to move, or I won't stand a chance against the other applicants. All Might gasped, watching him will his broken body to move while his voice strained against the pain of overexertion. His muscles were likely screaming at him. I don't just want into UA, I want to excel. I want to be like you. This is so manly, Midoriya, Kirishima cheered, manly tears coming to his eyes as his voice caught in his throat. I want to be the greatest hero in the world, proclaimed the young man, getting up to his elbows. So I'll keep on trying, he declared as it revealed his face, covered in dirt, snot, sweat, and tears and screwed up in both pain and drive, until I've got what it takes to do that. The others are right, Tokoyami said with a smile and a bowed head. You certainly excel at making us look bad, Midoriya. All right. Count me in. I'll meet you all in the gym. As All Might flashed back to the words Midoriya had told him on the roof, Uraraka's gaze left the screen and turned instead to look at the young man beside her. There was still a lump in her throat from what Mineta just said that she couldn't swallow away. Deku had been going for years without anyone in his corner, not even his mother, so once All Might came along and told him that he had the potential to become a hero, of course he would throw himself headfirst into that. Not having any friends probably made that easier. Even now that he'd made it to UA, he was still charging full steam ahead. He was always training, always striving to do better and improve himself, to become the greatest hero. Seeing what he had gone through, just how far he was pushing himself to achieve his dream. Uraraka felt tears coming to her eyes unbidden, and hastened to wipe them away. What's this feeling in my chest? What am I supposed to do? Stupid Ochiko. You decided to put these feelings away. Push them away, lock them down. You just admire him, that's all. Deku's so driven, he doesn't have time for you to distract him with your baggage. He never even had friends before coming to UA, so just be his friend, nothing more. He can't afford getting too close. She tried to swallow the ball of lead down again. Uraraka, are you okay? Deku had asked her that question. She wiped her eyes again and sniffed. Yeah, I'm fine, Deku, she answered. Just seeing your 10 months of hell montage was so inspirational, it's getting me fired up. She clenched her fists and looked at the screen, anything to not look Deku in the eyes. If she did right now, she wasn't sure if her heart could take it. Is this what heartbreak felt like? Asui and Ashido looked closely at Uraraka's expression before sharing a look with one another. This was going to require investigation. All Might's truck door slammed on the pre-dawn morning of February 26th, Midoriya's voiceover narrating, and suddenly, it was the morning of the exam. Aizawa's eyes flared, incredulous fury returning in full force. You cannot be serious, Midoriya screamed. Oh no! Kaminari gasped. You okay, Midoriya? Asked Soto. All Might dashed forward from the parking lot before stopping at the site in front of him. Midoriya was uninjured, and was standing shirtless on top of a pile of trash that had been dragged into the corner of the parking lot. His scream was not that of pain, but of triumph as his sense of pride and accomplishment overwhelmed him. All Might's theme music started up again as his eyes widened. Hey, holy CRP kid. He gasped in disbelief as his gaunt, sunken eyes took in the beach in the crisp light of the winter dawn. Immaculate. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you to. Seriously. It really was just Midoriya. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 shouted. We have Midoriya to thank for a whole beach everyone can enjoy. That looked intense, Todoroki commented. You worked hard. Good job. Holy, stinking. All Might transitioned into muscle form as his excitement surged within him. Super CRP. Super CRP is right. Gyro laughed. You totally showed those ocean currents who's boss, Midoriya. The boy teetered and fell from his perch on top of the trash pile towards the beach. All Might was at the base beneath the retaining wall and caught the boy in his arms. Voice filled with pride at his protégé's accomplishment, he smiled broadly and said, Excellent work. Midoriya smiled in his mentor's arms, spent but fulfilled. I finished everything, All Might. I did it. Do you think I'm ready now? Oh, you bet he's ready. Uraraka cheered. Chuckling, All Might replied, Yeah. You did good, kid. I gotta say, I'm impressed. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond. The hero stood Midoriya up and placed his phone in front of Midoriya's eyes. Look at this. The boy looked at it uncertainly. It was the picture All Might had taken when he'd first started. It's you, crying, 10 months ago. The hero teased him. Look how far you've come. Such improvement. Uraraka wasn't the only girl who blushed as the camera panned down a close-up of Deku's muscular body, but she was definitely the most conflicted. Deku was attracted. No, he was hot, and seeing his body displayed like that, with defined pecs and abs for days reinforced it. Mina's wolf whistles, Kirishima's cheers for Midoriya's manly body, Miss Midnight calling him a sight for sore eyes, Ida's congratulations, Kendo's praise for his accomplishment, Hatsume's mad giggling about muscles and all the others, they all made her feel a swell of embarrassment that she wasn't sure where it was coming from. The Gravity Girl tried to sneak a glance at Deku's face to see if he was enjoying the attention, but he was blushing up a storm at it all instead and hiding his face in his hands. Uraraka pouted. Stupid Deku, you're not allowed to be both hot and cute. It's not fair. After All Might heaped praise on him that it was looking like he'd be able to fully inherit his power, Midoriya looked down at his hand, voice cracking with emotion. All Might, do I deserve this? Are you sure? Heck yeah, you deserve it, Midori. Ashido cheered. Yes, Uraraka agreed, nodding and trying to ignore the maelstrom of feelings for the boy next to her that were messing up her insides. You're going to be a hero, Deku. You put so much time and energy into helping me. His tears began to cloud his vision as he continued to question his own self-worth. How did I end up so lucky? All Might laughed at his question. Are you really worried about that after all these months, he thought. The boy's idol clapped him on the back. It was your hard work that did this, not mine. Now, for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. All Might's theme swelled louder as it grew into the CLMX. Midoriya stood up straighter, removing his tears. Yes, sir. Zero grinned. Or here we go. Shoji nodded. This is exciting. All Might plucked a hair from his head as he stood before his successor. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other, a reward. Never get the two confused. All of you should remember those words, Nezu agreed. Bakugo winced as he heard All Might say that to Deku, and scowled. Not even an hour ago, the retired pro had held his head in a vice grip and shouted to his face that he was unworthy. Did he not think that he didn't work hard too? Did All Might think that all of his efforts were worthless compared to Deku's? Both of them had met All Might, but Deku was the lucky one to have met the pro first. Bakugo had earned his spot at UA, no matter what All Might said. Take that to heart, young man. All Might held the hair towards the boy. This gift, you earned it with your own valiant efforts. Midoriya looked at his hero in utter awe. I'm getting goosebumps, Tetsu said, lifting his drink to his mouth. His awe gave way to determination as narrator Midoriya stated. And so, I held out my weak, quirkless hand. And grabbed the future. All Might held out the hair, the image on screen lighting up purple in a way that did not fit the hero's theme music at all. Eat this. The steel quirk user wasn't the only one who made the mistake of taking a sip of their drink at that moment. Choking, coughing, and spit takes enveloped the assembled audience. As All Might told Midoriya he needed to swallow some of All Might's DNA in order to transfer the power. Bakugo suddenly felt some form of sick superiority, and he laughed. You had to eat All Might's hair to get his power. Ha! No wonder you SCK at using it. Bakugo, Todoroki called out, you don't seem surprised at all about any of this. Of course I'm not surprised, you idiot. I already knew. What? Kirishima exclaimed. You knew? Of course I knew. Bakugo roared. Why do you think I kicked that nerd's butt the other night? He calmed down slightly as everyone gawked at him, but his superior smirk remained. I'm surprised none of you idiots figured it out. Deku can't lie to save his life. DNA transfer, here. Ida asked. His eyes widened. Wait. Midoriya. Todoroki shouted. Stain. No, it's okay guys. Midoriya said, holding up his hands and gesturing to both his seatmate and the 1-2 rows behind him. One for all can't be taken by force. I have to will it to be transferred. Oh, Uraraka said, a knot in her chest she didn't know was there unclenching. Well, that's a relief. Yeah, Ashido commented. I was worried that swapping spit would transfer the power over. Good to know that Lucky Girl's not going to have her limbs explode by accident. Midoriya and Uraraka both had their heads turn into tomatoes. While Uraraka shouted, Mina, steam poured off of Midoriya's face as he fainted. Kiss, a girl, Midoriya. Midoriya, get a hold of yourself. Ida called out to his friend. Ashido. Apologize. Wow, Mina, you broke Midoriya, ribbit. Midnight giggled. My, she sure is forward. Ashido, please refrain from teasing Midoriya further, Yorozu sternly advised her. She placed a hand up to her lips. Although, that is good to know, Mineta and Kaminari were weeping tears of jealousy. Midoriya. In all the commotion, few of the students had been paying attention to the screen. Kamemoto hadn't paused it for them to settle down this time, somehow a little too entertained by the proceedings caused by Ashido's kiss comment. Aizawa, though, ignored the tomfoolery of his students and paid attention to the way Midoriya had nearly jumped out of his skin after Bakugo threatened to set him on fire. This was now 10 months after the incident with the sludge villain and Bakugo's joking attempted incitement of suicide. True to Midoriya's words earlier, he hadn't seen anything to indicate that he had ever contemplated it. If he was going to, it probably would have been on the roof of that office building right after All Might had crushed his dream of being a hero and forced him to face reality. The earlier scene in the classroom, where Bakugo had deliberately ignored Midoriya as he mumbled his way into receiving his classmates' teasing while concocting his ill-conceived independent training menu, and this current one were more in line with what he'd observed since the boys had been placed in his class. In his own way, it seemed that the sludge villain incident had forced Bakugo to begrudgingly respect Midoriya just the smallest amount. Hopefully their upcoming talk wouldn't be as arduous as initially expected. Ever since that day, Kaken's been taking it easier on me, Midoriya thought to himself as he watched his classmates stride towards the entrance. He sighed. I guess I was just scared out of habit. It does make sense, Yorozu grumbled with a foul taste in her mouth. Bakugo's actions towards Midoriya conditioned him into such fearful behavior. It will take time and effort to remove that conditioning. Midoriya shook his head, bringing him back to the here and now. But I'm not defenseless anymore, he reminded himself, looking up at the great H-shaped building that was UA and the logo above the wall in front of him. Yeah, I have to remember all the work I've put in. His legs shook with nervous excitement. Thanks to All Might, I'm actually going to be a hero. As Midoriya took his first step forward to his bright and glorious future, he tripped over his own feet. Or I'll just die. The few who were still paying attention to the screen instead of the comedy playing out in the front row laughed, but then everyone started watching the screen again as a brown-haired girl was shown standing next to the frozen and floating in midair Midoriya, her hand outstretched to touch him. Are you okay? She giggled. Ochiko. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 gasped as Midoriya started freaking out at having gravity's effect on him removed. It's your first line. What? She whirled back towards the screen, seeing her smiling face up there with her hands together, releasing Midoriya from the effects of her quirk. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. All Midoriya could do was stare back at her, gobsmacked. Kaminari snorted. Gyro too. Uraraka made a frustrated noise as she held a smile. Isn't this all like, way nerve-wracking? Midoriya seemed to try to say something, but the only thing that made it past his lips was vague, unintelligible splutterings. Well, Uraraka continued, guess I'll see you inside. Bye. She gave him a friendly little wave as she skipped off towards the entrance. So Ochako was the first person in our class you met, Midori? Ashido teased, a big shd grin plastered on her face. Midoriya did his best to ignore her and the blush on his face, before all the BLD drained from it as he looked at the expression the him on screen held. My thoughts, OCRP. Holy woe, I just talked to a girl, he internally screamed. A caption then appeared, reminding the viewers that Midoriya didn't actually talk. The laughter of all of his classmates drowned out the weird, crazed laughter that the boy himself had done. Might want to try actually talking next time, Midoriya, zero-ribbed. Real smooth, Gyro added. Uraraka's cheeks tinged pink again as she glanced at the horror-struck look on Deku's face. Watching this show was turning into a colossal mistake, the most supreme challenge to her decision during the exam. I wasn't the first girl you'd talked to before, right? Deku looked down at his knees. Well, when you're the hero-obsessed quirkless freak chasing an impossible dream who gets picked on all the time, especially by the biggest personality in school, not many people talk to you, especially not girls. Uraraka felt her anger rising again, and oh yeah, a mistake had been made. She just wasn't sure if it was her decision in the exam to put her feelings away or to learn all of this about Deku. So, yeah, you really were the first girl I talked to, even though I didn't actually say anything until the first day of class, and thank you. You were also my first real friend in about 10 years. And even after hearing about my quirk, you still are, so thanks. It really means a lot to me. Ida was listening in too, but he felt like this was something more between Midoriya and Uraraka, so he kept out of it, and tried to pay attention to the screen showing present MIC explaining the practical. Midoriya fanboying over the voice hero was an easy enough and wholesome distraction. Uraraka took a deep breath as she finished hearing what Deku had to say. All the anger inside of her wasn't doing her any good. She needed to dispel it somehow. Maybe she wasn't thinking straight, but she wanted to prove to Deku that she was on his side, and would continue to be on his side, no matter what. She was probably deeming herself in the long run, but she needed to do this now before he started insulting himself again. Deku. I'm going to hug you. Izuku went red. Who? 𝐻. Uraraka didn't give him any time to react. She just placed her arms around his neck and shoulders and hugged him. Izuku's heart raced as he heard her sigh in his ear. This wasn't the first hug he'd gotten today, but something about this one just felt different from the others. It only lasted a few seconds, but those seconds seemed to last for tens of minutes. Uraraka didn't say anything, but it was like her hug was saying things she didn't trust her voice to say to him. To him, that simple hug told him that he wasn't alone, that she accepted him completely, secrets and all. Uraraka pulled away, smiled, then directed her full attention to the screen. Izuku could see her cheeks with their cute pink pads turning even more pink, and another thought came to him. Uraraka, smells nice. He caught Ashido and Asui staring at him. Izuku gasped and buried his face in his hands. Why were girls so confusing? Kiyoma was practically squealing with delight as she squirmed in her seat next to Aizawa, and the Erasure hero swore he could hear the rat in her lap cackling under his breath. Youth is so wonderful, don't you agree, Aizawa? Those darlings are cute together. No comment, he muttered, using his capture scarf to hide the fact that he was totally not smiling, not even the slightest, at the heartwarming display of Uraraka's compassion and care for the problem child she'd befriended. Just so long as they are both committed and prepared to make a hero relationship work. You know, that's your problem, Kiyoma said, placing her hand on his shoulder. You're scared of commitment. That's the only reason you and Fukukado haven't hooked up. No, we haven't hooked up, because she annoys me like no one else on this planet does, Aizawa retorted. That's love, eraser. You have a skewed definition. You're just as bad as Hisashi sometimes. Thinking of children, how are you going to react when you see your daughter in action and hear her thoughts? Kiyoma faked a pout and placed her hand to her cheek. Oh dear. Little Momo's going to be so embarrassed. I'd love to see her expression when she figures it out. All Might did a spit take, though in his case there was a little more BLD involved. What? How come I didn't know of that? Pot, meat kettle, Aizawa deadpanned as present MIC called on Ida, the future class rep concerned about him not having mentioned the 0-pointers. I didn't take my husband's name when I married, Kiyoma told him. It's not a monumental secret, but it is just a slight misdirection. That way my profile, which does not reveal my marital status, still lists my name as Nemurai Kiyoma if you dig deep enough, not Nemurai Yorozu. She turned and gave fond smile to the ponytail girl in the front row. It helps to give her a little bit of anonymity, I like to think. Completely unaware that the teachers were currently discussing her, Yorozu turned to look towards her class rep Ida. Perhaps in future it would be best if you adhered to the sentiment of praise in public, punish in private. You can see how much your admonishment of Midoriya affected him. Yes, I see that, Ida said with a tense expression on his face. He clutched his fist while clenching his teeth. I admit that I was nervous, but that was no excuse for calling you out like that. Midoriya, I must apologize. Izuku waved his hands as Ida stood and bowed at 90 degrees. No, it's fine, Ida, really. Just so long as you try not to do it in the future, it's cool. Yeah, Ida's dressing downs aren't fun to be on the receiving end of, Asui commented. Tokoyami nodded. That's all I got for you today. Present MIC finished his explanation. I'll sign off with a little present, a sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Present MIC sounded smug at what he just said. Now that's a tasty sound bite. He referenced Napoleon. Yorozu inquired. She frowned. Why do that? I mean, yes, he was a great political and military leader in Europe, but he also made the critical mistake of campaigning in a Russian winter, something he and his army never recovered from, and was then ultimately defeated and died in exile. He also hated the monarchy but then hypocritically became an emperor. Why reference him? The students all looked at Yorozu, and she looked around at all of them, a clueless look on her face. What? Was it something I said? How does she know that? Thought the majority of her peers. But Napoleon is a national hero, Emma muttered under his breath, not having the fortitude to formally object to Yorozu's criticism of the first emperor of France. Present MIC tried to get the students in the auditorium fired up with a plus ultra. But nobody joined in with him, silence reigning throughout the room as Midoriya nervously held his exam papers. Good luck, he finished off. Hope you practiced hitting more than just books. The scene cut one of the fake cities being used as battle centers, the students for this group next to the bus that had taken them there. A caption for UA High School Hero Course Entrance Exam Battle Center B appeared on the screen as Midoriya stood at the back of the crowd. Well, he thought, this is it. Time to put 10 months of training with All Might to the test. The camera panned over the two students whose names he didn't know, but were Ida and Uraraka, in front of all the other applicants. Time to give it my all. I will become a hero, just like I always dreamed. He trembled with anxiety despite the determined, confident tone he'd just given himself. I won't let myself down. He reached up and gave himself a good smack on each cheek with his hands. The screen showed his notebook and the first iteration of his hero costume as the opening lines of the outro song started. Oh hey, we get to watch it now? Kaminari asked, leaning forward with surprise. That's new. Yeah, Kamimoto said. I checked and I think we've made up just enough time to have you start watching the intros and outros again, as well as the previews. Previews? All Might asked. The red-headed woman nodded. Yup. The next episode previews, she stated. Oh, this one's fun, by the way. It's done by Midoriya and Uraraka. The two mentioned students yelped in surprise. We're doing the preview. Midoriya asked. But how? Yeah. Uraraka agreed. I don't remember recording anything like that. I didn't even know there was a show about us. Kamemoto waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. It's just some actor with a quirk that's great for voice acting, mimicking your voices for the production. Upper management didn't actually abduct you in the middle of the night, had you record a script, wipe your memories and put you back in your beds none the wiser. That answer didn't seem to appease anyone in the room, but the outro ended, All Might's theme started up, and title card for the preview came on screen. 𝐂𝐻𝐼's entrance exam is here, Midoriya's voice narrated as short second-long shots from what they were about to see, including images of Bakugo, Ida, Midoriya, Recovery Girl, and Uraraka in a middle school sailor uniform appeared, and every one of us wants a spot at this prestigious school. The question is, will I be able to get through the practical with the power I only just received from All Might? Let's do our best on the exam today, Uraraka's voice encouraged him. Here. Narrator Midoriya reacted. Who are you? Holy CRP, it's that girl I talked to. Gyro snorted again. Next time, Midoriya said, while Uraraka declared with bubbly energy, start line. Ochako, will try hard not to puke during the test, her voice promised. Go beyond. Midoriya began, with both finishing together, plus ultra. Ashido clapped her hands together, a massive smile on her face. Oh my gosh, that was adorable. She whipped around and raised her right hand while pointing at herself with her left. Kamemoto. That sounds like fun. I wanna do one. Can I? Please. Please tell me I get to do one of those previews. Kamemoto frowned and looked up at the ceiling. Here. Actually, I can't remember if you get to do any of them, Ashido. Most of them are done by Midoriya, sometimes All Might. Occasionally another student joins Midoriya, but I can't remember one where it's another student doing the whole preview by themselves. I don't remember most of them. I know the one right before the obstacle course for the sports fest has Bakugo join him, and during internship Zu gets a chance, but I honestly don't remember you getting one, Ashido. Rip it, I get one. Asui asked, pointing at herself. Also, why did you call me Zu? You tell everyone to call you that, Kamemoto answered. It's a big running joke the number of times Midoriya stops himself from saying your last name instead. If you don't want me to, just say the word. Asui tilted her head. No, that's all right. You don't seem like a bad person. Ashido pouted and rounded on Midoriya. Midori. Stop hogging the spotlight in your own show. I wanna do a preview. I swear, Ashido, I have nothing to do with this, he defended. It's your story, Midoriya. Kaminari accused. And you've got All Might's power. What's up with that? Kamemoto looked at her phone's clock. Anyway, you've got about 3.5 minutes before I start your last episode before lunch, she called out to them. If you need to use the bathroom, now's your chance without missing anything. Uraraka blushed and stood up. Oh, right. Sorry, Deku, excuse me. Oh, sure. Be quick. Ida called after her. You don't want to miss evaluating our performances in the entrance exam. With the hubbub of the end of the episode, almost nobody noticed the floating uniform that followed Uraraka up the stairs. Ochako splashed some water on her face and looked at herself in the mirror, a slight frown and worried brown eyes looking back at her. Her cheeks didn't have their usual shine to them, a side effect of her eyes just not being filled with the happiness and pep that were normally in them. Ochako sighed. She hadn't even really needed to go anyway, she just needed to get away from Deku, even just for a couple of minutes, to try to reset herself. What am I even doing, she mumbled, rhetorically seeking answers from her reflection in the mirror. What are you doing, Ochako? The sudden voice of her classmate startled the bejeebies out of her as Ochako nearly flipped around, hands grasping at the countertop behind her. If her heart wanted a restart, it sure as heck got it. Standing in front of her was the floating school uniform of Toru Hagekure, the invisible girl. Toru, she gasped, face going completely red. And nothing. I'm not doing anything at all. Why are you here? I followed you, Toru answered, and I just wanted you to know, Mina's probably going to try another interrogation as soon as we're let out for lunch, just so you know. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 started to sweat. She didn't like the sound of that. She really didn't like the sound of that at all. An interrogation. You like Midoriya? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 froze. Toru's words were neither an accusation nor a question. They were a simple statement, said with the bluntness Zu usually held. But 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wasn't ready to confront such a statement head-on, not like this. There was only one thing she could do, the same thing she'd been doing since the finals: deny. Deny, deny, deny. Even if it made her feel like her heart was being crushed. What dash? No, I don't. Don't be silly, Toru. Deku and I are just good friends, that's all. 𝐒𝐿𝐴. She blinked. It was probably a good thing she couldn't actually see what Toru looked like, because the sympathetic tone of voice when paired with whatever soft expression the girl had probably would have killed her if she'd been able to witness it. It's okay. The lead in 𝐒𝐿𝐴's throat returned and she sniffed as her vision clouded, eyes growing wet. She couldn't look at Toru as she dropped her gaze, and rubbed her wrist over her eyes to wipe away the moisture. I'm fine, really, she lied, and plastered a horribly fake smile on her face as she brought her face back up. I smiled to hide the fear inside. It's not like that at all. Deku's just super amazing, you know. I have to work harder than anyone else to get in. Seeing all that stuff he went through just to make it to UA is super inspiring. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'd die in the exams. I'm sorry, Izuku. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Whatever feelings I might have, they don't matter. He's going to reach his goal, so I'll support him, all while reaching my own dream of being a hero. No time for distractions. I want to be the greatest hero in the world. So I'll keep on trying, until I've got what it takes to do that. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 kept smiling even though her heart was tearing itself apart with every word she said and every word remembered. Toru sighed. Come on, let's go back. You know, I was hoping you'd say something before Mina and the rest of us corner you at lunch, but since you didn't, your punishment will be even more severe. Toru turned around and started to walk out. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 followed her, her expression frozen. Punishment. Whatever, I can take it. No, you can't, you idiot. Stupid 𝐒𝐴. The two girls had just barely made it back into the theater when they heard the music start up again and Midoriya's narration. Shoot. 𝐔𝐻𝐿𝐴 whispered. Hurry. UA, the school with the best hero training course in the world. You know, Hatsune commented as 𝐔𝐻𝐿𝐴 returned to her seat beside her and Uraraka rejoined Midoriya and Ida on the couch beside theirs. It's kind of funny that it's in Japan instead of someplace like America. They practically invented the concept of superheroes. Midoriya's narration was over panning shots of UA's entrance and the students entering to take prestigious school's entrance exam walking up to its doors. Similar programs out there, but they don't hold a candle to UA's, which is why it's almost impossible to get in. The background music rose as the shot changed to a massive fist clenching audibly, the fist of All Might. The school's alumni list is a who's who of idols. All Might, the most famous pro there is. Said hero posed with strength and the charisma of his pearly white smile. Heck yeah! Tetsu cheered. That shot does make me look good, All Might said with a proud grin. The legendary peacekeeper with the most wins under his belt, Midoriya continued as he introduced the next pro, a man with a fiery disposition and theme. The fiery hero, Endeavor. That introduction's not wrong, Todoroki thought with a slight frown, but I've never known the old man to smile for the cameras like that. The screen swayed from the red-headed man with a beard and mustache made of literal flames to a sleek blonde man grooming his hair into perfect order. Bakugo's eyebrow twitched. Kirishima and Kaminari were both grinning at him like a couple of idiots. Not to mention the denim-clad award-winning Marvel, Best Jeanist. UA's golden logo upon the arch of the school's gate became front and center. Graduating from UA is basically a requirement if you want to be a great hero. I think young Midoriya is overhyping us a bit too much, Kiyama said with a blush as she placed her hand to her cheek. Now, Kiyama, Nezu returned, one must take pride in one's institution, and the boy is right. UA's hero course has consistently produced fine and upstanding heroes who perform admirably after graduation. This was it, Midoriya narrated as it showed his timid face in his middle school uniform walk through the gate, the first step towards achieving my dream of becoming a pro. Oh man, Kaminari said as the intro started. I know we already saw this the first time, but that guitar riff is awesome. You've got that right, Gyro agreed. Kendo placed a hand to her chin. Seeing it again now after watching the last 3 episodes, you can really see how it teases the relationship between Midoriya and All Might. Ashido grinned. Hey, has anyone else noticed that Uraraka and Ida are the first people in class to be introduced in the intro? They're even before Bakugo. Hey, I hadn't really noticed that before, Soto said, eyes widening. Well, we are Midoriya's friends after all, Ida reasoned. If the show is about him, it only makes sense that those closest to him would be shown pretty early on. Ida, you're not helping. Uraraka thought, deliberately keeping her mouth shut as she watched the screen. And what kind of pose is that? Click. The noise turned some heads towards Ashido, who was holding up her phone. She'd apparently taken a picture of the ending shot. What? I wanted a picture. Ooh, send that to me. Hagekyu requested. Oh, by the way, Kamemoto stated as the screen swayed to an overview of the numerous battle centers, the episodes you've already watched will be available on VOD on the TVs in your rooms, so you can re-watch and review what you've already seen at your leisure. That's excellent, Ida remarked. Being able to study what we've seen with more control and attention to detail will surely help us cultivate our understanding of the past and take lessons from it. Don't use that as an excuse to slack off here, Aizawa cautioned them. Yes, sir. Midoriya was sweating and trembling with nerves as the other applicants in his battle center marveled at the scope of their testing facility. He flashed back to present MIC's presentation earlier. Like your application said, today you Rock-N boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. Okay. Let's check out your targets. We already know this. Hagekyu pouted. We just saw it. It's still good review, though, Ojiro stated, and 3 of us here never took the hero course entrance exam. Points based on their level of difficulty, so better choose wisely. MIC's presentation shifted to a representation of a video game. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these faux villains like a mid-song guitar solo. Okay, this is it, Midoriya told himself as he came out of his flashback to the parameters. A mock battle. Did present MIC have to be so on-brand with his explanation? Yoyorozu wondered. Gyro grimaced. Yeah, it was kinda annoying. Don't tell him that to his face, Aizawa warned them. You'll hurt his feelings. Hey, Mineta pointed while patting his seatmate's leg. Shoji, look. You're up there. Yeah, and so is Ima, he said. Isn't my sparkle just dazzling? Aima asked, reaching out with his arm and giving his wrist a little flick as he struck a pose. Midoriya even noticed my belt. He has a keen eye. Midoriya's eyes zoomed in on Uraraka's back, the brunette in her tracksuit having a hand placed up to her chest while she seemed to be focusing herself. Ashido grinned. Hey, it's her. Midoriya realized. The nice girl I met at the school gates. The one who kept me from falling. Yeah, Uraraka sure is nice, isn't she, Midoriya? Gyro asked, smirking as she glanced down at him. With very wooden movements, his whole body creaking as he moved, Midoriya thought, I should probably thank her for helping me back there. Uraraka frowned. That's funny. She didn't remember Deku thanking her. A hand dropped onto Midoriya's left shoulder, distracting him enough to stop him. He turned around and yelped. Ida was standing behind him, giving the young prospective student a stern look. Wow, Ida, Kendo giggled, you sure scared Midoriya a lot that day. She looks like she's trying to focus on the trials ahead, Ida stated as the scene showed Uraraka taking deep breaths and patting her chest. The camera returned to Ida's face as he scolded Midoriya. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed. Ida bit his lip. I apologize, Midoriya. I know I was nervous, too, but that's no excuse. Izuku waved his hands in front of him, just like his past double was doing, as the other applicants on screen started to write him off. It's fine, Ida, really. You were just looking out for Uraraka is all. Yeah, but you buttoning like that made Deku even more of a nervous wreck, Uraraka pouted. I appreciate you thinking of me, Ida, but I honestly coulda used the distraction. Talking to someone would have helped my nerves a lot more than being by myself. Yeah, sounds like you were the one ruining someone else's chances to succeed, Kirishima called down with a grin. Not very manly of you, class rep. Again, I apologize. Ida stated. Right. Let's start. Midoriya and Ida both looked up at Present MIC's shout. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Wait, that's how yours started? Kaminari asked. That's a little harsh. Yeah, Cementos gave us a countdown in ours, Tetsu said. Aizawa sighed. Ah, Cementos. Yes, Kiyama agreed. It's like he doesn't enjoy messing with the students at all. I believe it's because he's too inspired by All Might here, Nezu said. He turned his head to look up at the retired pro. You probably would have given them a countdown too, wouldn't you? All Might flinched. Well, it is just an entrance exam. The panicked look on Midoriya's face as he shouted in his mind, I'm already behind, almost matched the one on Uraraka's as she moved at the back of the pack of examinees, all of them seemingly more focused and driven than visibly nervous. See, Ida, Uraraka pointed out. I was way nervous. Talking to someone I at least recognized, even in passing would have helped out a lot. Asui agreed. I'm sure talking to Midoriya would have calmed you down. Uraraka nodded. Right. Thanks Zu, not you too. The perpetual blush on her cheeks went even pinker as BLD rushed into the capillaries covering the rest of her cheeks. Ashido giggled while Tokomi muttered, so noisy. I'm trying to watch. Hey, wait up. Save some villains for me. Midoriya shouted as he chased after them all while a fun upbeat music track started. The title card came up. Episode 4, Start Line, just like Ochiko said in the preview. Ashido declared with pep. It's secret that we're probably not going to see how our exams went, Gyro lamented. Yeah, but considering how Midoriya was at the start of term, Ojiro added, I did always wonder how he actually made it in. I guess we're gonna find out, Soto said, folding his hands together under his chin. I have plenty of time, Midoriya reasoned as he ran through the streets of the battle center after the others. I'll catch up to them. After all, he flashed back to the Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, I've got All Might's power in me. Yeah right, Bakugo mocked. You had his power but not a single clue how to use it, dim and nerd. Bakugo. Uraraka snapped. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. No, he's right. I didn't know how to use it at all. But I do now, and I'll keep getting better at it until I can. Say I am here, and be the greatest hero in the world. All Might felt his chest swelling with pride. Before you do that, Zero teased, pointing at the screen as Midoriya swallowed All Might's hair. You might want to stop making faces like that. Izuku blanched, seeing his expression while chuckles and giggles arose around him. Oh, right. Yeah, Midoriya answered All Might's question on if he'd swallowed it, but I don't feel like anything's different yet. His mentor laughed. Well, of course not. Your body has to process the hair first. He looked up at a digital clock standing nearby, showing the time to be at 6:15 in the morning. It should kick in after 2, maybe 3 hours. But the exam was in 3 hours. Mineta exclaimed. At least the written one, Shoji stated. Yeah, the practical was a few hours after that, Soto agreed. Process it. Yoyorozu wondered. All Might, you mean that the acids in Midoriya's stomach would need to break down the hair enough for him to start actually absorbing the quirk factor within your DNA, correct? All Might nodded. That's about right, young Yorozu. Then what would happen if a different exchange of DNA had occurred, she asked. Say, Midoriya was given a BLD transfusion, or swallowed your saliva as Ashido proposed earlier. All Might's eyes widened and he rubbed his chin. I hadn't considered that. Likely faster for saliva, and probably almost instantly if he were to receive some of my BLD. Uraraka spotted Ashido attempting to get her attention and glanced at the pink-skinned horned girl. Hey, Ochako, Midori, she stage whispered. About how fast do you think the power would transfer if you do this? She made a circle with her thumb and index finger in one hand and used the index finger of her other to repeatedly enter and exit the circle. As the two teens' heads exploded at the implications, falling back or slumping forward on their couch as their souls left their bodies, Asui stared at Ashido. Mina, that's gross. Midoriya. Uraraka. Ida yelled. Varozu was blushing as she scolded the cackling prankster, while Kendo giggled to herself. Their class seems fun. The physical backlash of one for all can be intense, All Might advised Midoriya as the boy prepared to head home to prepare for the exam. There's no time to go into the fine details, but, take note. The scene changed back to the present, Midoriya running through the exam site as All Might's words echoed in his mind. You have to prepare yourself before using this quirk. So I want you to clench your butt cheeks, and yell this from the depths of your heart. Izuku's soul couldn't come to the phone right now, so he was very glad that he wasn't cognizant enough to hear just how much laughing and giggling erupted from his schoolmates at All Might's instructions to clench his butt cheeks before using his quirk. Kirishima, Zero, and Tetsu particularly seemed to find it hilarious, even more so when Midoriya encountered a one-pointer robot and froze completely. Midoriya versus Sludge Villain. Zero started to tease, why am I running? Why are my legs moving? Why can't I stop? Midoriya versus one-pointer. Tetsu joined in, doing his best Midoriya imitation which wasn't flattering. Why aren't my feet moving? Why am I frozen? Why can't I start? A few of their classmates giggled, but Kirishima gave a big thumbs up. Well, he's sure come a long way from that now. Emma bid Midoriya adieu as he ran off after saving him from the one-pointer that had been about to crush him. Izuku slowly regained his senses and looked up to where Emma was sitting. Oh, I'm sorry, I never got a chance to thank you for that, thing. Doreen, mon ami, Emma replied with a wink and a sparkle. Kamemoto looked at the blonde boy with confusion from her position. She could just barely see him beyond the back of his blonde head, but even so she was able to see the sparkling shards that had mysteriously appeared around him. Even outside of the show he does that. How? Midoriya ran further into the city in search of robots he could destroy for points and arrived in a wide street where a veritable buffet of robots were being destroyed by all the other applicants with their quirks, the faux villains falling left and right. Her again, he thought as he saw Uraraka run by in front of him. She placed her hands against the villains as she ran past them, activating her quirk on them with a slight flash of pink from the pads on her fingertips. Her quirk floated the faux villains up into the air. Placing the fingertips of her hands together, Uraraka called out, "Now, release." The robot started crashing back to earth around her as the brunette breathed, getting short of breath. Okay, that should be at least 28 points. You go, girl. Ashido cheered. Yeah, nice job, Shoji said with a nod as Midoriya freaked out that Uraraka had that many points already. I'd wondered whose quirk was making the bots float. Ida's legs shredded apart a two-pointer with a ferocious and fast kick to its abdomen. That puts me at 45. How'd he get so many? Midoriya wondered, the pressure starting to get to him. Hey, nice job, Ida, Kaminari praised. Yeah, Hatsune agreed. Your kicks are pretty tough, legs, if you were able to break solid steel with them. It's because of my quirk, Ida explained. Because I have actual engines in my calves, my tibia, fibula, and the bones of my ankles and feet are basically as tough as a highly durable steel alloy. Midoriya was looking all over as more robots were destroyed with the other applicants arguing over them while calling out their point totals. Hey, you're not doing so hot there, Midoriya, Soto pointed out. Yeah, Mineta said. Even I'd gotten some points at this stage. Same here, Hagakure agreed with what some could assume was a nod given the slight shift in her uniform. Though I wasn't destroying mine, I was disabling them by flipping a kill SWCH on the back. They had those? Izuku asked, seeing his panicking face played right back at him. I wish I'd noticed that during the exam, not that it would have helped much. The scene cut away from Midoriya's despairing belief that he would fail and revealed a monitoring room. The principal's voice spoke over a number of screens showing close-ups on individual applicants and the carnage of the destroyed foe villains. Somehow AMR had spotted the cameras recording them and was looking right at it. Clearly, the examinees have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. "Oh, is it time for my debut now?" Nezu inquired, his tail swishing against Kiyoma's body as he leaned forward a little. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan out strategies, he observed as it showed Shoji using his dupliarms to search. The scene shifted to Ida skidding against the asphalt, while others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. AMR was shown again next, destroying a villain with his naval laser while posing for the camera, again, somehow knowing exactly where it was. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage. Bakugo grinned as he saw himself show up, standing in the wreckage of destroyed foe villains with his hands smoking from his quirk's power. "Ooh, looking like a total badass there, Bakugo," Kirishima said, holding out his hand for a fist bump, which Bakugo provided. "Demonstrate I am," he agreed. "That's why I was the one who placed first in these exams." The voice of Midnight started to hum. "I'd say this year's group looks promising." "Oh, and they certainly are," Kiyoma agreed with herself, looking down over the students assembled in front of them. "Judging the exam is always an interesting experience," Nezu stated. "Every year, we never know what we're going to get. And every year we irrationally weed out competent children whose quirks don't work well against robots," Aizawa grumbled. Snipe pressed the button labeled Yaruki SWSH kept behind a glass case. "Let's see how they react." Yorozu furrowed her eyebrows. "Real test." Ida watched intensely. "The moment Midoriya understood the meaning of the test more than me. I should observe his actions and thought processes closely if I want to become a better hero." Gyro shivered and grasped her arms, beginning to rub them. She wasn't the only one who did as the music became ominous and the cities started to shake. "Oh boy, not these things again." Uraraka was holding a hand to her mouth to try to keep down her nausea as all the examinees in her area stopped what they were doing, turning towards the source of the rumbling. She and Ida both gained tense expressions, with the Gravity Girl's face revealing more fear than Ingenium's younger brothers. Glass windows shattered as giant wheels carried something past buildings, and Midoriya became covered in the shadow of something truly gigantic. He gasped as he looked up. Towering above him, mechanical hands grasping the roofs of buildings at least 9 stories tall and still dwarfing them in its size, was the 0-point robot. It crushed one of the buildings in its grip, sending concrete and rebar falling to the ground. "Eek!" Ashido squealed, yanking her blanket up over her eyes. "That thing's still scary." "Oh yes," Yorozu realized. "From the obstacle course." Ojiro began sweating. "I'm so glad the one in my center was nowhere near me, and we weren't required to take it down." Soto nodded. "Yeah, could you imagine having to do that?" Koda shook his head from next to him. "Anyone who would have to be crazy," he said timidly. "All I could do was run." However, Tokoyami brought up, Snipe said that this was the real test. What were they testing us on, I wonder? Midoriya looked like he was about to faint from terror at the giant robot looming menacingly over him. "Isn't this a little extreme?" his internal voice roared with all the volume of a field mouse. Tetsu frowned as the 0-pointer punched the road, sending up a great cloud of dust and wind that buffeted the examinees and had them screaming in panic. "Gotta say, I'm starting to wonder how Midoriya even made it in. It's not like just anyone can fight the big one, but it wasn't worth any points anyway, and he's sitting at 0 right now." "Yes," Todoroki agreed. "Clearly Midoriya passed and made the cut, so what happened?" Bakugo narrowed his eyes as he sat up and leaned forward. "That was an excellent question." Midoriya fell onto his but as his legs gave out beneath him. The terror from that punch and the robot's presence had him even more paralyzed than when the 1-pointer had appeared in front of him. "Now things get interesting," All Might's voice came through as he presumably watched the proceedings. "You were watching us, sir?" Kirishima asked, to which All Might nodded. "Yes, But I wasn't a judge at the time, he answered. Not all of my paperwork had been processed yet. A person's true character is revealed when they are faced with danger. Ida ran past Midoriya along with all the other fleeing applicants, the scene slowing down to show his concerned face as he looked at the frightened boy immobilized with fear, before he shut his eyes, turned away, and continued running. The students all gasped as they saw Ida's actions. "You just left him there, Ida?" Kendo queried, her hand to her mouth as she tried to connect the action she'd just seen with the reputation of her fellow class rep. Ida bit his lip. "I have no excuse for my actions," he answered. "I prioritized saving myself and seeking villains that were worth points. For that, I am ashamed." "Wow," Kaminari said. "Not that I blame you, Ida." "Yeah," Zero agreed. "That giant robot showing up out of nowhere was something else. This is a disaster." Midoriya exclaimed, tears of terror fleeing from his eyes as he tried to scramble away, not able to even get to his feet. "I gotta get away and find some smaller villains." "A smart choice, given the circumstances," Tokoyami agreed. Asui nodded with a quiet rib bit. Present Mic posed from atop his tower, shouting, "Less than 2 minutes remaining." Midoriya looked up in shock, still without a point to his name. "What? 2 minutes?" Bakugo's furrowed brow deepened as he watched intently while Deku flashed back to scenes from the previous episode of his intensive training. "Deku, how the hell did you get enough points to squeak in with 2 minutes left when almost all the villains had been taken out?" A leg in a black tracksuit was stuck underneath a pile of concrete at a weird angle. The owner tried to move it, and cried out with a loud, "Oh!" Ashido peeked out from the blanket. "Oh no! Ochako!" Midoriya stopped trying to get away when he heard her, and turned to look. Uraraka shouted a number of people, a thrill of fear running through them as they saw the precarious situation the girl was in, trapped with her leg caught under a pile of rubble as the sounds of the approaching zero-pointer intensified. The girl in question had been silent since Ashido's last bit of innuendo, and she brought her legs up close, wrapping her arms around them while burying her chin behind her knees. She remembered this part. She'd never forget it for the rest of her life. The pain of the rubble pressing against her stuck and broken leg, the fear as the monolithic zero-pointer approached her. And the awe at what came next. Uraraka tried to get up, sweating and struggling, but she seemed to be in too much pain or too weak from having used up her stamina already to escape from her situation. Midoriya watched her struggle vainly, a look of horror on his face while others continued to run away. Gyro perked up. "Hey, I recognize this track." She gasped as her eyes widened. "No. Midoriya, you idiot." "I'm sorry I didn't ask first," Uraraka's voice played through his head as he remembered her smiling at him at the gates. "I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you." "Don't tell me," Soto gulped. Koda placed his hands to the side of his head. "You actually fought that thing," he screamed. "Well, if it's to save sweet Miss Uraraka," Amma trailed with a knowing grin. Midoriya got to his feet, rushing towards the zero-pointer. "I still think the test is irrational," Aizawa said as the drumline kicked in. "This show is making Midoriya look too good." All Might's voice spoke over the action again as Midoriya approached the zero-pointer. "There are no combat points rewarded for taking on the humongous villain, but there is." The scene slowed, showing an X-ray through the breathes of Midoriya's tracksuit as his legs became filled with power as they tensed. Opportunity, a chance to shine. Midoriya jumped, vanishing from sight as he shot through the air with the wind pressure blowing the dust cloud away. Uraraka gasped as she turned her head while the wind blew through her hair, watching Midoriya's sudden display of power as he rose to face the villain. "Holy crp, Midoriya!" Hagakyu whispered. Cementos' eyes grew wide while Ectoplasm leaned forward. "To show what you're really made of," continued All Might while all the teachers watched his screen. Midoriya started to growl as he pulled his right fist back, the power of one for all coursing through his right arm and his tracksuit tearing away while his muscles bulged with insane amounts of power. He shot between the fingers of the zero-pointer as it tried to stop him, heading straight for the giant robot's massive head. "So clench your butt cheeks, kid. And yell this from the depths of your heart." Midoriya remembered. Nobody even had time to juvenilely snort about the butt-cheek-clenching instruction, too intent on watching what Midoriya was doing. Uraraka was madly blushing as she tried to hide her face behind her knees, but still kept her eyes on the screen. This was the moment when she knew he'd be a great hero. When he became her hero. Smash! Midoriya roared in his head through gritted teeth as he punched the robot. The metal face caved inward with a flash of flame from an explosion right at the point of contact, and the whole machine fell back, the head crumpling and breaking apart as explosions started to wreak havoc on its massive frame. With one punch. Kaminari shrieked. No way, Kendo whispered, her face and many others nearly the same as the ones of Uraraka's, Ida's, and the other applicants on screen. No way, echoed Tetsu. Now that was gutsy. So manly, Kirishima agreed. Mai giggled madly. Such power. All Might grinned from within the viewing room. That's right. More explosions riddled the zero-pointer robot, running all the way down its spine as it shattered into pieces. Show who you are. Embody what it means to be a hero. Nezu was almost jumping up and down in his seat next to All Might, celebrating the destruction of the zero-pointer. Kiyama smiled. Now that was a fun and surprising moment. Nothing is nobler, All Might declared, than self-sacrifice. The screen pulled away from them to show Midoriya hanging in the air, his right arm extended from his punch and looking a sickly dark pink while BLD ran from his fingers, the skin from his knuckles down having been blown away. Oh, dude, Soto winced. That was a totally awesome punch, but, so this is the start of the saga of Broken Bones Midoriya, Zero chuckled as the episode's break card appeared. Uraraka swallowed and held her legs tighter to her chest, doing everything she could not to look at Deku. She'd started to realize it before, but now it was unmistakably presented for her. Deku just gotten his quirk only a few hours ago. He'd never had a chance to try using it before. He hadn't even been able to score a single point against any of the robot villains they were supposed to be taking out. Then she gets caught underneath the rubble and he jumps into action, and breaks his body with overwhelming power he can't handle as he saves her from the giant robot. She hadn't known him at all. Uraraka had barely remembered stopping him from falling near the school gates, but Deku had remembered her clearly. She was the first person his own age to have treated him nicely since everyone around him had manifested quirks and he hadn't. She was the first girl to have given him so much as a smile and the time of day in over a decade. Even Ida, who he was now also best friends with, had called him out during present MIC's briefing and chastised him when he just wanted to thank her for helping him out earlier. He had nothing, and still he blew up his legs and arm to save a girl he only knew as that nice girl who talked to me. He was worthy of being a hero. All Might needed to correct his earlier statement. Bakugo wasn't the only one who wasn't worthy of Deku. Eyes downcast, Uraraka slowly placed her feet on the ground and grabbed the green blanket she'd originally brought to their couch after All Might's outburst at Bakugo during the first episode. Uraraka, Deku's voice reached her, anxious concern laced throughout his tone. You okay? Bundling the blanket up in her arms, she nodded, quietly answering, yeah, I'm okay. Can I just finish watching from another seat for now? The two stared at her for a moment as on-screen Midoriya flashed back to the sludge villain incident. Ida's face returned to normal first. Though I don't know your reasons, sure, Uraraka. If you need some space right now, then we'd be happy to give it to you. Deku smiled and nodded. Uraraka felt like the smile she gave them both was treasonous poison as she wordlessly thanked them and headed up the right-hand staircase to the 4th level. The eyes of her peers and teachers bored into her as she left the oppressive warmth of her friend's couch to sit in the cold solitude of the unclaimed one opposite the teachers, and wrapped herself up in the green blanket. She could still hear the screen just fine through the fabric that blocked her sight, and prevented anyone from witnessing her tears. From here she could even somewhat overheard Mr. Aizawa chastising All Might and the principal for not informing him as Deku's teacher that the entrance exam had been the very first time he'd ever used his quirk. Uraraka breathed in. It still smells like Deku. Izuku shared a look with Ida. Do you know if anything's going on with Uraraka? She seemed upset. His friend shook his head as he listened to Midoriya's internal thoughts. Ida faintly smiled. Of course. Midoriya didn't realize there was anything else to the test after all. No, it just wouldn't be Midoriya if he jumped in to save Uraraka for selfish reasons like impressing the judges. He saw her in danger, and now that he had the power to save her, he used it. Midoriya, there is still much that I can learn from you. I hope you didn't do anything, Midoriya, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 growled, interrupting Ida's thoughts. Yeah, if you hurt her I'll kick your butt, Gyro agreed. Chosen one or not? What? He yelped. Why would I dash? Just 1 minute left. Midoriya realized he was still in an exam at present. MIC's shout, and reminded that gravity still existed as he started to plummet back to Earth. Mineta had his hands on the side of his head. How did a fall from that height not kill you, Midoriya? He asked. Izuku scratched his cheek, blushing and glancing back up at the green burrito that was Uraraka. Well, I still haven't thanked Uraraka for saving me that day. As soon as I get the chance, I should do so. Landing should be a piece of cake, right? Midoriya asked himself as his horribly broken limbs flapped in the wind during his descent. Of course he didn't have a plan, Aizawa grumbled. Right. He looked back at his legs, noticing just how they were moving, and made a shocking realization. I'm broken. Geez, All Might wasn't kidding when he said the backlash was intense, Kaminari said. Todoroki nodded. Midoriya's body was only barely able to handle the power. If he was any weaker, his limbs probably would have been blasted off of him instead of simply breaking. You may have molded your body into a proper vessel, All Might's words earlier that day flew through Midoriya's mind, but you did it in a hurry, so be cautious. The physical backlash of one for all can be intense. Is anyone else getting sick looking at the way Midoriya's arms moving? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 asked. Yorozu had one hand over her mouth and the other pressed to her stomach as she nodded. Hatsune, Ashido, Mineta, Aima, Ojiro, and Koda were also looking pretty green around the gills. Uraraka wasn't even watching, the blanket wrapped around her head. She couldn't bear to see it. I can barely contain this borrowed power, Midoriya chastised himself as the mental image of a trembling wine glass filled to the brim began to vibrate against a high-frequency noise, even after 10 months of training. The wine glass cracked. Now that's some good mental imagery, Kiyama said. So why did he go for something like an egg in a microwave? All Might sighed. Way ahead of myself attacking that giant villain. Midoriya's self-directed rant continued. I'm acting like a pro, when I don't even have enough skill to be a sidekick. At least he recognized his weakness, Aizawa sighed. He's just taking his first steps, Nezu stated. It's always a wonderful thing seeing children learn to develop and assess their quirks, but it's quite another to get to witness it when an adolescent is going through the same things as those in kindergarten. As Midoriya continued to fall, Kirishima winced and softly asked as Midoriya reached the height of the tallest buildings. Hey Midoriya, just how much pain were you in back then? I don't really remember, Izuku answered. I think all the adrenaline was blocking out most of it, but I'd still broken both legs and my right arm in multiple places, so it was some pretty intense pain, but I'd sort of built up a pretty high pain tolerance so I was able to fight my way through it. There's gotta be something I can do. He thought of All Might. A Detroit smash. You were planning on using it again? Yorozu yelped. No. Midoriya. You were already horribly injured. It's the only chance I've got to survive. I guess he's not wrong, Kendo commented. My legs and my right arm are broken, so just one option. I can do this. But if my timing's off then I'm toast. Even if I live I've got 0 points. And if I break my left arm too, there's no way I'm gonna pass the exam. Dude, you were still thinking about the exam in that situation. Kaminari shouted. Stop being so hardcore, Midoriya. You're gonna get yourself killed like that. Kaminari has a point, Kiyama agreed. Midoriya screamed as he fell, his left arm reared back, ready to unleash his power in one more smash to keep himself from dying. Waiting for just the right moment, he held back, the music building up as his fall became deadlier and deadlier. Uraraka peeked out of the blanket. A resounding smack echoed from the screen as a hand slapped Midoriya in the face, wearing a black and white wristband. Time slowed as the camera revealed a frazzled, panicked, pain-filled Uraraka on top of a piece of destroyed robot, the gravity-nullifying girl the culprit. Relief washed through the watching students while Ashido leapt up from her seat. 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐴CO. Midoriya's descent slowed to a stop until he was floating just above the pavement. Uraraka urged her fingertips together, straining as she overused her quirk to keep both Midoriya and the robot piece she was riding aloft. And release. Both dropped to the ground with fleshy and metallic thuds, Midoriya now no more harmed than he was after he punched the zero-pointer into oblivion. Uraraka sighed in relief before her stomach declared a revolt. She was only able to hold it back for a second. The camera changed to a view from behind her, to avoid showing the actual act, and a deluge of rainbow sparkles emerged as she retched. The audience stared. What? Uraraka yelped. What? Gyro asked. Uraraka, you don't actually barf rainbows, do you? Zero asked. What? She repeated. No. No, I don't. Oh my, that's adorable, Kayama giggled. What's adorable, Miss Midnight? Tetsu asked. Because this just doesn't make sense. Think about it, she replied. The story's main character is young Midoriya, correct, so a lot of this so far has been seen from his viewpoint. There are then two options. Either this was an act of upper management that Kamemoto mentioned getting CRP past the censors, or Midoriya's mind saw young Uraraka as someone like an angel from on high sent to save him, an angel who happens to barf rainbows. Uraraka yelped and covered her head with the blanket again while Izuku tried to do the same using his arms. Neither of those things could prevent them from hearing Ashido's, Hagakyu's, and surprisingly Kendo's squeals and a number of the boys teasing us. That's an interesting idea, Kamemoto mused. I always thought it was an homage to a certain useless goddess who literally does puke rainbows. That girl, she stopped my fall again. Midoriya looked up, anguish all over his face as the pain caught up to him now that the danger had passed. It sure seemed to take a lot out of her. Like her breakfast of Skittles and Lucky Charms, Hatsune teased. I wonder what the rainbow tastes like when it comes back up. Kirishima joked. It's probably still magically delicious, laughed Kaminari. Zero chuckled. Uravity, hell the rainbow. Still with her head buried under the blanket, Uraraka emmed. You guys. I don't actually barf rainbows. Gyro smirked. Hide all you want, you're never living this one down. She looked at Midoriya. Neither are you, broccoli boy. Uraraka's your rainbow-spewing angel who saved your life only seconds after you saved hers, right? Yet your first thought was whether or not she was fine, even though you're the dork who broke his legs and arm and all she did was barf. A frantic expression on his face, Midoriya started pulling himself forward with just his one unbroken arm. I still have a chance to get at least 1 point before. And that's it, MIC said while looking at his watch. Time's up. Oh man, that's brutal, Soto said. All that and he still didn't get anything. This is making even less sense, Zero agreed. Ignoring the rainbow barf, Midoriya scored a giant goose egg for the practical. How did he even make it? Yeah, Ashido agreed as her voice became a bit more depressed, and not to rag on Ochiko's 28 points, but that's still something of a low score, wouldn't you say? True, Gorozu reluctantly agreed. Though I wasn't taking the same test as you, it does seem too low a point value to pass. Ida was about to raise his voice, but it was Bakugo who beat him to the punch. You idiots! All eyes turned to him. None of you, none of us, understood what Snipe was really getting at when he flipped that SWCH on us. Bakugo let his red eyes stray over Deku and Uraraka, now annoyingly in different seats because Round Face finally figured out she had a crush on the DMN nerd. This is the hero course entrance exam, numbskulls. We were told to crush villains so we did, aiming for high scores. He narrowed his eyes. But heroes don't just beat the SHT out of dumb villains, they save by winning, and win by saving. While everyone else was either running away from the giant villain or taking down the small fry, those idiots were too busy saving each other to even remember they were in a test. It wasn't something we were told would be graded on, but they did it anyway without even thinking about it. That's how those two dumbasses got into UA. Bakugo turned around and looked All Might in the eye for the first time since the former symbol of peace had punched him in the jaw. Well, am I right, All Might? Over the past 90 minutes or so, All Might's rage at what Bakugo had said to young Midoriya had gone down from a roiling boil to a gentle simmer. He wasn't sure he'd ever be able to forgive young Bakugo for what he'd said to young Midoriya when they were younger, but it was clear that the young man in front of him was a different person from the one who'd told Midoriya to take a swan dive from the roof of the building. His own words being thrown back in his face without Bakugo descending into a rage at how Midoriya had managed to enter UA without a single villain point was proof of that, and his deduction was spot on. That's correct, young Bakugo, All Might answered. In fact, I'm sure that the show will explain it on its own by the end of the episode. There's no way he's passing with a 0 score like that, one of the other examinees said, completely oblivious to the sad violin or the discussion the audience was having to the exact same thing. But you gotta admit, said another, that was a pretty amazing move. Ida watched silently throughout all the dissing of Midoriya as they wondered how such a boy with an amazing power didn't do anything during the 10 minutes of the test. They're all missing the point, don't they see what he did? Oh, so Ida recognized it too. Kendo realized. So it's not just Midoriya's and All Might's thoughts that will be presented, one as class rep said, the rest of us may have our thoughts revealed as well. He glared at his class. Hear that, everyone. Midoriya's mind isn't the only one that'll be under scrutiny. A number of students tensed and gulped. He sacrificed everything, just to save that girl. Peak Midoriya, Tokoyami agreed. Just to save that girl. Shoji asked. That's putting it a little harsh, Ida. Putting his life on the line. But despite those concerns, he didn't hesitate to jump. It showed Ida clenching his fist. His whole body was shaking in frustration as he remembered the moment he turned away and ran past the quaking Midoriya. If this hadn't been an exam, then of course, the camera showed Ida's frustrated expression as he beat himself up for his unheroic action. I would have done the same thing. Ida, Izuku tried to comfort his friend while some of the others laughed at the look on Ida's face. Don't beat yourself up about it. Like Kaken said, none of us knew they were also giving us rescue points. Wait. The exam. The judges. They saw that. Ida smiled at his friend attempting to console him. It's all right, Midoriya. It just means that I have more to learn. Recovery Girl was walking into the exam area, praising them all on their good work and handing out gummies to the applicants. Yes, don't eat them all at once, okay? You know, I've been wondering about those gummy bears, Gyro spoke up. What were they? The gummy bears Recovery Girl was giving out all had a little bit of her quirk's power infused within them during the candy-making process, Principal Nezu explained. They weren't simply to help recover some of the lost energy from running around using your quirks for 10 minutes without limit in an unfamiliar setting. Their other purpose was to assist in healing any minor injuries that had been sustained in the practical, while more serious injuries like those young Midoriya or Miss Uraraka sustained were attended to personally. Recovery Girl stood over Midoriya's unconscious body with a worried look on her face. It's as though his own body isn't used to handling his power at all. You didn't even tell the old lady. Aizawa growled. I did tell her. All Might refuted as Recovery Girl healed Midoriya's broken body. But only after he was accepted. There wasn't time to let her know prior to the entrance exam, and if by some fluke young Midoriya wasn't accepted then she wouldn't need to know. All Might, that is the height of irrationality, Aizawa declared. Recovery Girl called for any other injuries and Ida placed his hand to his chin. I wonder, what if the exam had other parameters I didn't take into account? He looked back to Midoriya's now healed, but still unconscious body. It's possible. The scene faded to black. Izuku sighed. Ida, you really were thinking too highly of me, he said. My body just started moving on its own. I just couldn't let Uraraka get hurt, you know. Exam or not. Besides, I didn't have a plan for what to do after I beat the villain. If it wasn't for Uraraka, I might not have managed to stop my own fall, or I'd have hurt the other examinees from the crater my smash would have put into the road. I might have even ruptured a water main and caused a lot of damage. Now he realizes how reckless that plan of action would have been, Izawa groaned internally. A caption appeared as the camera panned down from a nighttime sky to the apartment complex Midoriya lived in, reading, 1 week later. Oh yeah, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 shivered. That week of waiting was just the worst. I was so nervous, Ojiro agreed. I'd also applied to general studies just in case, but I could barely sleep since the exam, Kirishima admitted. I was on pins and needles the whole time, wondering if I'd done well enough. The hell are you talking about, shitty hair? Bakugo growled. You're not some semi-quirkless weakling like Deku was. You had that exam in the bag. Kirishima rubbed his head as Tetsu punched him in the shoulder. Yeah, and knowing us, you probably got the exact same score as I did. Wouldn't that be the truth? Kirishima said. Hey, if this show tells us what everyone's scores were, 1,000 yen says I actually scored better than you. Tetsu grinned. Getting cocky, here. Fine. And 1,000 says we tied. You're on. The two clasped their hands together and shook on it. Midoriya looked up at his mom across the dinner table as he realized she was calling out to him. She was sweating in fearful anxiety with her chopsticks hovering above her bowl as she stared at her boy. Why are you smiling at that fish? Should I be worried about you, honey? Uraraka pulled her head out of the blanket and sat up again. A small smile graced her lips again for the first time in a number of minutes. Your mom seems really nice, Deku. Urozu sighed, her voice quivering with sympathy as Midoriya dragged himself down into despair from his own mental calculations. Midoriya, yeah, it was hard for us, Kendo agreed, but getting 0 villain points even after inheriting All Might's quirk. I can't imagine how hard that had to have been hitting him. Midori, Ashido whimpered. Ribbit, Hatsune grinned. Remember, the support course is always open. Ida chopped his hand. Not the time, Hatsune. And he did make it in, remember. My point stands. Come on, think of all the genius babies we could make with a quirk-analyzing brain like his. Miss Hatsune raises a good point. Nezu stated. Perhaps we should see about permitting the Hero Corps students to join the same extracurricular clubs that the students in the other programs join. Having heroes that can help design their own support equipment or those of their peers may be invaluable. And ever since the exam, I haven't been able to get in touch with All Might. Uraraka gasped. You left him out to dry for a whole week. All Might flinched. Yes, well, I still had a lot of paperwork to do to make my position at UA official. But to train him for 10 months and then go completely silent after the exam. Todoroki asked, frowning slightly. Even for you, that's negligent, All Might. To be called out on it by my own students, All Might grimaced, their words wounding him. Aizawa covered his mouth with his capture scarf. He'd never been so proud. Kiyoma was giggling next to him. Inko smiled from the kitchen as she looked in on the depressed son she had sitting on the couch. She tried to cheer him up with a peppy, no matter what, I just want you to know I'm proud of you and I think you're really cool, sweetie. Ashido smiled. Oh, Mamadoria's so sweet. What? Izuku gasped. Mamadoriya, Ashido repeated, grinning. Because she's Umema and she's a Midoriya. Ergo, Mamadoriya. Izuku paled. Oh my gosh. She'll never stop teasing me if she finds out a girl in my class has nicknamed her. I didn't tell my mom about All Might or his secret, narrator Izuku stated. I want him to continue being the symbol of peace for everyone, the #1 hero. Besides, he trusted me, so I'll keep my mouth shut. He put down his phone on the coffee table and lifted up a dumbbell that had been next to the couch, beginning to do representatives. You work those muscles, Midoriya, Hatsune egged him on. He hadn't even told his mother. Kiyoma questioned. Aizawa frowned. That's going to have to change as soon as we're back. And Midoriya's going to need to stop putting himself down so much. Kiyoma nodded. True, but at least he resolved even in defeat to continue trying. His homeroom teacher sighed. This kid just doesn't know when to stop or slow down. The door opened, Inko Midoriya on her knees and scrambling in excitement. A letter, Izuku. They came, Izuku, look. You got a letter. They're here. Your test results, from UA. A smattering of chuckles stole through the room, dispelling the somewhat gloomy air Midoriya's on-screen depression had spread. Like mother like son, Tokoyami declared with a soft smile across his beak. I'm glad Mrs. Midoriya's like this, Asui stated. It explains a lot about Midoriya. Numerous nods accompanied her statement. Uraraka smiled softly as Inko paced worriedly outside of Deku's bedroom, his name written on an All Might-themed nameplate hanging on the door. She was worrying so much, it was almost like she was the one who'd taken the exam instead. All the lights were off in Midoriya's room, all except for his desk lamp as he sat in front of the letter that would tell him he hadn't passed. He stared at it for a number of seconds before deciding to just rip off the bandage. Midoriya grabbed the envelope by the sides and tore it open right down the middle. You do know that's not how you open a letter, right? Ida asked. Izuku chuckled in his throat. I just didn't care at the time. A silver disc dropped onto his desk, lighting up as soon as it came to a rest. All Might appeared on a holographic projection in front of him, declaring, "Boo-ya. I am here, as a projection, now." Whoa, you got All Might in your letter? Kirishima asked. Of course he would, 𝐒𝐿 said. He is All Might's chosen one, after all. All Might's theme kicked off as the man stood on a stage in his familiar yellow suit. I know it's been a while, but with great power comes a great amount of paperwork. He bowed. My apologies, young man. See, All Might told Uraraka and Todoroki, I was busy. The truth is, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member. Midoriya leaned forward, the look of surprise still not gone from his face. You're seriously going to be working at UA? Aizawa glanced past Kiyama at All Might. I don't know whether I should be impressed or not that you didn't tell him. All Might nodded as a hand appeared in the corner, making circles. Yes, what's the matter? Who's showboating? Oh, sorry, I'll wrap it up but I have to show him something first. Wait, I need to do how many of these things? The class sighed. All Might. Right, so, moving on. All Might cleared his throat. Even though you passed the written test, you got 0 combat points in the practical exam. Sorry. Ouch, 𝐒𝐿 winced as Midoriya started to wallow in self-pity at the reminder. Yeah, laying it out like that was pretty harsh, Shoji agreed. Harsh but true, Amar said. The way he's looking, it makes me want to just give him a hug, Yarozu thought, her own lip trembling. Fortunately, All Might continued, there were other factors. See. Bakugo stated. What did I tell you? Midoriya looked back up at the projection. But before we get to that, I have another surprise. All Might gestured towards the screen that was to his right, pulling out a remote. Here. Look. A short clip for your viewing pleasure. He pressed a button on the remote, and the screen filled up with a doorway within UA, and entering that doorway was none other than Uraraka in her middle school sailor uniform. Ochiko! Ashido gasped again. Uraraka herself blushed as she saw what was happening. He saw that. Do you have a sec? The gravity girl asked with an anxious expression clouding her face. Sorry to interrupt. Midoriya's face turned into a somewhat confused, but also hopeful expression. It's that nice girl. Uraraka covered her face with her hands. It really shouldn't have been embarrassing, but being constantly referred to as that nice girl was really getting to her, especially since she didn't have anything noteworthy at the time to describe him back. All Might had a teasing note in his voice as he announced, she showed up. After the exam to talk about you, young man. Ooh, Gyro grinned. Your dad's saying you're in trouble, Midoriya. Izuku turned into a tomato. What? What did she have to say? The man's grin was quite telling. You'll have to stay tuned to find out. All Might really is a showman, isn't he? Kendo asked. The clip changed to show Uraraka talking to presenter Mice. You know that boy with the really messy hair and all the freckles. It's hard to describe his face. Uraraka started to struggle as she tried to find the right words to describe him. He's kinda plain looking. Doesn't really stand out or anything, you know. She's means me. Midoriya mentally gasped. Kaminari and 𝐤𝐸 laughed. Self-esteem, man. Get some. Ashido pursed her lips. Ochiko, we're going to need to have words. I was wondering, Uraraka continued, would it be possible to give him some of the points I earned during the exam? That earned some gasps from around the room. You wanted to give him your points? Ida asked aloud. But, Hagekyu paused, turning to look back at the girl who was now sitting all alone, then you wouldn't have passed. Uraraka, Kirishima whispered, you'd have given up your spot. Kiyama did her very best to restrain herself from belting out the word, YOO. I heard him say something about wanting to get just 1 point in, Uraraka said earnestly, clenching her fist in front of her heart as she thought back to it, which just seems crazy. How could someone who took down that huge villain all by himself not have any points in the end? A flash of Bakugo's words ages ago. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. Uraraka wasn't done. He would have had a better score if he hadn't stopped to help me. Death Arms scolding him after the sludge villain. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. He saved me. Uraraka cried out. I have to make it up to him. Please, sir, can't you just give him my points? Uraraka hid her face again under the blanket. It wasn't just Deku who knew that she'd tried to give up her spot at UA for him. Now everyone in class knew that she'd wanted him to pass even if it meant she failed. She hadn't regretted the decision at all, and thankfully she managed to pass too so that she and Deku could be in the same class and grow closer as actual friends, but this was a whole pile of embarrassment she hadn't realized she'd signed up for when she woke up this morning. All Might stopped the video, his back turned as he watched the screen too. You have a quirk now, yes, but it's your actions that inspire others. And that's why I am here. You see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. He resumed the video. Present MIC approached Uraraka and patted her on the head. Thanks for showing up to the station with your request, he comforted her, but there's no reason to give him your points. The kid's charting well on his own. How could a hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others, no matter the consequences to himself? All Might asked rhetorically. Because a dead hero can't save anyone, Aizawa muttered. All Might turned to look at Midoriya through the projection. After all, that is what makes a hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about, training those who would risk their lives for the greater good. So we have rescue points. The screen showed the observation room the teachers had been watching the exam from, each of them holding up signs with point values on them. A panel of judges watches, and they award points for heroic acts beyond just fighting villains, explained All Might before showing Midoriya's score at 7th place, between Ida and Tetsutetu. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. It then showed Uraraka in 3rd, placed between Kirishima and Shiozaki. And Ochiko Uraraka, 45 rescue points. All Might smiled over his shoulder at the camera. You both passed the exam. Damn it. Tetsutetsu complained. 2nd place, Bakugo grinned. Not bad, shitty hair. Kirishima smiled. Hey, thanks man. They fist bumped. All Might stretched his hand out. Welcome, Izuku. You have made it. You're now a part of the Hero Academia. Ah, the show's title, Soto said. Now it makes sense. As Midoriya cried with joy and relief, the camera zoomed in on a collectible All Might figure on his desk in his Silver Age costume, and narrator Midoriya said, "It took a lot of help, but my life has changed completely." The camera changed to a view outside of the apartment building, and panned up into a starry sky with a crescent moon. And now, I'm enrolling in the high school of my dreams. The outro began. Whoa, Kaminari sighed, holding a hand to his heart. I was on the edge of my seat there. Yeah, Shoji agreed. What Midoriya went through was a lot more intense than I thought. That just shows just how much Midori deserves to be here. Ashido exclaimed, pumping her fists. He went through hell, and he made it through thanks to his guardian angel. The outro ended, showing the same sky. An after-credits scene. Asui asked. The camera zoomed though it's panned back down to the apartment. Izuku's door opened, and he came out to greet his worried mother. He smiled. Click, nailed it. Hagekyu shouted, triumphantly holding up her phone. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 teared up. "Oh, my baby." All Might's theme started up as the preview began. "Oh, who's doing it this time?" 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 gasped with excitement. All Might's heroic voice boomed out over the images they could expect to see after lunch. "Welcome, young Midoriya. This is 𝐂𝐩𝐽, your hero academia. I'll do my best on the quirk assessment test today, All Might. I promise." Midoriya promised. "Your teacher shows no mercy," All Might warned, "and expels students who do poorly, but no pressure." Good thing it was all a logical deception, Mineta laughed to himself. Aizawa grinned maniacally beneath his scarf. "Next time," Midoriya announced, "what I can do for now." "Oh no!" All Might gasped. "What the heck are you doing with your index finger?" He screamed, though whether it was in pain or something else, nobody could tell from the voiceover. "Go beyond." Midoriya began, with All Might joining in to say, "Plus Ultra." Kawamoto clapped her hands and started pressing buttons on her remote. The doors to the Maple Theater unlocked, the lights returned to full brightness, and the same blue light from before flashed, ending the effect of the quirk suppressor. "All right, it's now noon," Kawamoto declared. "Head off for lunch and do what you've got to do, but be back here at 1 o'clock so we can go over the last 2 episodes for today. I hope you've enjoyed watching so far, because I know I have." She hopped up off her chair and started to stroll towards the doors. "Man, I'm hungry." Kirishima grinned and placed his hands in his pockets. "All right, Tetsu, pay up. I got a higher score than you in the entrance exam by a mile. 74/59. I beat you in villain points, though," Tetsu argued. 49/35. "That proves I've got more guts than you." "Yeah. Well, I got 35 rescue points to your 10, so SEK on that and pay up." "Bakugo. Midoriya." The theater went silent at the sound of Aizawa's voice cutting through all conversation. The 2 named students looked to the 4 teachers, standing up and already by the doors. "I hope neither of you forgot, but we need to have a talk." As the 2 joined the staff and marched out of the theater, Uraraka tried to quietly sneak away, but that proved to be in vain as a giant hand wrapped around her body. "Thank you, Kendo," 𝐻𝐻𝐿 praised, the horned girl almost skipping up to the blushing one. "And I think that we need to have a talk too, Miss Uraraka." "Why do I do things?" Uraraka asked herself as Kendo easily carried her out. Aizawa didn't glance behind him as Bakugo quietly stomped along and Midoriya meekly followed. The rat had received directions to one of the few conference rooms in this resort place from Kawamoto. It wasn't very far, but it was in the opposite direction as the buffet hall, so they knew they wouldn't be followed by the rest of the students. They only had an hour, less than that, even, if they wanted to ensure that they had time to at least grab a lunch that they could then eat in the theater. Plus Nezu wanted to give the boys time so they could at least confer with their groups for the assignment he'd sprung on them. To say that the last 2 hours had given Aizawa a lot to think about was a supreme understatement. Kawamoto was right, he did want a drink. After this talk, maybe he'd take her up on that and get something. On the one hand, the problem child was even more of a special case than he'd thought. Not only had his initial impression of an arrogant boy who'd never bothered to try to learn control been completely off the mark, but he'd only just manifested his quirk the day of the exam. The boy had only ever used it once prior to his quirk assessment test on the first day of class, if he suspected correctly. That meant unlike all of his peers who had received quirk counseling in elementary school and had been getting assistance in learning about their powers and a small amount of practice in using them, Midoriya was starting with a roughly 11-year lag behind all of his classmates. They all knew how to run. He didn't even know how to crawl. He should have been getting extra practice time, counseling with Hound Dog, and special lessons right from the start, DMN all the secrecy surrounding the origin of his phenomenal power. On top of that, he'd been bullied and abused and been forced to live without positive interpersonal relationships with his peers since he was barely out of preschool, and the main source of that trauma was his classmate. This country had a horrendous track record when it came to dealing with mental issues. The prevailing belief amongst those in positions of authority was to simply ignore them as if mental health problems didn't exist. While that sort of cavalier attitude may have worked for other institutions, UA was a hero school, and these students were in the department of heroics. Not properly seeing to their mental health was simply inexcusable, especially considering the types of situations they would encounter in their internships and work studies. Hero work was a stressful, taxing job, not just on the body but on the mind as well. And on the other hand, Bakugo. Where to even begin with him? So far all Aizawa had to work with was the knowledge that he'd bullied Midoriya since at least the age of 4 and had thought nothing of telling problem child to kill himself to try to get a quirk. Likely, the more they watched this show, Kamemoto was tasked with making them view, the more he would learn about Bakugo's own past and whatever inciting incident it was that had sparked the decade of abuse and insults he'd hurled Midoriya's way, but he didn't have time for that. They needed a plan to resolve this now. "This looks like the room Kamemoto told me about," Nezu announced, opening the door. It truly was a conference room, with a singular long maple wood board table dominating the room with 5 office chairs on either side of the table. Now then, Nezu moved one of the chairs from one side to the head of the table opposite them, sat down, and adjusted the seat to its highest setting. If Aizawa hadn't been so used to the sight, he would have thought that Nezu looked like a child wearing a suit when he did that. But he was used to the sight, and he did still think that the principal looked like a child in a suit when he sat down like that. "Mr. Midoriya, Mr. Bakugo, if each of you would please take a seat at the end of the table there opposite each other, we may get started." Bakugo huffed, "Fine," in direct contrast to Midoriya's quiet, "Yes, sir," as both boys took their seats. Aizawa sat down next to Kiyoma, who sat on Nezu's right, opposite All Might's position to Nezu's left. Aizawa sat on Bakugo's side of the table, while All Might was on Midoriya's, as he expected. "I do not believe we should mince words about this," the principal began, placing his paws together in front of him. "This is a very serious issue. While it did happen many months before either of you boys were enrolled in UA, we still need to discuss the implications of it and how this is going to affect your futures here at our school." Aizawa saw both boys tense up. "First off, Bakugo," Nezu continued, "I just want to impress upon you the seriousness of your actions. Whether or not you believed young Midoriya would have actually followed through with your suggestion or not, incitement of suicide is punishable by up to 7 years imprisonment. Had Midoriya actually been suicidal and taken your suggestion, you would very likely be in a penitentiary at this very moment. Not only would you have been responsible for an innocent child taking his own life, you would have become a criminal. You would never have made it through our doors to even attempt the entrance exam." Bakugo froze. A good response, Aizawa thought. If Deku had, I'd be, Nezu nodded. "Yes. As All Might said earlier, in this instance, you are lucky. Midoriya did not take your words to heart and soldiered on in spite of the abuse he had clearly suffered through. It is also clear that, while the attitude you have exhibited so far today is somewhat different from what we have witnessed in the videos so far, that you don't, or at least didn't, have a very favorable relationship with Midoriya." "That's putting it mildly," All Might muttered under his breath. "Bakugo," Kiyoma raised with a soft voice, "I would just like to make it clear that we have no intention of expelling you at this time. However, while we don't intend to do anything that drastic, your behavior is a problem, especially for someone whose longing is to become a hero. But we cannot help you adjust the problem if we do not understand where your anger is coming from. Do you think you could enlighten us?" Bakugo seemed to come back down from the momentary panic he'd had a few moments earlier as Midnight's words reached him. He sent a slight glare her way. "What? You want to change me like Best Jeanist tried at that useless internship?" Aizawa sighed. "Bakugo," he began. "What is a hero to you?" The boy sent a glare his way too, but just like the last, it didn't hold the usual contempt and fire that Aizawa was accustomed to over these past several months. It was more measured, controlled. He was thinking behind those fierce red eyes. The boy opened his mouth and let out a big sigh that was almost a growl as he placed his elbows on the table and rested his mouth against his hands. "You know, a few days ago before Deku and I fought and you put us on house arrest, I would have had an answer for you." "Kaken, shut up, do you, they're talking to me." Bakugo retorted. "They'll deal with your SHT once they've figured out how to handle all the CRP I put you through. So don't even try to defend me, got it? I won't accept it." Aizawa frowned slightly as he listened and saw Midoriya barely flinch. Even now Bakugo's overwhelming pride was still heavily entrenched in him, but Midoriya wasn't quite as jumpy anymore. Things really had changed in the past 6 months. The young blonde sighed heavily again. I used to think that being a hero meant kicking butt and beating the SHT out of bad guys, he answered. To always win, no matter what, and to be strong enough to handle any villain who came at you without anyone's help. He looked up, eyes looking straight at All Might, who watched him with a neutral expression. Because that's how the guy who was at the top always was. Untouchable, unbeatable, facing villains 5-1 and sending them packing without a scratch. Ever since we were kids, All Might could kick the CRP out of any shitty villain who rode up to him without ever needing anybody's help. That was my ideal. To be the strongest meant being able to handle yourself without taking help from anybody. Only useless weaklings like Deku needed help. He frowned and looked back at Midoriya. Pretty sure that's where it all started. Yeah, you were an annoying runt who tagged along all the time, but I only really started to hate you was that time I fell into the creek. I've had a lot of time to think things over during that dumb house arrest after our fight, and yeah, that's where it started. I was bigger than you, stronger than you, and tougher than you. I fell off that log, but I was just fine. Yet still you, the quirkless blockhead who couldn't do anything right, you came right up to me and asked me if I was hurt. It sessed me off. Aizawa stayed silent. He seemed to be going somewhere with this, even if it wasn't answering his question. Midoriya was riveted. That one thing, that one stupid thing, I could never understand why it sessed me off so damn much until just recently, but I get it now. I feel like such an idiot for it taking us venting our SHT during that fight and getting punched in the jaw by All Might to figure it out. Why it sessed me off so much, why I got so screwed up so that I figured that torching a quirkless wannabe every day was fine since nobody bothered to kick my butt and smack some sense into me to tell me it wasn't. Bakugo leveled that same glare that had no substance to it at Midoriya. I was better than you in every way. I was bigger, stronger, tougher, faster, and had a quirk that everybody was shouting from the mountaintops would make me an awesome hero. You had nothing. I was number 1. You were dead last. Yet you tried to help me. That brought me down to your level, below the floorboards of the cutting room floor. Seeing everything now and hearing what SHT was going through your head, I can actually understand somewhat. F me for not realizing that's just the kind of idiot you are. You'd have even asked All Might himself if he was okay if he so much as stubbed his toe. He looked back at Aizawa. Oh right, you asked me what a hero was to me. I don't have an answer to that anymore, but it's not a shitty but who thinks only of winning like Endeavor, and it's not a little beach like Deku who thinks only of saving people and can't back it up without almost killing himself. Bakugo turned his gaze upon All Might. I don't care if you think I'm worthy of being Deku's rival or not, All Might, but I earned my spot at this school. You think I didn't bust my butt off too to get my quirk to where it's at? I will be the number 1 hero, and surpass Chosen One over there. Just watch me. All Might nodded once. That drive will serve you well, and I know young Midoriya's competitive spirit won't take that lying down. The retired pro sighed and folded his arms. Katsuki Bakugo, the way I acted when I heard the words that you said was in haste and in anger. It's clear now that you are not the same young man you were when you told young Midoriya to do that. As young Tetsu said, it's been 17 months since then, and the walls UA has thrown up in front of you and the struggles faced outside of school have forced you to grow and adapt. That being said, Aizawa interrupted, your temper is still a problem. I want you to know that we'll be keeping a close eye on you for as long as we're in this place. If I deem it necessary, once we're back in UA I'll make you Sea Hound Dog for anger management, and depending on how things go I may ask for you to be transferred to 1B. What the hell? Bakugo demanded. With those losers. That's exactly my point, Aizawa deadpanned. Vlad King is a hot-belted and more outwardly passionate man than me. He ultimately may be a better fit to wrangle you in. Even if I don't ask for you to be put into Vlad's class, I may also rescind my permission for you to take the Public Safety Commission's special course to grant your provisional license, so I would like to see you make the most of this opportunity we've been granted to learn from the past and future and better yourself. You say you want to be the best, then prove that you deserve it to both yourself and your classmates. I'm not telling you to win a popularity contest, And you don't have to turn into a darling little angel, that's not who you are. I'm telling you to prove to yourself and your classmates that you're not some thug who'll shake down a puppy for its bone just because it looked at him. Midoriya looked like he was trying to hold back an outburst of laughter. He failed. The hell are you laughing about, Deku? Bakugo fired off. I'm sorry, Midoriya apologized, holding his sides. It's just, you, fighting with a puppy, when you're already like an exploding Pomeranian all the time. Here. Are you mocking me, shithead? You don't think I can do it, do you? I'll become number one and explode your butt back into the ground every time you try to take it from me. The day you become number one is the day you rescue a scared little kitten from a tree, Midoriya countered, getting his giggles under control. Bakugo grinned fiercely. He held up his right hand to his side and letting a few tiny beads of sweat explode. If you don't shut up in 3 seconds, I'll explode your hair into an evergreen afro. See how Round Face reacts to that. Midoriya shut up, his cheeks tinged pink. Thought so. Alright, that's enough of that, Aizawa sighed. From the way you're both acting, this is nowhere close to how your relationship was at the start of the year. I'll bet that fight you had the other night had something to do with it. Stay out of trouble and this'll be the end of it. Now then, problem child. Midoriya gulped. Aizawa laid his eyes on him, fixing his stare on the boy so intensely that Midoriya wouldn't even dare think of running away. You're being put into therapy as soon as we're back. This is non-negotiable. You will accept that you need counseling or I will forbid you from participating in the work-study program. But Mr. Aizawa. I agree, Koyama interrupted Midoriya to agree with him. Midoriya, you were a victim. While you've somehow managed to resolve some parts of your relationship and there has been no evidence of actual bullying while at UA, which I remind you we have a zero-tolerance policy of, Bakugo is not your friend and does not long in your friendship. He is your classmate and, I suppose, your rival. It's clear from your past interactions since the fitness test through the final exams that Bakugo does not seem to longing a close personal relationship with you, Midoriya, Nezu spoke up. Competing with one another and raising each other up is fine, but it is not healthy to place your former abuser on a pedestal and idolize him, as I'm sure we'll be seeing as we continue to watch these videos. As Bakugo is now no longer the only student who knows of the connection between yourself and All Might and the nature of One for All, it is no longer necessary for you to keep him in such close confidence, though you may choose to do so if both you and Bakugo wish. Additionally, there is the matter of your conduct when using your power. While we unfortunately have been unable to provide you with a safe learning environment due to the interference of the League of Villains, you have continued to show no regard for your own well-being. Your fight against Todoroki during the sports festival was horrifying. I am sure we will learn why you went to such lengths when the videos reach that point in your story. However, we cannot condone your reckless behavior. To be a hero is to put yourself in danger to save lives, yes, but your actions so far, regardless of the consequences to yourself, run the risk of zealotry. Therefore, I agree with Eraserhead. You will be attending counseling with Hound Dog. But now All Might wasn't letting Midoriya get a word in edgewise as he interrupted his successor. Young Midoriya, when I went to your home to speak to your mother about moving into the dorms, do you remember what happened? She no longer trusted UA to keep her precious only son safe after all the injuries you've sustained in the short time you've been with us. When you tried to tell her not to blame the school because you were the one not listening to your instructors, she asked if the school shouldn't take responsibility for our failure to properly educate you. We intend to do that. You promised your mother that you would not make her worry as a condition for your continued attendance at UA. So listen to your teachers and do as you're told. Also, All Might leaned over in his chair and placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. You've got to stop putting yourself down, kid. I was reminded of that again earlier. You're always thinking that you're not worthy of everyone's help and attention. We want to help you because we care about you, Izuku, and so do your friends and classmates. None of them like you for your quirk, though that was certainly an eye-opener for them. They like you for you. Your intelligence, your drive, your enthusiasm, your smile, your longing to help others and to do your best every day. Your classmates see you for who you are, and they like who you are and want to support you just like you support them, weird hobbies, muttering, and all. Hound Dog will help you to see that you have to see the value in yourself that the rest of us can see, and not just the importance or power of your quirk. Midoriya's eyes were starting to fill with tears again. All Might, Aizawa wasn't having that. Not now. He put some steel in his voice. And speaking of your quirk, both All Might and the boy froze. Would you care to enlighten me as to why neither of you saw fit to tell me about it? Keeping the nature of One for All, how it's a quirk that stockpiles power and is passed on from person to person, secret would have been fine at the time, but by not letting me know that Midoriya only used his quirk for the first time in the entrance exam, you almost allowed me to expel him right off the bat. Favoritism is one thing, and I can understand Midoriya not wanting to be singled out or given special treatment, but this is a situation where special treatment was entirely warranted. Midoriya, you received no quirk counseling as a child because you never had a quirk. Your classmates had over 10 years advantage on you for their bodies to go through quirk adaptation and to develop their control and understand the fundamentals of how to use their powers, and your initial instruction on how to properly use your power was coming from a man who received his teaching license simply by asking for one. You allowed me to assume your lack of control was because of a combination of arrogance and negligence rather than a genuine total lack of experience due to never having even had a quirk until a month prior to classes starting. You should have been receiving extra lessons, supervised practice time, and quirk counseling all throughout the first term just to get you to the same level your classmates were already at. All Might had the decency to look guilty, while Midoriya looked down. You pretty much hit the nail on the head, Mr. Aizawa. I didn't want to receive any special treatment, and All Might didn't want to be accused of showing favoritism. I didn't want my classmates to think I was being treated differently because of my quirk. After how different I had been treated because I never had a quirk, I didn't want to be treated differently now that I had one, even one I had no control over. I wanted to feel like a normal kid for once. Aizawa didn't let the stab of pain in his heart show on his face. He could only barely hear Kiyama gasp next to him. End this problem child, making him feel things. Fat load of good that did, idiot, Bakugo grumbled. If you just said some bullshit about your quirk finally coming in after that sludge BS it almost killed you but it was so powerful it'd knock you into the hospital every time you used it, I'd have just laughed my butt off at you for needing so much extra help just to not kill yourself. It would have been weird, but I would have bought it instead of thinking you'd been hiding it from me for years. Instead you had to go blabbing on about someone giving you your quirk and making that borrowed power your own. You're demon lucky nobody found out about it until now when it was spelled out to their faces. That wouldn't have worked, Nezu said. You said it yourself, Bakugo, Midoriya cannot tell a lie to save his life. If he had fed such a line to Eraserhead, your teacher would likely have expelled Midoriya for not giving him the full truth at the time. While I knew of the situation, I stayed mum out of consideration for All Might's wishes to keep information about One for All and his successor secret. Aizawa, Midoriya, my silence caused both of you undue hardship. You have my sincerest apologies. Your apology is appreciated, Principal Nezu, but it doesn't change the fact that it took a month and a half and an internship with another pro familiar with One for All to even get Midoriya to the point of being able to use even a small fraction of his power safely. Aizawa returned his gaze to the emerald eyes beneath the mop of green hair. Midoriya, none of us were able to properly instruct you in using your quirk beyond telling you that you needed to learn to control it and cautioning you not to break your bones. Even with my lack of understanding of your situation, as your teacher I should have recognized how much you were struggling with controlling your quirk, and I apologize for my failure to properly instruct you. I plan to make it up to you while we're on this island. Extra training, should you want it. Now that everyone knows just how green you are to even having a quirk, there should be no issue with feeling you're getting special treatment by the rest of the students. Midoriya nodded. Yes sir. Thank you very much. Aizawa sighed. You kids are gonna turn me gray before 40, I swear. Kaminari looked around the buffet hall, his plate covered with an eclectic mix of foods, fried chicken leg, fettuccine with mushroom sauce, and stir-fry beef and broccoli over rice. Hey, did anyone see where all the girls went? Jiro's my partner for the principal's assignment, and I'm kind of freaking out. I was hoping we could talk about it over lunch. I saw them dragging Uraraka away somewhere down the hall, Ida offered. It seemed they wanted to have a discussion with her. Something appeared to be bothering her towards the end of the last episode. I hope that they'll be able to get to the bottom of it quickly. We don't have that much time available to us to both eat and come up with a solution to the principal's problem, and both of my teammates are now missing because of this. Hey, I see them, Mineta said, pointing to one of the large windows lining one wall of the dining hall. The girls were all standing some distance away by a fountain in the garden walkway heading towards the pool. Wonder what it is they are talking about. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 was not having a good time. All the other girls had surrounded her, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 had her earphone jacks poised and ready to grab her should she attempt to float herself away. Mina was giving her a big frown with her hands on her hips. All right, I hereby call this interrogation to order, the Honorable Judge Mina Ashido presiding, she declared with pompous flair. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 Uraraka, you stand accused of being in a sudden but serious depressive funk. How do you plead? What? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 asked, feeling her stomach plummet. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm fine, you guys. Hatsune blew a raspberry. Yeah, right, even I can tell that that's a fat sack of CRP. I'm fine, honest. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 refuted, feeling sweat bead on her cheeks. Zhu placed a finger to her chin. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, you've never been really good at hiding things from us, and given the way you were acting in the theater something's bothering you. Mina nodded. Yeah. At first I was just going to tease you because I figured out it was Midori you were crushing on, but then your mood just kept getting worse and worse. You were practically in tears when you left the couch and became a little green burrito. So spill it, girl. What's eating you? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 tensed. This wasn't something she wanted to discuss, but surrounded as she was there was no way to escape from it. She looked to Momo, but the heiress was not giving her an out this time. She was looking at 𝐒𝐻𝐲 with the same somewhat stern look as the other girls. I told you, 𝐒𝐻𝐲, Toru said, invisible hand touching her shoulder. You're not getting away from it this time. Did Midoriya say something to upset you? 𝐿𝐻𝐲 asked. If he did, I'm more than willing to barge into his meeting with the teachers to teach him a lesson. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 yelped and waved her hands around as her heart thumped. No. It's nothing like that. Deku didn't do anything to upset me. He'd never intentionally, he's just too amazing. She sighed, bringing her eyes down while clutching her tie in her fist. She could feel her throat constricting again as Deku's face swam through her mind again, that look as he punched the 0-pointer, and the smile he gave his mom after he'd been accepted into UA. The feelings she tried to trap under a mountain were burrowing their way back up. I can't do this anymore. 𝐒𝐻𝐲. Tears leaked from her eyes and she rubbed at them with her wrist. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? You were right, Mina. I like him, but I can't do anything about it. You see how driven Deku is, how hard he's working to achieve his goal, everything he had to deal with just to make it to UA. I told myself during the licensing exam that I'd put these feelings away, that he didn't have time for distractions. And I want to be a hero too, just like him, so I have to work even harder. But the more I learn about him, about the past he never told us about, how much he feels he's undeserving of everything good that's happened to him, the more I feel like I'm the one who doesn't deserve to be his friend. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 heard Momo sigh through the quiet sobs the gravity girl was trying to hold back. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, I apologize in advance for this. But it's time for a system shock. System. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 staggered as the taller young lady slapped her in the cheek. Get a hold of yourself. Your Uravity. My God, woman, pull yourself together. Yeah. What she said, Mina agreed. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 whirled her attention between the numerous stern or sympathetic looks the other girls were giving her. What? Not being given a moment to get a full word in edgewise, 𝐿𝐻𝐲 interrupted her. So you like Midoriya? Turning towards her, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 stuttered for a moment, blushing, but meekly nodded her head and squeaked, yes. Good. Toru exclaimed. Now we're getting somewhere. So what's stopping you from telling him how you feel? Mina asked. Because to be honest, he's starting to look pretty attractive to me. Heartbeat intensifying, BLD flooding to her cheeks, words yelped out of 𝐒𝐻𝐲's mouth before she could stop them. What? No. Mina, you can't. Why not? Mina whined. If you're not doing anything about it, Why can't we have a chance? Mina's correct, Momo agreed. Pink was starting to tint her cheeks. I even, maybe, feel like Midoriya. She shook her head, clenching her hands together. If you don't, then I'm going to ask him out to dinner tonight. Yarozu. Kendo gasped. Kyoko smirked. I didn't know you felt that way for the green bean. Mina looked astounded. What? No. I want a chance. I can't tell yet if Kiri's gay for Bakugo or not, but I know Midori's available. I don't know if I actually do feel that way, Momo replied while Ochako just looked at both her and Mina in shock. But Midoriya's words and actions, they inspired me to help us pass the licensing exam, and seeing what his life was like before coming to UA and managing to overcome such obstacles, it's making me admire him in a way I hadn't before. While I don't fully know or understand how I feel yet, I'd like to explore this if given the opportunity. She looked to Ochako. So, while I can't definitively say that I like Midoriya in that way as you do, and I don't want our own friendship to be damaged by fighting over a boy, I'm going to give you an opportunity to at least tell Midoriya how you feel before I try to court him. As Mina gave Momo an angry pout, Ochako felt her heart racing far too quickly as indignation bubbled in her chest. What? No. Momo, you can't. Their class vice-rep and the unofficial leader of the girls frowned and folded her arms in front of her. And why can't I? Because I don't know if my admiration for him is just that or true affection yet. No. Ochako retorted. Because it doesn't matter how I feel or how you or Mina or anyone else feels. Deku's like a bullet train heading as fast as possible towards his dream of becoming a hero. He's spent his whole life being beaten down and told it was an impossible dream, even All Might told him so. Now that he's finally gotten his chance, we can't risk that for him. Ochako felt BLD in her hand, her fingers so tight that her nails had pierced her palm. Her impassioned voice faltered and she couldn't meet their eyes again. How I feel about him isn't so important to risk getting between him and his goal. That's kinda dumb, don't you think? Hatsune asked. Yeah, Ochako, I don't think you've thought this through, Zu added, some of the other girls nodding along. She stared at Zu dumbly, completely not following her as she tried to stutter a reply. What did she mean, not thinking this through? It was all she'd been able to think about for the last half hour or so. Even if she admitted it to herself that she liked Deku, she couldn't jeopardize his future by trying to force a relationship on him. Let me explain, Zu continued. And I apologize if this sounds a little blunt, but you know how I am. Midoriya didn't have the best life growing up, as we've seen. Though he has a really nice mom, Bakugo bullied him for years because he was quirkless and called him Deku, to emphasize that he was a useless person. Being called that for practically his whole childhood and throughout middle school by the playground bully pretty much ostracized him from all his classmates. Basically, Ochako, you were the first girl his own age who'd ever talked to him or treated him nicely for as long as he could remember, which is adorable, by the way. And don't think I haven't noticed the way he looks at you sometimes or blushes whenever you suddenly get close to him. Don't you think that after years of being abused by Bakugo, one of the reasons he hasn't tried to initiate anything is because he's never thought that he was deserving of being in a relationship? Ochako felt her heart clench at Zu's words. How can you say that? He's more worthy of being happy with someone he loves than anyone. And we agree on that, Kyoka said. But yeah, I think I get what Zu's saying, Ochako. You can't just tell us nobody can date Green just because you don't have the guts to ask him out, regardless of whatever noble reason you're deluding yourself into believing is why you can't have him. I agree, Mina said. You're not being fair to Midori, Ochako. If he wants to make time for a relationship and have a sizzling summer romance, that's his decision, not yours. And if you're gonna keep holding yourself back and denying how you feel, we're not going to wait forever to see if something happens on its own while that hot piece of abs and clenching but cheeks is on the market. Ochako looked back and forth around the girls. Kendo, she whined. Toru, help me out here. I told you, your punishment would be severe, Toru said with a shrug. I'm not part of your class, so I can't say anything, Kendo replied. Though I am in agreement. If I didn't already kinda like Tetsu, Little Green definitely feels like boyfriend material. I hope he hits the gym later. I'd like to see what his workout routine's like. I know, 𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐵 giggled. He's really a lot more muscly under that uniform and costume than he appears, right? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵 snapped her head at 𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐵. Back off, Melons. You don't get to touch him anymore, all right? 𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐵 laughed as all the other girls stared at 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵. Realizing a moment too late what she'd said, she placed her hands to her face, the pads on her fingers lighting up. Weightlessness came to her as she tried to float away. Oh no you don't, 𝐭𝐴𝐵 taunted, using her jacks to wrap around 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵's tights-covered leg and pull her down. You're not getting away that easy. And jealous 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵 comes out at last, Mina teased, elbowing her slightly in the side. But seriously, though, how about we give you a deadline to tell Midori how you feel? At the very least you'll feel better just getting it off your chest and letting him know. It's not healthy to keep bottling it up like you're trying to do. If he doesn't feel that way and doesn't want to try starting something, then that's an injustice to love and we'll go beat him up for you. But if he does want to date you, then we'll be saying I told you so all the way to the bank. And if you don't meet the deadline and tell him, then it's open season on Midoriya, Toru declared. The word what when exclaimed in surprise was quickly becoming 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵's favorite word as she yelped it again. What? No. You can't. It's too soon. I can't do that. I just acknowledged to myself that I even liked Deku that way. I know I said earlier that I would ask him to dinner this evening, Momo said, but given the amount of time Kamemoto will likely have us here to watch this show and the current pacing, I'll give you to the end of the day we finish the first season. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵 blanched as Momo issued her ultimatum. Shows like this typically have seasons which are usually 12 or 13 to 24 or 26 episodes long, so that should give you until the end of day tomorrow or the day after at the earliest. If you haven't gathered your courage to tell Midoriya how you feel by then, I'm going to ask him out. And me. Mina jumped in. You have Kirishima, Toru reminded her. Debatable, countered Mina. Let's get some food, 𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐵 declared. I'm hungry. 𝐭𝐴𝐵 let 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵 go and she started to float again. The others were walking away from her, the discussions seemingly over. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵 watched them leave and re-enter the building, her heart in even more knots now than when she'd left Deku and Ida sitting on the couch. She'd finally admitted to herself that she liked Deku, but now the girls were pressuring her into telling him. There was no way she could do that. She couldn't go from denying she had feelings for him to asking if he wanted to be her boyfriend just like that. Besides, they were best friends, it'd throw in a whole lot of awkward weirdness. Plus, as amazing as Deku was, there was no way he felt the same way about her, right? Oh, Uraraka. There you are. Izuku smiled as he saw Uraraka walk into the dining hall a few minutes after all the other girls. He saw her look up, startled, as he waved at her. She must have been deep in thought. Ida and I saved a seat for you. You'd best hurry, Ida commented, also smiling. We need to come up with a suitable strategy to either rescue Bakugo or defeat the sludge villain, and we barely have 30 minutes to do it in. Uraraka looked at them in confusion for a moment before her expression became one of panic. Oh right. The assignment. Hang on a sec, I need to grab something for lunch. They have katsudon. Izuku informed her. Somehow it's even better than mine. Better than yours, she gasped. But you make the flippin' best katsudon ever. This I've got to try. She vanished from their sight as she went to grab a tray. Izuku could overhear a little of the conversations going on at other tables. Todoroki and Zu would normally be at his table with himself and Uraraka, but given the context of Nezu's assignment, it seemed that everyone grouped up along the lines of who they'd been sharing seating with while they had been in the theater. Bakugo was sitting with Kirishima and Tetsu, and they seemed to be having a passionate debate as to how best to handle the sludge villain while Bakugo tore into the fried chicken leg he'd picked up. But even if she can't walk in there, she could at least reach down with those long arms of hers, Ojiro suggested to Zero. What kind of support equipment do they carry anyway? You think Slugger had a bat? 𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐵 asked Hagekyu through a mouthful of tempura shrimp. Does anyone even know what quirk the hero formerly known as Prince even has? How useful is he going to be? Mineta complained to Shoji. Izuku smiled to himself as he overheard them. Sounds like they're all getting into it. Midoriya. He looked up at Ida, the taller young man giving him a concerned look before glancing back to where Uraraka was filling up her plate. I'm concerned about Uraraka. She seemed to take finding out what you'd been going through all this time pretty hard. Yeah, Izuku agreed. I don't think I've ever seen her this down, not since she lost to Bakugo at the sports festival. Bakugo? Ah, I see you've stopped calling him by that old nickname of yours. Izuku nodded. He sighed. Yeah. The talk we had with the teachers earlier was something else. And, they're right. He's not my friend, he hasn't been for a long time, I guess. Mr. Aizawa said that when we get back to UA I'm going to be seeing Hound Dog for therapy about it. Therapy? Ida asked. Well, that does make sense. Being bullied and abused for so long like you were, going to see a counselor is only rational. I'm not going to pry into what all you discussed in that room with Mr. Aizawa and the other teachers, but I want you to know that as your friend, I am here for you. If you want to talk about anything at all, just let me know. And we should also let Uraraka know that we're here for her too. We don't want another Hosu after all. Thanks, Ida. Izuku felt a blush creep up his cheek. Actually, if you don't mind, there is something I'd like your opinion on, as a friend. Ida seemed overjoyed that he was taking him up on his offer so soon. Not at all. Lay it on me. All right, Izuku said quietly. He glanced back at Uraraka. She was currently stuck deciding between 3 different desserts, though she seemed to be favoring the parfait. Actually, it's a bit of a spoiler, but it's about the next couple of episodes. Ah, yes. From the preview it seemed like the next one will focus on our first day at UA, with Mr. Aizawa's quirk assessment test. The one after that would probably be our first lesson with All Might. Ida nodded. What about it? Well, Izuku felt embarrassed, but he felt like good, dutiful, responsible Ida would be able to give him the right advice. It's about Uraraka, actually. He didn't see Ashido's and Asui's ears perk up at the next table over, or Yorozu's and Kendo's at the table behind his and Ida's. Since the show's been showing my thoughts, this is going to be really embarrassing, and I hope it won't affect our friendship in a negative way, but, the first time I saw that she was in the same class as me and I saw her in her uniform, I thought that she looked really good in it. And if the show's going to reveal my thoughts on that, then Uraraka will find out. He looked up at Ida, his face turning a cherry red as the BLD rushed to his head. And then in her hero costume, I couldn't stop staring the first time. She just looked so cute. Every time she's in it I need to force myself to stop staring at her so much because she just looks so amazing in it. She's like the first girl I knew and I latched onto her like a baby bird. Ida, what am I gonna do? Is she going to start thinking I'm a creep for thinking about her appearance like that? How am I going to be able to handle Uraraka finding out? Finding out what? Izuku yelped and nearly lost his precious Katsuden as the person he'd just been talking about sat down next to him. Nothing. Nothing at all. That's right. We weren't talking about anything that would interest you. Ida added, a little too loudly. Just important topics between men, right Midoriya? Alright. Hey. Midoriya, Ida. If you guys are talking about manly stuff, let me know next time. Grateful for the distraction, Izuku replied, sure thing, Kirishima. No you idiot. Bakugo retorted at Tetsu. Didn't you see what happened to Death Arms when he tried that already? There's no way that'll work. Think of something else. Ida coughed, holding his hand to his mouth. Anyway, now that we're all assembled, we need to think of a strategy for the principal. I believe Backdraft and Kamu Woods should be the linchpins. Your thoughts, Midoriya? Yeah, those two would definitely work, Izuku began, his mind firmly grasping onto the reins and starting to run with those 2 pros at the center. Uraraka held up a piece of fried pork from the katsuden as she watched the 2 of them. Izuku didn't notice the slightly troubled expression on her face. You 2 are being weird right now, she muttered before placing the pork in her mouth. She started to chew, eyes going slightly wider. Hey, this really is amazing. With that strategy, Kendo concluded, we believe that the heroes on scene would have been able to manage the situation without waiting for another pro such as All Might to arrive to end the fight and save the hostage. A round of applause came from the assembled students as Kendo and Yorozu finished presenting and Principal Nezu stepped forward in front of the screen. Thank you very much, Miss Yorozu, Miss Kendo. And with that, the presentations have come to an end. I am proud of all of you. While some of you may have interpreted the goal of this exercise differently, take note that the true purpose was to expand your imaginations and creative thinking. Even if you were unable to come up with a strategy of your own that you believed would have a better chance of success than what the heroes did in reality, this was still valuable practice. Truthfully, I was quite fascinated by the ingenuity of Team Bakugo's plan of having Mount Lady perform a fastball special with death arms, as that would have been some spectacle. However, I do believe the teams that devised strategies that fulfilled the assigned objectives were Team Class Rep A and Team Class Rep B. Prioritizing the rescue of the hostage by having Backdraft douse Kamu Woods with water and having the wooden hero assault the sludge villain's weak points of his eyes and mouth to permit Death Arms to reach in and grab the hostage would get the boy out of danger. Since he would have no need to fight back, further explosions resulting in more fires and property damage would be avoided, and the heroes could then concentrate on rescue and containment. Congratulations to both teams. Job well done. Izuku smiled proudly at Nezu's praise as he high-fived his teammates. Whatever slump Uraraka seemed to have been going through earlier didn't appear to be present anymore, which was a good thing, though he still had no idea what he was going to do if his thoughts about her were revealed. Hide. Yeah, probably hide. Nezu looked up at the AV area where Kamemoto was sitting, the red-haired woman smiling and holding onto an open brown bottle with a fancy label on it for some kind of alcoholic beverage. I do believe it is now 1 o'clock, Miss Kamemoto. Don't you believe it is time to begin this afternoon's pair of videos? Right you are, Principal Nezu, she replied with a grin and a raised arm. The woman took a gulp from the open bottle in her hand. And you finished those off just in time. I was starting to get worried. Also, props to whoever thought of the fastball special idea. I hadn't even thought of something that crazy when I was thinking about it. Alright kids, here we go. Midoriya and Class 1 as first day at UA. Take note, 1B and 1H. Everyone returned to their seats, some of the arrangements changing slightly, as Kamemoto started up their penultimate episode of the day. Tokoyami moved from the love seat Ashido had squeezed herself into and sat down on the couch at the far end of the front row with Soto and Koda, and Izuku found himself at the far left of his couch with Ida next to him and Uraraka on the right end. This changed his left-handed neighbor to Ashido, who swapped seats with Asui. The screen faded in with a list of the top 10 rankings for the entrance exam practical that they had just watched. Hold up. Pause. Kaminari cried out, grabbing his phone. He wasn't the only one frantically trying to get a picture of the rankings. Kamemoto groaned, but did pause it for a few seconds so those who wanted photographic evidence could collect it, Izuku included in that number. The rankings would be very handy to have. Like I said, it'll be on VU on your TVs, you can look it up later. Wow, look at how many from our class are in the top 10, Mineta said. Shoji nodded. I know, right? Ojiro groaned. Oh man, I'm not up there. Asui placed a finger to her chin. Only the top 36 got in and this is just the top 10. I guess Ochiko might have made it without the rescue points she got from saving Midoriya, but I don't know, Kendo replied. Awase in 10th with 56. I don't see 28 making the cut. Yeah, it turned out better this way, agreed Ashido. Okay, that's enough. Kamemoto declared, pressing the button to resume it. Check out the results from the exam, a male voice said as the teachers presumably looked over the highest scores. The students all looked at each other, faces revealing their confusion. Anyone know who that is? Kaminari asked. Heads shook all around. Wow, Midnight's voice commented, the first place student didn't even have rescue points. Bakugo grinned as Snipe started commenting while he saw clips of himself blasting apart the robots from the exam. Demon straight, I didn't need any rescue points to place higher than all of you. Get in close and then counterattacking. That kid is tough, Snipe praised. The screen changed from Bakugo to showing Midoriya's score. On the opposite end, the 7th place student had 0 villain points, Midnight stated. Izuku blushed a little as Ashido leaned over the armrest and elbowed him while Snipe started talking about him now. Got all those sweet rescue points from one punch saving Uraraka here. Ashido, he whispered. You know, if you didn't take out that robot with that super awesome punch you wouldn't be here, she continued quietly. And if she didn't save you with that super awesome slap to the face, you wouldn't be here either. She grinned at him. Don't YA think it was, like, destiny or something? Izuku's blush came in full force at the word destiny being bandied in front of him. Ashido. Body isn't used to his quirk, another male teacher's voice that they didn't recognize commented as the screen showed Aizawa, leaning back against the wall, listening to the other staff comment on the results while watching the screens with a seemingly bored stare. Looks like most of the teachers noticed that your body couldn't handle your own power, Midoriya, Asui pointed out as the intro started. I'm somewhat surprised you weren't given extra lessons to help you with that, ribbit. That was my error, Aizawa stated. It's already been discussed. At Midoriya's discretion we'll be conducting additional supervised quirk training for him while on this island. If any of you wish to participate you may, Principal Nezu decreed. Now move on and watch the intro, Aizawa instructed with a bored tone. Get excited about seeing All Might fight the villain to pop rock music again. Congrats Midoriya, Kaminari said, giving him an eager smile. Yeah, Zero added. Even though you got over it already, I bet this'll really help keep you from breaking bones again. Izuku smiled and nodded. Thanks guys. Man, I don't think this'll ever get old, Soto said with a smile, watching All Might fight the Nomu from the USJ. As the intro cut out from their group shot in front of UA, the camera panned over a now fully cleaned Dagobah beach at night. The night after I opened my UA acceptance letter, narrator Midoriya stated as the scene showed All Might in his true form watching the waves lap against the shore, he finally got in touch with me again. Midoriya ran to the beach, tears flowing as he approached All Might. Hi, All Might. All Might gasped with BLD bursting from his mouth. Too loud, kid, he quickly scolded Midoriya. Underneath the gazebo at the end of the pier built upon the beach, a couple turned around at Midoriya's shout. All Might's here, asked the man. No way, what, exclaimed his date. Izuku had the good sense to laugh at himself as his peers started giggling in a teasing manner while All Might winced and told him off. In a panic, Midoriya waved his arms around to try to distract the couple. I was just kidding. Nothing to see here. They heard the man mutter, lame, while his date lamented in a disappointed sigh, I wanted an autograph. Midoriya and All Might sighed in relief that the two bought it. Aizawa's and Bakugo's eyes twitched. How the hell did you manage to keep it a secret this long? Bakugo growled. People often don't see what's right in front of them if they're not looking for it, Yorozu commented as Midoriya and All Might high-fived. We saw All Might fight personally at the USJ, during Midoriya's final exam, and at Kamino, and we only noticed that Midoriya's quirk was similar to All Might's. Power-augmenting quirks are a dime a dozen. We never would have suspected that they were one and the same. I didn't tell anyone at UA that I've been training you or anything, All Might told Midoriya, who appeared surprised by the reveal. Really, he insisted. I wasn't one of the judges and I didn't pull any strings for you. You earned that spot all on your own. Midoriya bowed in gratitude. Wow, thanks for telling me, I'm glad to hear that. Oh yeah. Midoriya looked back up at All Might, smiling with earnest excitement. I was really surprised to hear you're gonna be a teacher at UA this year. I was wondering what brought you here all of a sudden. Midoriya closed his eyes and raised a finger as he began to fanboy. After all, your agency is in Minato, Tokyo, and everyone knows, yeah, can see why you ban him for Hero Trivia Night, Tetsu agreed. I sure as heck didn't know where All Might's agency was. Yeah, Midoriya could probably give you the street address, Zero chuckled. As much as her heart was still feeling uneasy about what she'd discussed at lunch with the other girls, Uraraka couldn't help but sigh a little at the sight of Deku's smile and fanboying moment. It helped that she wasn't sitting directly next to him. Telling anyone about the job until they made an official announcement, All Might answered him. It seemed like fortuitous timing, an easy way to find someone new to inherit One for All. Midoriya's mind returned to the past, remembering what All Might had told him the day they met. I was on a long hunt for a successor. So that's it, his successor reasoned. He was originally planning to give it to a UA student. Midoriya looked down at his hands, thinking hard. Someone who was strong. Who already had a quirk. Don't doubt yourself, man, Kirishima said. All Might made a great choice picking you. Yeah, Zero agreed as Midoriya talked about how he wrecked his body. I mean, could you imagine any of us with that power instead? Like, what am I gonna do with super strength plus tape? Not to mention the whole exploding limbs thing, Mineta commented. Hard pass. Izuku smiled. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. No, he was not already crying again. Thanks. I won't let you guys down. You'll learn to manage it in time. All Might answered the on-screen Midoriya's question of what he should do to combat the negative consequences of using his new power. Hoping to MSTR it right away is like asking a baby to run a marathon. You still have to go through the process of learning how to walk. Yeah? Midoriya sighed as he looked down. Recognizing what All Might had just said, he quickly brought his eyes back up to the hero in a panic. Wait, you knew I was gonna get hurt that badly? Almost everyone's eyes pierced All Might. Well, All Might scratched his forehead, we were in a time crunch. But it turned out all right. Deku breaking his legs and arm in an instant is not turning out all right, All Might. Uraraka yelped. He made it into UA, didn't he? The retired pro asked. All Might. Izuku whined. Now I see where Problem Child gets his cavalier attitude from, groaned Aizawa. All Might was holding on to a couple of cans he'd just picked up. Already the beach was getting trash dropped onto it, and after Midoriya just finished cleaning it barely a week ago. You'll learn how to control your output. Then you'll be able to adjust exactly how much power you're using. Midoriya smiled at him as he followed along. I just need control. Just isn't a word I'd use lightly in this instance, Aizawa commented. Though that is what is needed, Kiyama stated as All Might continued to explain over the cracked wineglass comparison Midoriya's mind made after he broke himself. Until the day he can harness all of his power like All Might. The mighty meaty hand of All Might's muscle form crushed the two cans he was holding like tiny grapes. Then it's yours to command. Midoriya's awed expression shifted into a driven look as he nodded, prepared to head towards that future where he could use one for all freely. The camera shifted to looking at the pier behind All Might, where the couple on their date were now looking in their direction. Look, it really is All Might. The man shouted. No way, where'd he come from? Yelled the woman, clearly excited for the chance to get his autograph. Virozu sighed heavily as All Might and Midoriya started to run down the beach, away from the couple. She then started to giggle. I can't help but feel let down in a way. To think All Might and Midoriya were such dorks. Uraraka giggled. D-dorks. Izuku yelped, his face turning so very red. Yeah, Ashido laughed. Totally adorkable. Kiyama purred and elbowed All Might. They're teasing you, old man. He just laughed. Watching this scene again from a different perspective, yeah, they could call him a dork. He was fine with that. As they ran, their bodies and the beach vanished to be represented by two torches, one being unlit and held by a thin arm, while the other had a roaring flame being carried by a thick and strong one. The second torch touched and lit the first as All Might thought, the torch I passed on to you is but a small flame right now, in time, it will be kindled, until you wield a raging inferno. Returning to the beach, All Might looked ahead. The more powerful you become, the more you'll outshine me. Eventually I'll retire, my job complete. Phew. Deep stuff, All Might. That retirement came a bit sooner than you expected, didn't it, sir? Amar asked. That it did, All Might answered, a faint chuckle in his voice. It's a good thing being the #1 hero comes with an excellent retirement package. Episode 5, What I Can Do For Now. The title screen was replaced with an image of the apartment complex Midoriya lived in, with a caption reading that it was now April. First day of school, Mineta said, slumping down. If I'd known then how the first week would go, I would have wished spring break never ended. Izuku, Inko fussed as Midoriya was at the door, tying his red shoes while trying to leave for the train station. "You're all set?" "Yeah." The tone of his voice was clear, that of every teenager tired of being fretted over by their mother for perceived trivial reasons. "Are you sure? You didn't just pack action figures, right?" "Action figures?" Ida yelped. "Midoriya. What are you? A kindergartner?" Kaminari chuckled. Uraraka leaned forward slightly to get a clearer look at Izuku as the one-for-all holder tried to sink back into his seat, and accidentally caused it to pop out into recliner mode. Giggling, she teased, "I bet there's a story there, isn't there?" "No, there isn't." Izuku tried to defend himself, flailing about as he tried to get the couch seat back to normal. Was there a lever or something? Did he have to push the footrest back down? "Actually, this feels pretty comfy like this." He shook his head. "My mom's just picking on me, I swear." Inko Midoriya looked up at her boy as he stood in the doorway, dressed in his new high school uniform. She was tearing up slightly, with a meaningful smile on her face. "I'm really proud of you, son." "Oh, Mamadoriya's the best," Ashido cooed. Izuku blushed just like his on-screen counterpart was. Yeah, she is." "That day, I began my high school career." Midoriya narrated as he told his mom he'd see her soon and left the apartment. UA came into focus, the camera panning over the main building of the campus, the whole facility basically an acropolis as narrator Midoriya discussed the statistics of how students were accepted into the hero course. The acceptance rate was just as small as it always had been, 1 in 300. 4 people got in because of recommendations, and 36 through the regular exams. We were split into 2 classes of 20 students each. "You're all by yourself, Midoriya," Kirishima noticed. "Were you running late or something?" "Oh, Ama agreed. "Knowing how excited you were to get into UA, I would have thought you'd be the first one there." Izuku laughed to himself in embarrassment. "Yeah, you'd think that, but I kinda didn't end up getting much sleep because I was so excited and nervous. I ended up sleeping in and only barely caught the last train before I'd have been late." Stopped in front of the massive door to his classroom, now that he'd found it, Midoriya was staring up at it in shock. "Are there giants here?" "Sometimes, yes," Aizawa answered. "You never know what kind of quirk a student may have," Kiyama pointed out. "Waiting behind this door." Briefly wondering who was in his class, Midoriya thought of Bakugo and Ida, neither of them having very flattering impressions in his mind. Ida gasped. "You thought of me that way?" he asked, shocked, and turned to look at his friend. "I must apologize again, Midoriya. I never intend, I said it's fine. Maybe everyone in here is nice." He was immediately greeted to the sight of the 2 people he'd just been thinking of, Bakugo lazily sitting at his desk with his feet up and Ida standing in front of the cocky explosion user, already berating him. "Guess the universe just hated you, huh, Midoriya?" Gyro asked, as Bakugo and Ida argued. "It certainly seemed that way at the time," Izuku laughed. "But Ida's now one of my best friends, and Bakugo's now something like my fated rival. Since he keeps saying that he's going to win and go higher than me, I just have to keep going higher than him." Uraraka frowned slightly as she heard that. Despite everything Bakugo did, and the talk he'd had with the teachers, he was still. "Wait, did Deku say Bakugo? Not Kaken?" Ida took a step back as Midoriya sarcastically praised his luck, and centered himself. "Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the Sumi Private Academy," he introduced himself, extending a hand to Bakugo. The blonde Pomeranian didn't seem very impressed or interested in shaking his hand. "Sumi, here. So you must think you're better than me." Bakugo sneered at him and elicited in a menacing growl, "I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one." "Too bad you were put on the same team for the first combat training," Kaminari teased him. Bakugo snarled but didn't say anything. Bakugo laughed at Ida before noticing Midoriya and frowning. Ida stopped, following his gaze, and also turned to look straight at the camera. "It's him," Ida said, causing the rest of their already seated classmates to turn and look at their green-haired new entry. While a few people shouted out variations of "It's me" as they caught sight of their debut in the show, Kendo winced. "Ouch, I would not have liked my introduction to the class to have been that attention-grabbing. Also, Ida, Ashido brought up. It's him. Really? How were we supposed to know what you meant by that? Yeah, Soto agreed. Soon as you said that, I thought Midoriya was some kind of big shot. All Might chuckled while Kaminari said, I guess he was after all. Right. Chosen one. Gyro teased with a grin. Ida laughed to himself as he saw himself compliment Midoriya, claiming that he understood the true nature of the exam. I jumped to conclusions, he admitted, smiling at his friend. In truth, you hadn't grasped anything. In that moment, you followed your heart instead of your head. He placed his hand on his friend's shoulder, even as Izuku was still reclining. You'll make an amazing hero one day, Midoriya, Aigwa. Uraraka's joyous expression and big brown eyes took over the screen. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Falling boy. Izuku squeaked and quickly covered his face with his hands. Ida's eyes widened at the reaction of his friend and remembered what he'd been telling him at lunch. Uraraka, please. Cover your ears. Here. Why? She asked, hearing herself compliment Deku's punch. Nothing bad was said now, right? Her memory wasn't that bad. As Ida went to place his hands over her, Ashido lunged at Ida, grabbing his arms and yanking them back. Izuku grunted as Ashido landed on his chest, before he started to freak out at the soft and squishy feeling of Ashido's uniform-covered biceps pressed against his torso as she lay on him. The pink-haired girl was grinning and telling Ida she'd have none of that from him, but Izuku was honestly starting to freak out. Did she overhear when I told Ida? This is even worse than Uraraka knowing. CRP. I didn't realize it, but the whole class is going to find out. The camera, representing Midoriya's frame of vision, panned up over Uraraka's brown shoes, green tights, uniform skirt, shirt, and tie up to her face, where she was still pantomiming him punching the zero-pointer to save her. Oh my gosh, his thoughts spilled out to the watching audience, unaware of how much trauma this was causing present-day him. It's that nice girl who talked to me. She looks good in that uniform. Uraraka froze. She didn't hear the whoops, wolf whistles, and teasing jabs sent Deku's way. Her brain was currently digging through the filing cabinet of her memories, searching for any one time she could remember Deku saying anything about her appearance so that she could chalk it up to just a friendly compliment. Mental files strewn everywhere in a whirlwind of messy investigation, a mental mini-Ravity threw up her arms and shouted with a frantic helium squeak, "We got nothing, boss lady." Her head slowly turned to the left, seeking the spot where she knew the future greatest hero was sitting, but unable to catch sight of Deku's emerald eyes, probably for the best. Deku thinks I look good. Uraraka had blushed a lot of times today, but this time the BLD rushing to her face must have wanted to set a record for the fastest time to make her pass out from the heat. It happened even faster than when Mina has insinuated using sect to pass on one for all. Looks good. What? Kiyomi sighed. They're so cute. Bakugo stared at Midoriya standing in the doorway, hate raging in his eyes. That look is unsettling, Yorozu muttered. Like a violent beast, Tokoyami thought. The scene changed to a flashback of old Dera Junior High, Bakugo and Midoriya both standing in the teacher's prep room. I can't believe we have not one, but two students from our school heading off to UA, their homeroom teacher congratulated the two boys. Bakugo didn't seem excited to be there, but Midoriya was shivering with nervous embarrassment as he blushed. And to think you're one of them, Midoriya. It's a miracle. Bakugo scowled, glaring at his classmate. No longer in the office, Midoriya was thrown against a wall. The hell, man? Kirishima asked, frowning somewhat and looking sideways at Bakugo as his past self interrogated Midoriya. I was cessed, got it. Bakugo retorted, scowling at his friend. Seeing that nerd do anything sessed me off. I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA, Bakugo screamed as he held up Midoriya against the wall with one hand, but you had to go and screw that all up. Uraraka returned to the world and she glared up at Bakugo. You were such a JRK. Gyro scoffed. Of course he was. Midoriya fed up his perfectly crafted backstory for being the number 2 hero. Bakugo leapt to his feet. The hell did you say? You heard me. Oh wait, you interned under Best Jeanist, right? So I guess that means you'll be number 4. Bakugo's face contorted into a sadistic smile. Oh, I am so exploding your butt later. You're going to regret that. Hey, calm down, man, Kaminari pleaded. You know Gyro's only taunting you, right? Bakugo. Aizawa's voice lanced through the theater. Kitty in the tree. It looked like the blonde started to suffer an aneurysm as his hands gripped the railing in front of him so tightly. His knuckles turned white. The muscles in his arms and neck were twitching while tightening. Midoriya looked Bakugo dead in the eye. Even though he appeared terrified, he had the courage to face him and declare, like it or not, you can't stop me. Damn it. Bakugo shouted as he got himself back under control, practically throwing himself back onto the couch next to Kirishima. The present Bakugo was still glaring at Midoriya. I'm gonna ruin that little BS right after I figure out how he got in. Yorozu couldn't help but giggle along with Kendo at the sight of how Midoriya was still so embarrassed at the bright smile of a very close and very enthusiastically gushing Uraraka wondering about orientation. So I suppose Midoriya does like Ochiko, and may have started on the first day of class. In a way, I'm glad he has thoughts like that, and he doesn't let them control him like Mineta. Midoriya's a gentleman, yes. Perhaps this will nudge things along. The camera cut away from the three at the door to an unflattering headshot of Mr. Aizawa, on the floor in his yellow sleeping bag. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. Kiyoma sighed as the students, no longer as tense as they were on the first day of school, started to laugh at how Aizawa introduced himself. Really, Shota, she said, using his first name, are you still wiggling your way to class on the first day like a worm in that bag? At least I don't flirt with my students, Nemurai, Aizawa answered, picking a grape of the bundle of vines he'd brought with him from the lunch buffet. My flirting gives the students experience in dealing with overeager fans, media members trying to fluster them, and those who would try to stuck them once they become known, Kiyoma countered, not for the first time. While I show up in my sleeping bag to have them get used to the unexpected, Aizawa reminded her. You never know exactly what you're going to encounter once you get your license and are working in the field. Right, let's get to it. Aizawa instructed in a bored drone as he reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a UAP tracksuit. Put these on and head outside. That still wids me out, Uraraka admitted. We show up and are told to put on our gym clothes before anything else happens. All Might was reading the teacher directory in a staff room, thinking to himself. UA's hero course doesn't follow the normal academic path. All Might sighed. Get the wrong homeroom teacher and life is hell. Izuku frowned and craned his neck to try to spot All Might. He couldn't, so he asked anyway. Gran Torino. Gran Torino, All Might groaned. Cutting to the athletic field, the assembled class asked, what? A quirk assessment test. You guys had something like that on the first day? Kendo asked Yorozu. The ponytailed girl sighed and placed a hand to her cheek. It caused a lot of confusion, she answered. Did Vlad King have your class perform anything like that? Kendo shook her head. No. He took us to do normal first day orientation stuff. Lucky. 1A thought. The class tensed as Aizawa continued his explanation, getting an app on his phone ready. You've been taking standardized tests for most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. And Midoriya learned that that line wasn't true when he was only 4, Ida mused. Aizawa turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, you managed to get the most points in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high? The youth gave him a small frown as he thought. 67 meters, I think. Aizawa took a moment to remember that. Right. Try doing it with your quirk. Tetsu grinned. This'll be good, probably. Bakugo now stood in the throwing circle for track, an electric guitar riff starting as Aizawa continued. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Go on. You're wasting our time. Stretching, Bakugo responded, all right man, you asked for it. Fixing his stance and winding up, he thought, I'll add a little heat to my pitch and drop their jaws. A huge explosion burst from his right hand as he threw a softball with a blue tracking device banded around it as hard as he could. Die! Tetsu whistled as he watched. Oh yeah, that was good. Bakugo grinned. DMN straight it was. I doubt you could have pulled something like that off. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities, Aizawa explained as the ball finally landed. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. He held up his phone, the app showing the distance calculated by the tracker on the ball to read 705.2 m. You know, I'm still surprised some of you guys can throw that thing almost a whole kilometer, Kaminari said. 70% of a kilometer does not a whole kilometer make, Nezu politely reminded him, though your admiration for your classmates' abilities is well-founded. Yeah, Zero agreed. Imagine what you could do by throwing something that far. Think it's all gonna be games and playtime? Aizawa gave them a sadistic grin. He was enjoying this. Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately. Kendo and Hatsune both gasped, while Tetsu let out a crazed. You're kidding me. After passing the entrance exam he would have expelled one of you right out of the gate. That's totally unfair. Hatsune shouted as All Might lamented Midoriya getting Aizawa as a homeroom teacher. Mr. Power Loader may have threatened to ban me from the studio, but no matter how many of my babies explode he's never once mentioned expulsion. She gasped louder. If I couldn't make babies ever again, my life would be over. Nobody got expelled, right? Kendo inquired. Nobody was expelled and reinstated or something, right? We didn't hear anything about this happening. Yorozu shook her head. No. The threat was just a logical deception of Mr. Aizawa's to make sure all of us did our best. Kiyoma gave him a sly grin while Nezu bowed his head, making the same expression. So you let them believe that, did you? Nezu asked. Since you still have everyone they must have impressed you, Kiyoma teased him, giving the scowling man an elbow. You big softy. None of them had zero potential, he admitted. Understand? Aizawa asked, hair pulled back to reveal a manic look on his face. If that's a problem, you can head home right now. Midoriya tensed as the intense pressure of the first wall UA would put in his way got to him. A huge test on the first day of school. What the CRP am I gonna do? Aizawa looked over his class of first years with a smug expression in direct contrast to their varied reactions. And since you'd only ever used it once before, Emma spoke up, it must have put you under a lot more pressure. Yeah, Izuku replied, looking up at his hand as he held it in front of him. Since I had almost no control over one for all yet, I was practically competing quirkless. Ooh, Ashido complained as the transition screen came up at the end of the scene. That was so mean, Mr. Aizawa. Did you seriously have to threaten to expel one of us? Kaminari whined. Couldn't you have offered the top student a prize or something? Carrot and stick, Tokoyami noted as the show returned with Uraraka protesting. Heroes don't get rewarded for succeeding, All Might addressed the kids, surprising Aizawa. But the punishment for failure is often the injury or death of the person they are trying to save or themselves. While Aizawa's method is extreme, he was right to put the pressure on you all. Mr. Aizawa, it's your big line. Asui pointed out. Hero's job to try and combat that unfairness, Aizawa was saying. If you want to be a pro you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond. Plus ultra style. Aizawa grinned at his students while gesturing for them to come at him and show him what they are made of. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. As the other students seemed intimidated by their teacher's aura, Ida took a sip from his water bottle to keep hydrated in preparation for the trials ahead. I don't approve of this kind of hazing, but you ace the top hero program. I have no choice. That's right, Aizawa replied with a grin. You didn't. Uraraka and Midoriya looked on towards Aizawa, screwing their courage to the sticking place to show him that they deserved to be here. Ashido grinned at Midoriya like a cat, and Izuku covered his face with his hands. Please stop looking at me like that, 𝐻𝐸𝐻. Phew baby, Hatsune sighed in relief. I sure am glad Mr. Power Loader didn't have us do any of this CRP. Runners, on your mark. A robotic voice from a testing device on a tripod spoke cheerfully as they got ready for the 50-meter dash, Asui and Ida poised to begin. Ready. Go Ida. Soto cheered. A gunshot sounded, and Ida raced off of the starting block with a boost from his engines while Asui hopped after him. Ida wasn't even at full speed when he reached the finish line, still accelerating as the robot cheerfully announced his time at 3.4 seconds. Asui followed a few seconds behind him. Skidding to a stop, Ida turned around and frowned in dissatisfaction. At 50 meters I can only get up to third gear. Ida received a close-up sketch shot, just like Midoriya and Bakugo had, as well as Death Arms, Backdraft, and Kamu Woods in the first episode. He even got a caption of his name. Tenya Ida, present MIC's voice announced, his quirk, engine. MIC? Aizawa asked. He turned to look at Kamemoto, who shrugged. Who better to announce the quirks of the characters in the show, she asked rhetorically. That's true, Kiyama admitted. As you can see, his legs are pretty dang fast. Well, he's definitely in his element. But speed won't help him in every test. Aizawa observed. That's true, Soto agreed as Asui didn't get a close-up, but she did get a caption and her time of 5.58 seconds. Not like the engines in his legs can help with the grip strength test. Uraraka smiled as she prepared for her own heat against Ojiro. I'll lighten up my clothes, she told herself, activating her quirk with just a touch. Oh, and my shoes too. She got her own character shot as present MIC hyped her up to the viewing audience. Ochiko Uraraka. Her quirk, zero gravity. Do you think we're all going to get one of those? Hagekyu asked excitedly. Uraraka ran down the track as fast as she could, Ojiro clearly pulling ahead of her with a useful application of his tail. She can nullify the gravitational pull of anything she touches. Present MIC's voice continued talking about her quirk before bringing the scene to a flashback of the previous episode just after Uraraka saved Midoriya. But if she uses her power too much, she totally hurls. She hurls the Rai, I do not puke rainbows, Zero. Hatsune giggled at Uraraka's red face. That's not what Muscles thinks. Izuku covered his face with his hands again and tried to sink even lower into the recliner. He really wished he still had that blanket so he could cover himself up with it. Someone tell me when it gets to my turn at the ball throw so I can come back from the dead. Thanks. Ieima smiled for the camera, dazzling sparkles appearing near his face, as he prepared to race Ashido in the dash. Nice attempts, Mon Amos, he stated, Ashido looking up at him in confusion as he made no attempt to get into a running position, but you're just not showing enough panache. As the gunshot echoed, he hopped into the air and let his laser blast him down the track. Let your power shine. Well, that's creative, Kiyama commented. Ieima got a close-up for present MIC too. Yuga Ieima, his quirk, naval laser. He flew down the track, propelled by his quirk and seemingly ignoring how gravity still should have affected him. That's right, a belly button laser. Iema's laser dropped off, letting gravity now add. The downward acceleration he should have been experiencing all along. With a series of snapshots, Ashido skated past him, using her quirk to create acid from her feet to aid her mobility. Ieima picked himself back up and used his quirk to shoot himself across the finish line, behind Ashido. But he can't shoot it forever. 5.51 seconds, even the robot seemed disappointed at the result. You know, you might have done better if you'd just run, Soto said over Ieima sparkling and mentioning his quirk's weakness. Zero, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Ashido were all looking at Ieima, completely unimpressed with his explanation. What a tool, all four of them thought. OCRP. Kaminari yelped. He placed his hands over his mouth. This thing really is going to show off our thoughts. Did you just figure that out? Gyro asked, looking up from her phone. She'd been casually playing a game on it while half paying attention to the show in front of them. I thought it was just going to be Midoriya and his best buds, Kaminari whined, still talking through his hands. Midoriya and Bakugo were starting to line up for the 50-meter dash. You know, putting your hands over your mouth won't prevent the show from showing us what it wants to, right? Hey, Mineta spoke up. If we were to do all these tests again, who do you think would come in first? Well, we know Midoriya won't be in last place this time, 𝐂𝐭 stated. Now that he's not breaking his bones, chosen one down there is gonna get a bunch better scores. Yeah, but I still can't fully use one for all, Izuku replied. He removed his hands from his face and looked at his right hand again. With how I messed up my hand when I fought Todoroki, I'm not sure just how good I'll do on the grip test, and Mineta's likely still going to be the best at the side steps. Since I can only use 5 to 8% of one for all reliably with my full cowling, I won't even be able to get the same score I got on the softball throw unless I break something again. Izuku pressed his feet down on the footrest, returning his couch seat to its normal position. Actually, seeing this all again, I'm getting frustrated for another reason. Oh, Yororozu said. Why's that, Midoriya? It's about you, Ida. His friend looked at Izuku in surprise. Me? What about me? Izuku frowned. Well, Aizawa threatened us with expulsion if we didn't do our best, but seeing the 50-meter dash again, and hearing your thoughts on how you could only make it into third gear on your engines, it made me realize something. He gave Ida a dissatisfied look. You were sandbagging. Sandbagging? Kaminari asked. He means young Ida was deliberately underperforming, All Might answered. Midoriya worked to catch his breath after his time of 7.2 seconds, thinking, there are still 7 tests. Everyone's gonna be using their quirks on all of them and getting awesome results. Hello. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 piped up. My quirk is being invisible, Midoriya. How's that going to help me in any physical tests? Broken from his accusation of Ida sandbagging, Izuku looked over at 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Alright. Sorry, 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Use it once, and it'll break me. Midoriya stared at the ground, a terrified expression on his face as he contemplated the disastrous results of using one for all. Control. That's what I need. Maybe I can focus like All Might suggested. You can HNS one for all, it's simple. Or sweet. Kirishima crowed. What did he tell you? The show entered a flashback of Midoriya and All Might at the beach after having run away from the couple. You have to feel it. I'm sorry, what? Uraraka asked, looking at the screen with a blank expression. Feel it. That's useless. Thought almost all of the students. All Might. Uraraka shouted, while Aizawa facepalmed, Nezu shook his head, and Kiyama just sighed. The former top pro looked off to his right, whistling. So you already know what it's like to fire on all cylinders, All Might said in response to Midoriya's ask of being more specific, now shadow boxing. Yeah, like a lot of broken bones. Midoriya responded sarcastically. Not a good feeling. Izuku reminded All Might. No. I'm talking about the rush inside. His mentor insisted. You must have felt it coursing through you. What was it like? Midoriya looked like he was trying to think, starting to come up with nonsensical answers. A BZZT. Or no, like whoosh. Or maybe kapow. Or, there was a ding noise, like he'd just come across a suitable answer, and he hit his palm with his fist. Ooh, I know. Like an egg about to explode in a microwave. An egg in a microwave. Hatsune laughed like a lot of the boys' peers. How pedestrian, muscles. If you want to picture something exploding, why not an atomic bomb instead? Young Hatsune, the idea was to get young Midoriya to imagine the egg not exploding, All Might quickly cautioned. Changing that to a bomb wouldn't help at all. How about a power dam, then? Hatsune asked. The reservoir behind the dam would represent the total power of one for all, and opening or closing sluice gates could adjust the amount of power you're letting in to run the turbines. Open them up all the way and you're going with max power. Just a little and you're barely generating anything. Izuku stared at her for a few seconds. Hatsune. That's brilliant. That's much better than my egg in the microwave or my frozen taiyaki. She grinned and gave him a thumbs up. I can take payment for that later, she promised. You've got 3 weeks until school, All Might reminded him. The more you concentrate, the faster you'll learn. His mentor tapped his forehead. Control over one for all isn't gonna happen overnight. Is it really that simple? Ojiro asked. Was it that simple to learn how to control your tail? Izuku asked. Tuche. But anyway, I got distracted, Izuku said. Ida. Yeah, you said he was sandbagging, Kaminari said, but I still don't know what you're talking about. Ida got the best score out of all of us on the 50-meter dash. Are you seriously forgetting, Kaminari? Gyro asked. Come on, you were on his team in the cavalry battle. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. His recipro. The other student's eyes widened. Hey, yeah, that's right, Soto said. Ida didn't use it until then. Right, Shoji agreed. None of us knew about it at all. Izuku nodded. That's right. You were up first in the 50-meter dash and the endurance run was the last event. Your quirk would have only been able to help you on those 2 events, so there would have been plenty of time to rest your engines after the dash. If you had been going all out on the first day, you would have used your recipro burst at the very beginning to amaze everyone. You probably would have made it in less than a second. But instead, you kept that a secret from everyone in the class. I may have kept the nature of one for all a secret, but I was still trying to find a way to use it without completely breaking myself. The rest of us were giving it our all, so why didn't you? Ida gave him a hard look for a few moments before softening into a smile. It was about to show the ball throw. I'll tell you at the break, but know that I never intended to disrespect any of you by not using it that day. I'll leave you with that for now. Test 5. Ball throw. Uraraka smiled as she held the ball and gave it a nice, gentle toss up and forward. It kept going, and going, and going, until it eventually disappeared. Aizawa held up his phone, the app presenting an infinity symbol. Infinity! Tetsu gasped, same as the on-screen 1A. No way. Hey, Uraraka. Is that ball still up there? No, she answered. As soon as I released my quirk, gravity's effects on the ball would have returned. Given the speed and length of time I maintained it, though, the ball was probably in orbit for a little while, but it probably burned up in the upper atmosphere on Reentry a long time ago. Midoriya's situation looked bleak, emphasized by the visualization of darkness all around his frightened face. This is bad. I've got to come up with some kind of a game plan. Everyone's had at least one crazy good score already. Again. Hagekyu mentioned. Invisible. Yeah, Ashido agreed. And I secrete acid. The only thing I got to use my quirk with by then was the dash, and I was just a little better than 5 seconds. Uraraka blushed a little in embarrassment and looked down, placing her hands between her knees. I'm sorry, Deku. I didn't mean to make you feel down like that. Izuku quickly looked at her. Oh, no. It's not your fault. That's right, Ida agreed. Don't apologize for doing your best at school. Though after Midoriya called me out on not using my recipro, I don't have any right to talk about this event. Midoriya gripped the ball in his hand as though his life depended on it, because his school life certainly seemed to in that moment. All that's left is this, the distance run, sit-ups and the seated toe touch. It's now or never. This is my best chance to use one for all. Gyro looked up from her phone again. Hey, that same music starting up again, she said, and then frowned. That doesn't make sense. You totally biffed your first throw. Hey. Bakugo asked, responding to Ida's comment of Midoriya going home if he didn't shape up. Of course he is. He's a quirkless loser. Not anymore he wasn't, Uraraka muttered. Not hear about what he did in the entrance exam? Ida asked, offended at Bakugo's tone and words. Hey. Aizawa blankly stared at Midoriya, the boy standing in the throwing circle with a complicated, anxious expression on his face as he held the ball. Here it comes. Aizawa thought. Izuku. Inko's voice flashed through his mind. I'm really proud of you, son. Young man, All Might's encouragement on the day they met, you two can become a hero. Stop giving us feels, Midoriya, Kendo half-heartedly complained. You're such a cinnamon roll. I'm a what? Izuku yelped. His on-screen self gathered his courage, prepared for the pain of what he was about to do. He wound up, one for all coursing through his right arm as time slowed. I won't let them down. 𝐼𝐳 blinked just before the music could ascend into the heroic medley it normally would reach, and the pro-hero's eye turned red as the music stopped cold. Midoriya threw the ball, but instead of it blasting into the sky with a monumental display of power and the shattering of the bones in Midoriya's arm, it flew only as far as he was able to normally throw it. Even with all the strength training he'd done over the past 10 months with All Might, that still amounted to only a paltry 4 to 6 meters. It wasn't even close to what Bakugo stated he could do without using his quirk. The students winced at the distraught look on Midoriya's face, accompanied by a discordant piano. That's gotta hurt, Ojiro observed. Yeah, Kendo agreed. I mean, I'm glad he didn't break his arm, but this would have only been the second time he used it, Shoji said, and to be denied just like that. That must have felt awful, Deku. Uraraka sympathized after 𝐼𝐳 stated that he erased his quirk. 𝐼𝐳's capture scarf was floating around his body, the man's eyes glowing a fierce red color as he glared at Midoriya. The judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. Midoriya seemed to bit back his fear. Wait, you did what to my? He gasped in recognition. Those goggles. I know you. The show cut to a shot of 𝐼𝐳 crouching on a rooftop, overlooking a nighttime cityscape underneath a crescent moon. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. The Erasure hero, Eraserhead. Kayoma whistled. That image really sets the tone for you, doesn't it? I don't stand for all the hype, 𝐼𝐳 replied. He smiled. But I won't deny that I want that image as my new desktop wallpaper. All Might chuckled. So even 𝐼𝐳 has the longing to look cool sometimes, here. Can it? Oh hey, All Might. Kirishima spoke up, seeing how the show was revealing that All Might was watching from around the corner. You were checking us out. More like he was checking too. Make sure Midoriya was okay, Ribbit. Asu etherized, receiving several nods. 𝐼𝐳's one of those guys who doesn't like the media because he thinks they interfere with our work. All Might thought as he looked on worriedly. Because they do, 𝐼𝐳 stated. And he judges celebrity heroes like me because I look good in the spotlight. Because you do, he said again. 𝐼𝐳 glared down at Midoriya. You're not ready. You don't have control over your power. It was the second time he'd ever used it. Uraraka complained, standing up and trying to defend him. Mr. A's, none of us besides Midoriya and All Might hiding over there were aware of that, Uraraka. 𝐼𝐳 scolded before Izuku could even say anything. Had I been made aware of Midoriya's situation, he glared intensely at All Might, the emaciated man attempting to hide behind Midnight. I may have acted differently. That being said, this was still one of UA's walls Midoriya either needed to overcome or fall before, and wouldn't you agree that he succeeded? Pouting, the brunette sighed and returned to her seat. Yes sir, it's admirable for you to go to bat for your friends, 𝐼𝐳 reminded her, but there are some battles that need to be fought alone. Eraserhead is correct, Nezu stated. You cannot always rely on another's power to help you. Once you are professionals, you will be expected to stand on your own 2 feet. Even as sidekicks, there will be times when you are acting alone. With that drive, you're worthless if you can only throw a single punch before breaking down, 𝐼𝐳 insisted. Midoriya held tight in his capture weapon after chastising him for how much he resembled All Might, without directly name-dropping the number 1. Sorry, Midoriya, with your power there's no way you can become a hero. Kinda funny that you tell him that when the boy has All Might's quirk, Kayoma teased. Yes, Nezu agreed. As the successor of One for All, and being the type of person he is, Midoriya is more or less destined to become a great hero. So long as he doesn't get himself killed before he gets there, 𝐼𝐳 muttered. The rest of the students were watching the exchange with interest as 𝐼𝐳 walked away. I wonder if our teacher gave him some advice, Ida wondered. Probably told him to start packing, Bakugo scoffed. You look so worried, Emma attempted to comfort Uraraka, the girl standing next to him. She turned to the blonde as he addressed her, and he placed his hand on her shoulder. I'm here, Sherry. Uraraka appeared completely bewildered by AMR. Wait, who are you again? Thanks for trying to make me feel better, Them. Uraraka awkwardly said while on screen Midoriya asked himself what to do. Aizawa watched him, bored, and having already reached a decision. Is he going to use his quirk and have to forfeit the rest of the events like a fool, or admit defeat and settle into last place? Their teacher applied eye drops to moisturize his eyes after having used his quirk. Aizawa looked at Midoriya with judgmental eyes. Either way, he doesn't belong here. You absolutely belong here, Deku, Uraraka whispered, hands balled up into fists again as yet another person in the past attempted to drag Deku down, and this time it was their very own teacher. And if you don't belong at UA, then neither do I, CRP. Did I really just think that? A waste of a quirk, Aizawa mentally sighed as he recognized that Midoriya was going to use his quirk. So what did Midoriya do? Kendo asked as the green-haired boy began his throw. Oh, you'll see, Yorozu said. Actually, it was quite brilliant. Time was barely crawling as Midoriya was in the midst of his throw. Mr. Aizawa was right about what he said. Aizawa and All Might both perked up as they noticed him doing something different in that moment. If I can't control my quirk, there's no way I'll ever become a hero. It's the drums again. Gyro exclaimed. DMN, Kaminari said. I wish I had awesome theme music like that. Hey, is he for real? All Might gasped. I have to work way harder than everyone else here if I want to succeed. Midoriya thought as the ball started to leave the grasp of his hand, millimeter by millimeter. And here he is, making the rest of us look bad again, Zero chuckled. What's he doing? Tetsu asked. I'll focus on what I can do right now. One for All's power appeared right before the ball left his hand, but it appeared at the very last moment, only on the fingertip of Midoriya's index finger. Smash! Midoriya flung the ball skyward with his fingertip. It kicked up dust and debris as it soared. Whoa! Tetsu gasped. With just his fingertip. Kendo shouted. Again, Hagekyu asked, just how powerful are you, Midoriya? Super powerful. Uraraka cheered. It hurts, but not as bad as before. Panning down from Midoriya's twitching face as he kept himself from crying out in pain, the camera showed Midoriya's broken finger. Now if only we can get Midoriya to the point where he can use that power without breaking his body, Nezu said. Yes, Kiyoma agreed. Once he reaches that level, then technique and experience will be the key. He's only going on a work study if he can prove he's not going to be so self-sacrificial and irrational, Aizawa stated. Mr. Aizawa, his teacher looked up from his phone, the tracker having recorded 705.3 just a decimeter farther than what Bakugo had managed. Midoriya turned around and clenched his fist, grimacing in pain but forcing a proud smile. You see, I'm still standing. Aizawa grinned, a manic look of crazed excitement in his eyes. This kid, whoa, Soto said as All Might started to provide color commentary. I didn't notice it before, but, with one finger Midoriya was able to throw the ball 10 centimeters farther than Bakugo did, Zero stated. Imagine how far that would have gone if Mr. Aizawa didn't cancel out his quirk on the first throw, Kendo wondered. While maximizing the throw. What the heck, young Midoriya? How did you go and get so cool? All Might mentally squealed. Izuku blushed as the outro began. Oh my gosh, All Might is fanboying over me. It looks like Uraraka wasn't your only fan on the first day, Kaminari teased him. And this just proves that both Midori and All Might are hero dorks. Ashido giggled. All Might coughed, fortunately not losing any BLU. I wouldn't go that far, young Ashido, but young Midoriya certainly did impress me. Yes, Todoroki calmly examined. Like in the episode title, he did everything within his power at the time to score as well as he did. Tetsu crashed his fists together. Gotta say, that was a DMN awesome throw, Midoriya. It takes a lot of guts to deliberately injure yourself like that, just for a stupid test. I didn't know it was just a ruse. Izuku answered, panicking. I seriously thought I'd get kicked out just as soon as I'd gotten in. The preview starting, Asui stated as All Might's theme began to play. Hero basic training, narrator Midoriya said as clips from the next episode began to pop up, starting with him sitting at his desk and giving a bright smile, a class only available in the UA Hero course. Deku, it appeared narrator Uraraka was with him again. Let's do our best in this combat exercise, okay? Hell yeah! Bakugo shouted. Oh my gosh, I talked to a girl again. Uraraka couldn't contain her blush and tried to hide her head between her knees as narrator Midoriya made a very undignified squeal of joy. Meanwhile, Izuku rushed to the railing in front of his row of seating, grasped it with both hands, and only managed to get one solid whack in with his forehead before Ida and Asui pulled him away. Looks like we're up against Team Ida and Bakugo, narrator Uraraka continued, blissfully unaware of the emotional turbulence Midoriya's squeal had caused their real-life counterparts. Narrator Midoriya sounded like he'd gulped. You mean, I'm going to have to fight Kaken? Next time, narrator Midoriya continued, rage, you demon nerd. Narrator Uraraka began to gush. Look at Deku's bunny ears. Oh my goodness. They're so cute. Go beyond. Narrator Midoriya said, with narrator Uraraka joining him as they belted out the school motto of Plus Ultra. Tra. The students had mostly joined in the cheer as well, smiling and giggling. Most of them, anyway. Izuku and Uraraka were both a little preoccupied with their own embarrassment. I never told him how cute I thought they looked, Uraraka muttered to herself, still staring at the ground between her shoes while she steepled her fingers in front of her forehead. I didn't think Deku would find out how cute I thought his first costume looked. Izuku lay folded over the railing, his body like a limp noodle, his voice was barely a squeak as his soul started to leave his body. She knows. Uraraka's going to think I'm a total creep and won't want to be friends with me anymore, and it'll be even worse next time. Oh Siu, we're sharing a room, how am I going to survive this stupid island? Kirishima grinned. I guess now we'll hear what all you guys were talking about, he asked Bakugo. Probably, the spiky blonde replied. But I'm just going to let you know, Kirishima, you're probably not going to like it. His friend looked concerned. Is it that bad? Bakugo shrugged. I didn't really care at the time. Still had my head up my butt. But, yeah, you could probably say that it was. You kinda still do have your head up your butt, though, Kaminari pointed out. Shut your trap, you useless spark plug. Ida placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, snapping his friend's attention back to him. Midoriya, everyone, Midoriya had a good point when he questioned why I didn't use my recipro during the fitness test. Oh yeah, Hatsune said, leaning back, and folding one leg over the other. You did say you'd tell us during break, Koda remembered. So tell us, legs. What kind of dumb hero reason did you have for not showing off your fabulous speed? Ida stood at the center of the front row, facing everyone. I must apologize for not going all out. As your classmate and future class representative, I should have respected you all and given it my very best. Mr. Aizawa, I also want to apologize to you. Keeping my special move from you also may have impacted your ability to instruct me properly. However, to be honest, the reason why I did not use it was because I was looking ahead to the sports festival. You were already looking that far ahead? Ayama asked. Ida nodded. I know it was underhanded, but I wanted that move to be a surprise in case I needed to pull it out to succeed in the games. If my entire class already knew of it, then some of them could have developed countermeasures. I wasn't sure what the quirks of everyone in class were, and some of them could have been used to take advantage of the enhanced speed my recipro would give me. Ida looked at Izuku. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I hope you don't think less of me for it. Oh, no, not at all, Izuku replied, this topic successfully distracting him from the funk of feelings. Actually, I think that's a really smart idea. Once we become pros, lots of information about us and our moves is going to become public knowledge. Just like when everyone tried to crush us during the licensing exam, Soto agreed. They all knew about our quirks already. Exactly, Yorozu agreed. So keeping even the smallest bit of information secret to pull out when you were in a jam was an excellent strategy, Ida. Even though it did seem kind of mean at the time, Uraraka pouted. busting that out on us without any warning. Ida laughed. I do admit, it was nice seeing the stunned expressions on your faces after I pulled it off, Uraraka. After seeing how Midoriya analyzed quirks and took notes on pro heroes, I was glad that I had kept that move secret. I was sure he could have developed a counter to it had he known about it. Actually, I doubt that, Izuku replied. Knowing about it is one thing, but being able to do anything about it is another. Even with Hatsune and her babies on the team, I don't believe we could have done anything about that speed even if we could see it coming. Yeah man, Kaminari agreed. Your recipro makes you crazy fast. It felt like my arm was going to get yanked out just holding on. Kamemoto clapped loudly. Okay everyone, back to your seats. Your final episode of the day is here. Also, Midoriya, Uraraka. The two called out teens stiffened. Try not to knock yourselves out in embarrassment, okay? Blushing like mad amidst the cackles of their classmates, the pair sat down, continuing to remain on opposite sides of Ida, who smiled helplessly as they buried their heads in their hands. The episode started off right with Midoriya starting his throw, the drums and strings kicking off the music that always seemed to play whenever the boy was doing something heroic. Time slowed, Midoriya's thoughts being played again. Even if I have a lot to learn, I'll focus on what I can do right now. He sent one for all shooting through his fingertip, shouting out, "Smash!" as he simultaneously blasted the ball into the sky and broke his finger. Okay, Miss Kamemo, Gyro spoke up as she turned to catch sight of the woman with all the AV equipment. I've got to ask. Is it possible to get the soundtrack for this show somehow? It's got some killer music. Sure. Kamemoto said, cracking open another bottle of the blackberry cider she'd been drinking. I'm sure we can set you up with something like that. Oh hey, that's right, Ashido exclaimed, bouncing in her seat. Gyro, you've got a ton of instruments in your room, right? We could form a band or something, and then play this stuff. The school culture festival is coming up in November, Kiyama reminded them. If you darlings want to do a concert with the soundtrack of your own show, you'll have to practice hard. Gyro's cheeks turned pink as she whirled back around to face Ashido in the row in front of her. Hey, I never said anything like that. I just think this track would be cool to play on a loop while studying or something. Or we could play that song that happened during Midoriya's training montage when working out, Kirishima suggested. Man, just thinking about it's getting me pumped up. Hitting the gym once we're done here's going to be so manly. Aizawa was looking down at his phone, displaying the score at 705, 3M, just in case anyone forgot. A throw like that requires a lot of force, he reasoned, revealing his thoughts from earlier. Did he focus all that power into one finger? Mr. Aizawa, he looked up, seeing Midoriya clench a fist around his broken finger and giving him that proud smile through the pain. You see, I'm still standing. Aizawa got that look in his eye again as he made a twisted smile. This kid, you impressed a razor head, Midoriya, Nezu complimented as the intro began. For it being your first day, and with him fully intending to expel you due to his well-founded grievances with the entrance exam, that is no small feat, yes, Kiyama agreed. You should be proud. Once Aizawa has decided to expel a student, very little will change his mind. Oh, thanks Principal Nezu, Miss Midnight, Izuku said. But since it was just a ruse to get us all to do our best, I'm just glad that I was never in any danger of expulsion in the first place. Mr. Aizawa wouldn't truly have expelled anyone after all, Yorozu agreed. He just wanted us to push ourselves to know what our limits were. The intro ended, cutting right back to the athletic field. Kaminari gasped. He threw it over 700 meters. Uraraka threw her arms up in joy with a big smile on her face. Nice. He's finally showing us his true power. But his finger appears to be broken now, Ida noticed. Just like in the entrance exam. This quirk is very odd. It wasn't a very pretty throw, Amar agreed. Bakugo, comparatively, had his jaw dropped and his facial muscles twitching. Who's dropping whose jaws now, Bakugo? Tetsu smirked. Shut it, extra. What the hell was that, he thought. If he had a quirk he would have gotten it when we were kids. This is impossible. Seeing their past and Bakugo's assertion that Midoriya was quirkless, His reaction does seem reasonable, Kendo sighed. True, Yorozu agreed, grimacing, but his attitude at the time was completely deplorable. I'm getting to the bottom of this, Bakugo growled, setting off tiny explosions from his hand. He raced away from where Uraraka, Ida, and Ayama were standing near him, making a beeline for Midoriya. Hey! Deku, you bastard. Tell me how you did that or you're dead. See? Yorozu stated, as Midoriya started to scream in panic at the charging explosion user making a TCH noise and folding her arms. Just deplorable. Agreed, Ida concurred. That kind of behavior has no place at a hero school. Come on guys, Izuku sighed. I know he was bad, but Bakugo's not like that anymore. Bakugo's charge was completely arrested as Aizawa's capture scarf wrapped around his forehead and upper body. Struggling against it, the blonde slowly turned his head back towards his teacher. What? Why the hell is your diamond scarf so strong? Aizawa was glaring at Bakugo, the full force of his quirk on display as he negated Bakugo's powerful abilities while keeping him restrained with the scarf. Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. Stand down. Midoriya flinched at the authority in Aizawa's order, and the rest of the class watched anxiously. It'd be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye. So he told you to stop acting like monkeys because it's DMN inconvenient? Tetsu asked. Peak Aizawa, a merit. Kaminari chuckled. Class 1 as homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Present MIC's voice announced that the pro hero got his own close-up. He can erase the quirk of anyone he looks at, but the effect ends when he blinks. Kaminari, Aizawa ordered, the quiet snickers silencing immediately, 5 laps around the island. The electrification user's jaw dropped. But we haven't explored it yet. We don't know how big this island is, sir. That sounds like a you problem, Kaminari, Aizawa stated. The boy groaned and hung his head in his hands. Anyone else have any snappy comments about me? The students all shook their heads. Uraraka's voice could be heard off-screen as Bakugo stood still, trembling with rage. Ouch, is your finger okay? Sure, fine, Midoriya distantly answered. Bakugo looked back. The DMN nerd was holding his right arm close to his chest while Uraraka inched closer, a concerned expression on her face. Until the exam, he was nothing, Bakugo forcibly declared to himself. A little bug I could crush if I wanted to. The scene flashed to when they were kids. It's baby Midori again. Ashido whooped. Cutie pie. Cutie pie. Hagakyu cheered. Izuku slumped down again and covered his face, trying desperately to get used to the girls in his class seeing what he looked like as a little kid and calling him cute. Quirk is amazing Kaken. Baby Midoriya blew smoke up baby Bakugo's but as the blonde boy marched ahead of him with a self-satisfied smug expression, BB carrying a net for catching bugs while BM carried a pair of green boxes on shoulder straps. When I get mine I hope it's just as cool. BB looked back at him. Whatever, Deku, no matter what power you end up with, you'll never be able to beat me. It faded back to the present day, Bakugo's face trembling in his wrath. Just an annoying bug that I can smash into the ground. Episode 6, Rage, Yuden Nerd Sheesh, Zero sighed with a bit of a frown as he rubbed his head. Quirks aren't a competition, yo. You know, it's still kinda weird, Kaminari said as the show showed quick clips of the last 3 physical events. Like, we've known Bakugo for a while now, and seeing what it was like in the early days, it's disconcerting that the cool dude who can't admit to anyone that he likes and stands up for his classmates like when we were facing off against that guy from Shiketsu really was a total PP at the start of the year. I heard that, Sparky. Say that I like you again and I'll kill you. Yeah, like that, Kaminari grinned, pointing a finger gun at Bakugo and giving him a smile. You're totally mean and bark a lot, but there's no way you hate us. Not anymore, at least, Zero chuckled. Perhaps the show will provide evidence of how he changed, Tokoyami observed. Bakugo is intrinsically tied to Midoriya due to their history. We may be able to glean some answers. I've ranked you all from best to worst, Aizawa said to the gathered class before giving them their standings. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list, it's not worth going over each individual score. Midoriya closed his eyes as he stood at the back with Uraraka, clenching his hand in both pain and worry. The person ranked last is gonna be expelled, and the only test I was any good at was the softball throw. Can I squeak by on that score alone? I bombed the rest of the challenges. Aizawa pressed a button on the remote he was holding onto and a hologram was projected into the air, displaying the rankings of the students. Yorozu was first, followed by Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, Tokoyami, Shoji, Ojiro, Kirishima, Ashido, Uraraka, Koda, Soto, Asui, Emma, Shiro, Kaminari, Gyro, Hagakure, Mineta, and lastly, to Midoriya's utter dismay, himself. I'm in last place. I failed. Mr. Aizawa, do you still have those results? Hagakure asked, standing up and turning around. I didn't realize it at the time because I was just glad I wasn't getting expelled, but I find it super hard to believe that Midoriya really got last. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. Deku beat me in every event except the softball throw, the side steps, and the sit-ups, but I still managed to get 10th place somehow. Can't you tell us how you weighted it? No, Aizawa replied. And it doesn't matter anymore. If we were to do the tests again, I still wouldn't give you my grading method. Besides, and I was lying. No one's going home. There you have it, Aizawa reminded them as almost the whole class gave him blank, stunned looks. Aizawa gave them all a crazed grin. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. Hatsune started to laugh at the visual image that came up on screen in reaction to Aizawa's confession. Ida's glasses had broken, Uraraka looked mortified, and Midoriya appeared as though he'd just seen a ghost and his soul was leaving his body. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out, Yorozu said with her left hand on her hip as she looked at Midoriya's broken existence. Was that pity in her eyes? I'm sorry. I guess I probably should have said something. Gyro, Mineta, and Kaminari gave her a sideways glare. Yeah, you should have, they thought. Yorozu bowed her head. I apologize again, everyone. I didn't recognize the stress you all were under. Midoriya, if you want any help with that additional quirk training Mr. Aizawa and Principal Nezu mentioned, please don't hesitate to ask for my assistance. Oh, sure. Izuku agreed. Thanks a lot, Yorozu. I appreciate it. Uraraka looked at Yorozu and pouted. That's it, Aizawa said. We're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow morning. He headed towards the last place student. Midoriya. The boy looked up after sighing in relief. Aizawa was holding a note for the school nurse. Take this and go have the old lady fix you up. Things are going to be tougher tomorrow when your actual training begins, he warned him. Make sure you're prepared. And so, Bakugo declared like some kind of storyteller, the hero nerd Deku, who was nothing but a weakling with a quirk he couldn't use worth a CRP at the time, was sent to his first of many visits to Recovery Girl. More than a few times by you, Uraraka shot back. Oh please, Bakugo scoffed. Deku sent himself to Recovery Girl more times than anyone else combined did. Hey, Deku. You got a list or something for how many visits you've had to the nurse's office? Izuku slowly nodded his head. Yeah, I do. How many times? Including the sports festival and training camp, 18. How many times did I send you there? 3. And Todoroki? Twice. Soto and Kaminari once each too. When we fought All Might in the final, that had me going to see her too. And all the rest. Izuku sighed. Those were all my fault. Bakugo barked a gruff laugh. Hear that, round face? Deku's his own worst enemy, not me. That's a good point, Ojiro conceded. Perhaps we should keep track of the number of times Midoriya either does something recklessly dangerous or puts himself in harm's way. Yorozu suggested. Please don't, Izuku begged. I already have one, Todoroki quietly offered. Aizawa, that was a rotten move. Everyone's attention returned to the screen as All Might's face took up the entire scene. Aizawa stopped and turned towards All Might, the much bigger man in his yellow suit with his hands on his hips. All Might. So you were watching? He turned away, not bothering to look at the #1 celebrity hero anymore. No talk shows today. Kendo made a grimacing smile. I did not realize how much they... But you're not exactly known for being light-hearted, All Might accused him. The camera flashed back to when All Might was in the office, reading the teacher's directory. I read your file. Last year you expelled an entire class of freshman students. The sound of a falling pin could have been heard as everyone's stomachs dropped hearing All Might's words, while Aizawa gave them a crazed, excited grin that none of them dared to turn around to see. No stomachs dropped harder than Izuku's, Uraraka's, Yorozu's, and Mineta's. For Izuku it was the realization that Aizawa wasn't saying those things to trick him, but he really was planning on kicking him out and would have done so if he hadn't impressed him in how he used one for all. Uraraka nearly lost it because her best friend, who she now finally admitted to herself she maybe sorta liked in that kind of way, had almost been booted to the curb just as he'd gotten the chance to strive towards his dream. Yorozu's heart clenched and her body froze as she realized that on the very first test UA had given her, she'd been completely and utterly wrong, and had blazed through it with a false sense of self-confidence, smug in the belief that their teacher would never actually expel a student so flippantly. Finally, Mineta's crisis rose from the knowledge that he'd just barely managed to rank above Midoriya. If the test was redone, as he'd wondered earlier, with the same conditions, and Aizawa really didn't have any qualms with expelling students who underperformed, then he'd be looking at a one-way ticket out of UA's hero course. You have no problem kicking students out, All Might continued as these thoughts whirled through the heads of the captive audience. Anyone you deem unworthy. Bakugo flinched. There was that word again. Unworthy. I am worthy, damn it. Stop showing my all the stupid SHT I did all over again, making me question myself. I'm going to be the #1, not Deku. You were planning to send last place home. All Might made a finger gun, pointing it at Aizawa. So that can only mean, you see the same kind of potential in young Midoriya that I do. Aizawa turned back towards his new colleague. What's this about? It almost sounds like you've been in his corner the whole time. And now I know why, Aizawa sighed. All Might's favoritism for the boy since school started certainly makes more sense now that we know he's his chosen successor, Kiyama agreed. Aizawa was walking away. He doesn't have zero potential, I admit. If that were the case, I would have sent him straight home after class without hesitation. It's cruel to let a kid keep dreaming of something that will never come true. Izuku blinked, feeling the weight pitted in his core lesson. Oh, I see, he muttered. Mr. Aizawa was doing the same thing All Might did back when I first met him. If I hadn't managed to grow at least a little, he was going to give me the same reality check All Might did when he told me I couldn't be a hero. Can't be one without a quirk, but also can't be one with a self-destructive quirk. Maybe I couldn't have continued at UA, but it may have been possible to go to another school like Shiketsu or Ketsubutsu, though that would have meant leaving home to go live on my own in another city. I would have gone with you, Deku. Izuku yelped in surprise. Of course. He'd been wait, what? Uraraka was looking at his shoes with a slight blush joining the permanent pink circles on her cheeks. If Mr. Aizawa had expelled you, I think I might have left UA too. She awkwardly ran a hand through her hair, still avoiding eye contact. Izuku could only stare at her as Ida smiled in the corner of his eye. Uraraka, I might have as well, Ida offered. UA may have the best hero program, but if they couldn't see the value in you after what you did during the entrance exam, then I just may have joined you at a different school too. Aizawa felt his phone buzz. That hadn't happened since he got here. Retrieving it from his pocket, the Erasure hero saw that he had a new text message from the woman sitting on the couch next to him. They made this woman a teacher, so, tell me honestly, had you expelled Midoriya, would he still be back in class the next morning like last year's class, or would he have been one of the few who actually never came back? Aizawa gave her a deadpan stare. Kiyama was staring back at him, but with an unassuming cheeky smile on her face as she held onto her phone in an awkward position, considering that Nezu was sitting on her lap again. He returned to his phone. Me? Yes. Midoriya was groaning as he walked away from the main campus building. I'm so tired, he groaned. A hand reached out from behind the youth, touching Midoriya on the shoulder. Midoriya stopped, looking back, and saw Ida standing there. Midoriya jolted in surprise. Hey there, Ida. How's the broken finger doing? Ida asked him. Midoriya appeared to calm down a little as he showed off his hand, his finger wrapped up in a bandage. Oh, it's doing fine, thanks to Recovery Girl. Gyro smirked. Midoriya, did you really used to scream at everything? A small laugh gurgled in Izuku's throat as he looked back at the musically talented Gyro. Well, I hadn't been conscious the last time Recovery Girl used her quirk on me, so I didn't actually see the way her lips could stretch out about 4 feet to kiss someone, or that her quirk activated through her lips, so it kind of freaked me out a bit in the moment. Yeah, Shoji said, placing a hand up to his mask. It was really surprising when we saw her use it on you at the end of the exam. But healing takes energy, Recovery Girl explained as Midoriya thought of his visit to her office. Hey, you're in your regular uniform, Kaminari said. Wait, did you seriously get changed while your finger was broken? Get too many big injuries, your stamina will be shot, and you'll die instead of healing, Recovery Girl said with a chipper attitude as she retrieved a Kamu Woods Pez dispenser, so be careful. You mean this could kill me? Midoriya asked. I guess it's a good thing you got one for all under control, then, Zero said. Yes, Uraraka added. Please no more big injuries, Deku. Izuku nodded. I'll work harder, so that none of you worry. Hurry up and learn to control my power, Midoriya promised himself, the scene back to his walking home after school. I was a bit concerned by Mr. Aizawa's approach to class, Ida admitted as he walked next to Midoriya. But I trust the school's judgment. UA is the top program. Even so, lying is downright immoral. Midoriya smiled. I thought he was scary, but that's not it. He's just really serious about school. Uraraka's face took over the screen again as she called out to the 2 boys, running towards them. Hey! Wait up you 2. Are you going to the station? I'll join you guys. It's that girl again. Midoriya thought. Ashido uttered with a monster grin. It definitely is that girl again, Midori. The Infinity Girl, Ida remembered as Uraraka reached them. Uraraka stopped, giving both a bubbly smile. I'm Ochako Uraraka, she introduced herself. Let's see. You are Tenya Ida, and your name is Deku, right? Midoriya. Deku? Midoriya asked, recoiling back a smidge in surprise. Uraraka looked at him, slightly confused. Yeah. Isn't that what Bakugo called you? During the fitness test, he said, Uraraka pointed up, and the camera panned up and showed a cartoon caricature of Bakugo exploding his hand and shouting, Deku, you yesterday. Several people chuckled to themselves at the sight. Well, she's not wrong about that, Kendo giggled. Well, my name's actually Izuku. Midoriya explained with an anxious expression. This truly was the 3rd time he'd talked to a girl, after all. Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. That's unsportsmanlike, Ida replied, a slight frown on his face as he cupped his chin. Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry, Uraraka apologized, before turning that around with an excited smile. But you know what? I like Deku. It could make a great hero name. Plus I think it sounds kinda cute. Deku it is. What? Izuku was surprised to hear Bakugo being the one to roar that question. He was standing, hands gripping the railing in front of him as he shouted at Izuku. You let her call you Deku for months and you chose that as your DMN hero name all because Uraraka said it sounded cute. You're whipped, you DMN nerd. Izuku couldn't say anything in response, because he really had nothing he could say. Izuku didn't even think it was possible to even be whipped without having a girlfriend, and ever since Bakugo and his other bullies had ground his self-esteem into the dirt, a girlfriend was a luxury he'd never dared dream about having. Even so, he couldn't ignore the burning sensation on his cheeks. I'm gonna go get some water, he muttered to his seatmates, face overheating yet again, even more intensely because of the voice crack. Yeah, you get that water, do you? Ashido teased as he moved away from his couch. You're going to need it, Deku, Gyro joined in. The name suits you, do, 'cause you're both so cute, 𝐻𝐸𝐾 added, wiggling back and forth as she emphasized her final word just as Izuku passed in front of her. Mineta and Kaminari clenched their fists in jealousy. Midoriya! Would all of you quit it? Uraraka asked, screwing her eyes shut and beating her fists up and down in front of her. Your Markin Deku feel uncomfortable. Yes, ladies, please, stop harassing Midoriya in public like this, Yorozu insisted. Such poor decorum is unbecoming of hero students. Nezu sighed. Oh, isn't it lovely to see the students having fun, Kiyama? She nodded her head and purred in agreement. All Might was looking at his folded-up hero costume from his Silver Age, holding up the red and white fabric in his bony hands. You don't have time to relax, Midoriya, he thought, in direct contrast to the easy way Midoriya had been narrating about surviving his first day at UA and making friends. Not yet. The real test begins tomorrow. Yeah, Soto agreed as the screen faded to black. Our first combat training was the first full day of classes. Tokuyami lowered his head slightly. And the first match had Midoriya versus Bakugo. I don't really want to watch that again, Koda said, starting to tremble. Soto patted him on the shoulder. UA faded back in, narrator Midoriya narrating over their classroom with present MIC standing in front of the blackboard. UA's Hero Course Curriculum. There are normal core classes like English, they meet in the mornings. Present MIC turned towards the students, for English sentences on the board behind him. The man whom I respect most is my father, this is the house in which he lived, I well remember the day on which we both met, and please tell me that all you know. Opening his mouth while holding open the textbook in his hand, present MIC asked, now, which of these 4 sentences contains a mistake? Aizawa shook his head as he heard the thoughts of his students. Ashido, Kaminari, Gyro, Bakugo, I hope you haven't forgotten that your regular classes are just as important as everything else. Ashido straightened up in her seat. Ah. Yes, sir. I wish we had more science classes, Izuku muttered as he sat back down in his seat with his water while MIC tried to get them energized. Hatsune giggled. Hehehe, we do in the support course, Midoriya. Ida chopped his hand down. Stop trying to poach him, Hatsune. The relative pronouns wrong in the last one, Midoriya recognized as Yorozu raised her hand from her seat at the end of his column. Yorozu, lay it on us. MIC called on her. Tetsu placed his hands around his mouth and shouted, nerds. Though with the manner in which he inflected his voice, even Izuku could tell he was only teasing the two and not insulting them the way Bakugo would have made it sound. We eat lunch in the main cafeteria, narrator Midoriya continued as the show presented the cafeteria for their viewing pleasure, where we can buy pretty tasty stuff on the cheap. Lunch Rush got a stylistic intro, the cook hero giving a thumbs up as he said, white rice is the perfect comfort food, isn't it? So I've been meaning to ask, Kamemoto inquired, putting her bottle of cider down as on-screen Midoriya fanboyed over the chef, how does Lunch Rush talk? Nezu looked over at their caretaker. Whatever do you mean, Miss Kamemoto? She pointed to her face. Like, he doesn't have a mouth, does he? She asked. Or a neck? I can't tell. This is honestly one of the only times he shows up in the whole show. That's just his costume, Aizawa replied. That tube connects to Lunch Rush's mouth. It's a support item. Okay, but then that chef's hat of his covers his whole head, Kamemoto continued. How does he even see what is cooking? You know what? Forget it. I'll talk about this later tonight when I'm properly drunk. She folded her arms, then unfolded them to pick up her cider bottle and took a big pull. Buff All Might's chin dominated the screen, the camera slowly panning up to the rest of his face, as he declared, I am here, Midoriya gasped, smiling wide with big, bright eyes, as he turned to look at the door. Someone snapped a picture. All Might leaned through the open door, finishing his introduction with, coming through the door like a hero. As All Might's theme started up, the class getting excited to see that it was really true that All Might would be teaching them hero basic training, Todoroki looked down at his green-haired friend in the front row. Midoriya, you trained with All Might almost every day for 10 months, right? How are you still so excited to see him? Are you seriously asking that? Kaminari piped up before Izuku could answer. It's freaking All Might, dude. You saw Midoriya's room, right? It's absolutely decked out in all merch. All Might's shine is never-ending, Ieyasu agreed. No matter how often you see it, it's never tiring. I beg to differ, Aizawa grumbled to himself. Asui placed a finger to her chin. I agree, Ribbit. I bet even if All Might became Midoriya's stepfather or something and he saw him every day, Midoriya would still be excited. Both All Might and Izuku spat out their drinks. Stepdad. Izuku cried. I have nothing but respect for Mrs. Midoriya, young Asui, All Might insisted. She just happens to look like my mentor, that's all. Besides, Midoriya's mother is married if I remember correctly, and I'm far too old to even consider a relationship. Izuku started to WHP around while Ashido cackled next to him, but Ida placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled gently at him. No need to get worked up in the moment, Midoriya. I'm sure you'll have the opportunity to talk about it with him later. But wouldn't having All Might as a dad be, like, super cool? Uraraka asked with a bright grin. Izuku looked down, eyes watering slightly as he imagined it. Sure, it was a fantasy he'd always had as a kid, and it had been in his thoughts in recent months due to Todoroki's conspiracy theory of him being All Might's secret love child. Having All Might as a dad would be super cool, especially since he'd sort of filled that role the past year a bit while he was training him, and it really didn't help that Hisoshi wasn't in his life much at all these days. Izuku couldn't even recall the last time he'd spoken to his father on the phone. But still, All Might would have to go through him before he even considered asking his mom out on a date. Idle or not. Unaware of his successor's current thoughts on the prospects of him fostering a relationship with said boy's mother, All Might announced to the class that today's lesson will pull no punches, as he drew out a white card with big red letters spelling battle on it. Bakugo grinned, eagerly looking forward to fight training. Midoriya in the seat behind him had his expression drop into a worried gulp. Real combat. All Might wasn't done with the theatrics, continuing his announcement of today's lesson with flair. But one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. He nearly threw his whole body to the side, pointing to the wall of their classroom, where built-in racks started to come out, holding onto suitcases that were all adorned with the seat numbers of the students in bright green letters. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. Oh yeah! Ojiro exclaimed. Our hero costumes. A lot of us have had some upgrades and redesigns since the start of the year, Ida said. Seeing everyone in our original costumes again will be somewhat nostalgic. You know, we haven't actually seen you guys in costume yet, Kendo said. That's right, and not all of us have seen yours yet either, Izuku replied. He quickly amended his statement. Your class costumes, I mean. We've all kinda seen your Chippao because of your commercial with Uwabami. Does that hairspray actually work as advertised, or was there lots of CG gussying you guys up? Asui asked. Actually, the hairspray worked quite well, Yorozu said. They exaggerated a bit for the commercial, but the product was effective. Maybe I should get some, Uraraka thought. The same upbeat track that had played during Midoriya's manly training montage kicked in as All Might stood in front of the tunnel entrance exit of Ground Beta, the students of 1A slowly appearing out of the darkness in front of him. Bakugo, Yorozu, Ida, Shoji, Kaminari, Asui, and Uraraka's forms in their hero costumes became visible as they took strides towards him. All Might nodded. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. The screen got a close-up on Bakugo's grenade-shaped gauntlet, Uraraka's belt, and the additional boosters on Ida's legs as All Might continued. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all, a stylized shot panned up on the students, heroes in training. All Might grinned again, the camera doing a slow right-to-left pan over all of Midoriya's classmates in their costumes. We look so awesome. Ashido cheered, getting out her phone and taking pictures again. I'm with All Might, Ojiro agreed, clenching his fist. This is getting me pumped just watching. Man, I wish we had this soundtrack follow us around in real life, Kaminari sighed. It really hypes things up. Well, Kendo? Ieyasu asked. Isn't my costume tray stylish? The ginger looked at his outfit for the moment it was currently on screen. Are those Kamina sunglasses? No, they don't have the right shape, Kirishima softly countered. Kamina sunglasses would be more like a star, those look like wings. Todoroki, what the heck is your costume? Tetsu asked. You trying to rival Gang Orca for the heroes who look like villains list? So that's everyone but Midoriya, Kendo said as the episode commercial break transition occurred. What did his first costume look like? The clothing allowance, narrator Midoriya explained as a large envelope with the same words on it faded in over a blurry image of UA's main campus building. Before we enrolled at UA High, we submitted our quirk registration forms, which included physical measurements and any desired costume designs to an exclusive clothing company designated by the school. Bureaucracy, droned Gyro, hanging her head while the show revealed Ida's, Bakugo's, and Ieyamu's SBMS's. Why does it exist? Because it needs to for any system to function properly, Yorozu explained. If there wasn't a system set up, how else do you think we'd be obtaining our hero costumes by the first day of classes? Even though dealing with bureaucrats can sometimes be a pain, All Might grimaced. Politicians write the rules, bureaucrats get stuck with the CRP job of figuring out how to enforce them. Aizawa corrected him as the show presented Midoriya 3 weeks before school, going over the paperwork he'd need to do. If you want to blame anyone, blame the politicians, not the bureaucracy. Midoriya jolted upright as he came to a realization. But I'm already registered as having no quirk. Oh no, what should I do? That would be a problem, Ida agreed. Quirk registration. All Might was on the phone in the staff room at UA, clearly speaking to Midoriya. Yeah, you can update that, not a problem. Wait, we can do that? Kaminari asked, shocked and surprised by that. Hush, Hagekyu said. Midoriya's dad is talking. All Might is not my father. Izuku exclaimed. Quietly, he mumbled to himself in a voice that probably only Ida or Ashido could hear, though that would be really cool. When they enter elementary school? All Might asked. Midoriya's nodding face was replaced by a graphic of a smiling woman holding up her hand with a fountain spraying up out of her raised index finger. Her quirk description was captioned as sends out the water from her body. Well, there are plenty of cases where people discover that their quirks aren't exactly what they thought they were at first. A buzzer sounded as a blue X appeared over the description. It and the graphic changed to include little water bubbles swirling around her hand flowing towards her fingertip, the caption being altered to read turns moisture in the air into water. You're allowed to revise your forms once or twice when you understand your powers better, All Might explained as a red circle appeared over the description, accompanied by a ding. I never knew that, Zero said, placing a hand to his chin. Yorozu also cupped her chin in her hand. Maybe I should double-check my registration form with the government, just to be sure it's correct. None before, I'm sure they'll want you to update things. Look, just march in there and tell them you wanna, hi. I'm home. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Midoriya said as she returned to the apartment, startling her son and causing him to accidentally hang up on All Might. Ashido gasped. Midori, she scolded with fake outrage. How could you? Hanging up on All Might. Gyro shook her head and clicked her tongue. You should be ashamed of yourself, Midoriya, Ida chuckled. Izuku laughed for a moment before he stopped himself. Wait, did I ever apologize for that? I can't remember. Sorry, All Might. Uraraka giggled as the rest of the students and staff either stared or laughed. Don't every change, Deku. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Midoriya pulled out a green and white tracksuit from her bag with a big flourish and a bright smile. Congratulations. I'm so proud you got into UA. Hey, isn't that your costume? Mineta asked. So your mom got it for you, here. Izuku smiled and nodded, feeling warmth in his chest instead of the reams of embarrassment he'd already felt today. Yeah. That's why I haven't changed the base much since we started. It may be for silly sentimental reasons, but I like it. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was explaining that she spotted a page open in his hero notebook, revealing the drawing that they'd all seen in the outro a number of times now, the words "cool like All Might" labeling the drawing. 𝐼𝐴 happened to peek at your notebook. Seriously? Midoriya asked his mom, clearly embarrassed. 𝐭𝐴 looked down at the suit in her hands, a sad look coming to her face. To be honest with you, I've been feeling really terrible lately about something I said to you. The scene jumped back to when she had been hugging little 4-year-old Izuku, both of them crying the night he'd been diagnosed as quirkless. I think you might have felt that I gave up on you a while back. But now look at you. You persevered and kept chasing your dream like a real champion. His mom's admission made Midoriya smile softly at her. I'm sorry, Izuku. 𝐭𝐴's eyes were wet with fresh tears while she smiled at her boy and held up the costume. And I promise I'll support you with everything I've got from now on. Midoriya took the costume in his hands. It's a gift from my mom, so of course it's what I'm gonna wear. Hatsune swung her legs back and forth a little as she leaned forward. You know what, muscles? That's not a bad sentiment. Normally hero types have really stupid reasons for inane costume requests, but I like that one. I'll be sure to keep it in mind for any future costume improvements you want. She gave Izuku a thumbs up and a nice grin. Uraraka noticed Midoriya entering ground beater from the tunnel, all changed into his costume. Hey, Deku. The boy noticed the girl too. Uraraka. She strode towards him, and a blush emerged on Midoriya's face underneath his mask. Iida once again tried to distract Uraraka, but Ashido again jumped onto Izuku and restrained her class rep's arms. Izuku gasped, blushing as he felt Ashido's melons press into his lap, and tried not to pass out or scream. He managed not to pass out, but only half succeeded on not screaming. Uraraka looked at her two friends with a bemused expression, before realizing that Deku would only react like this again if something embarrassing was about to happen and he'd warned Iida about it. Specifically, something embarrassing revolving around her. I love your costume. Uraraka was saying. Not too flashy, you know. Said girl turned her eyes back to the screen, and they widened while her lips grew very small. Both of her hands came up to her lips. The background changed from ground beater to a field of pink, with bubbles, shining sparkles, and twinkling stars decorating it as the camera panned up this field. Uraraka in her hero costume centered while the girl rubbed the back of her head, eyes closed and a faint blush underneath her eyes. Uraraka didn't even hear what she had said that day to him. The other students were cheering and hooting and whistling. Ashido and Hagakure were gushing, Gyro and Kaminari were both mercilessly teasing Deku. She couldn't see Iemar's expression given where he was sitting, but she heard him say something like, I knew it, and Iida gave her a resigned look. I apologize, he softly whispered to her. Midoriya confided about this to me at lunch. He was concerned about what you'd think of him if you found out. He doesn't want this to affect your friendship with him. Uraraka blinked. This was more than she had been expecting to take in, to be honest. She needed to think about it. No, it's okay, Iida. And don't worry, Deku, she said, turning towards the cherry boy sitting at the other end of the couch, looking like a limp piece of broccoli with a maraschino cherry between the trees. I'm not about to start thinking you're a pervy creep or anything like that. I'm flattered, actually. I had no idea you liked my costume that much. Yeah, liked her costume. Sure. That was a good way of putting it, right? There was no way he actually felt anything for her the same way she thought he was amazing and hot and cute and hot, right? Right. Ochako, his first reaction to seeing you in your skin-tight bodysuit costume was to blush up a storm, slap his hands over his mouth to keep from saying anything, and fill his vision with nothing but you and dizzying amounts of pink cuteness. Don't delude yourself. Deku likes you. How the F didn't I see him looking at me like that all these months? Maybe, just maybe, confessing before the end of season 1 wouldn't turn out so bad. The show continued on, ignorant of the feelings of two of the major players amongst the students. Not quite. All Might answered Iida's question of if they'd be doing urban battles like their entrance exam again. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. He's got a point there, Ojiro agreed, nodding his head. We've learned more about that in class since then. Secret underground lairs, All Might continued. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. You guys had this exercise first too? Tetsu asked Kirishima. Yeah, the redhead said. I was teamed up with 𝐬𝐸. We totally rocked it against Tokoyami and Asui. He looked towards the screen. Man, I hope it shows our fight. It only shows the first two. Kamemoto declared loud enough for them all to hear. Sorry if that disappoints the rest of you. Oh man, Ashido whined. And I was looking forward to witnessing my sparkle in action, Amar pouted. What happened in yours, Kendo? Yoirozu asked. I was paired up with Setsuna, she replied. We were the hero team in our run, and it was kind of an unfair advantage, given how Setsuna's quirk works. We beat Tetsu and Awase pretty easily. Setsuna Tokuge, Izuku muttered, flipping down the foldable table wedged between his and Ida's cushions. He plopped the notebook he'd grabbed earlier for note-taking down and quickly began writing with the pen he'd picked up. Her quirk is lizard tail splitter, right? Being able to detach her body parts and fly around with them would be pretty effective. Did she detach one of her eyes and her hands so that she could find and touch the weapon? Kendo nodded her head. Yeah. I just ran around and caused a ruckus, managing to distract both Awase and Tetsu, and then Setsuna placed one of her hands on the weapon to win. All Might was explaining the situation, the screen showing a 16-bit mock-up of the scenario for the training exercise. The good guys either have to catch the 𝐒𝐽elders or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. At least you stuck to the script, Aizawa said. How long did it take the two of you to teach classes without your lesson plans in front of you? All Might asked. I feel like this show's going to knock on me a bit for my inexperience. It takes some time, Kiyama assured him, patting All Might on the shoulder. Nobody starts out an expert teacher in their first year, and this was one of your first classes, so don't feel bad. Sticking to your lesson plan when you're just starting is perfectly fine, Aizawa answered. It's when you're green and you start trying to wing it that you run into trouble. Nezu nodded. I quite agree. Your students may tease you for it, but you are just as much a novice to teaching as they are to being professional heroes. In time you'll become a fine educator. The pink background with the bubbles and sparkles and twinkling stars appeared again as it showed Midoriya and Uraraka together after the teams decided by lot were all shown. Uraraka looked really excited that she and Midoriya were together as a team. Wow, what are the chances? We're a team. Oh my gosh. A madly blushing under his mask Midoriya thought in a panic. I have to make a good impression on her. A good impression, eh? Ashido elbowed Izuku with that cat-like grin on her face. More than half the students were giving both Izuku and Uraraka teasing grins, while the two students themselves were blushing and looking down at their shoes, fidgeting with their fingers and clearly doing everything possible to not look at each other. Is that what we're calling it these days? Ojiro asked. These kids are just too cute, Kiyama sighed, placing her hand to her cheek and smiling warmly down at them. Midoriya was shaking after having caught sight of Bakugo glaring at him, intimidated and seemingly discouraged. But slowly, Midoriya clenched his fist and forced a determined look into his face and eyes beneath his mask and returned Bakugo's glare, making the explosion user flinch and growl. This fight is probably going to be more intense than I remember, Soto said. It has been a few months, Todoroki agreed. Tokoyami nodded. And this time, we know a bit more of the history between Bakugo and Midoriya. Bakugo clicked his tongue in irritation. All of this was old news. None of it mattered anymore, and if he remembered how it went right, he probably wasn't going to come out of this looking pretty. However, he hadn't come out of it looking pretty the first time, and that was when none of these extras even knew him at the time. They'd either get over it or they didn't matter. Besides, if this show was going to show everything Deku did, then before they got to Future that he'd signed on to watch, they'd end up seeing the fight between himself and the nerd. He'd made himself weak and vulnerable to Deku. Everyone would see that. All Might stood outside of the entrance to Battle Center A as Bakugo and Ida filed in, giving the two young men a word of advice. Young Ida. Young Bakugo. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from the perspective of an evildoer. Bakugo turned to look at where Midoriya was standing, looking intently at his right hand and flexing his fingers. Got it. Ida replied. If things go too far, I'll step in, All Might stated. Understood. Bakugo growled. Man, you certainly were frustrated, Tetsu noted. Of course I was, you idiot, Bakugo replied. DMN nerd never had a quirk all our lives, then suddenly gets a quirk and gets into UA and then explodes his finger with so much power. He'd always sessed me off before, but the whole DMN mystery just took the thing cake. Ida had just wrapped his fist against the fake nuclear weapon when Bakugo called out to him. Hey! Do you really think Deku has a quirk? His teammate turned around to look at Bakugo. You saw how he threw that ball, he plainly answered. Though I think his power hurts his body. Bakugo scoffed. Why is it that you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya? The background surrounding Bakugo became a violent red in the place of the interior of the building. Because Midoriya's nothing but a bug in his eyes, Yorozu commented with a scowl and folded arms. Uraraka almost mirrored her. Bakugo's shoulders were shaking. Was he seriously just tricking me all these years? The blonde questioned. A crazed smile appeared on his face. I'm gonna roast that DMN nerd today. You always look so scary, Kaminari whimpered. Can you tone it down a notch? Grow a spine, dunce face. Wait, Kirishima said, looking back towards his seatmate as the scene shifted focus back to Midoriya and Uraraka. You thought Midoriya was tricking you into thinking he didn't have a quirk. Because that's something that Midoriya would do, Asui said with a roll of her eyes. Todoroki looked to his left at Bakugo's couch. If you've known what Midoriya was like since you were little kids, how could you entertain such a dumb idea? You can't talk, Todoroki. Izuku blurted out. Todoroki shifted his stance and looked down at his friend. What do you mean? All Might is not my dad. Izuku repeated. Jury's out on that, Todoroki replied. Threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa, Uraraka said cheerfully to Midoriya. We can relax, You're sweating through your costume. She gasped, eyes almost popping out in surprise. Well, it's just because we're up against Kaken, Midoriya shakily answered. While Midoriya, Hatsune said, smiling and seemingly excited. You had no confidence at all despite how powerful you are. You're almost like that third-year student I've heard about. What's his name again? Amakitty. Uraraka's constant smile had faded into a concerned frown. Oh, right. Bakugo. He's the one who's always making fun of you. And you'd better never do it again. Uraraka growled. Bakugo just clicked his tongue again, but didn't give her an angry retort. And he's amazing, Midoriya stated. Hey, is he defending Bakugo? Mineta asked. Shoji nodded. Yeah, sounds like it. Seems a bit odd, though, Ojiro commented, to admire the guy who beat the CRP out of you as a kid. Aizawa grumbled into his scarf. I'm glad we've established a plan to deal with this already. Kayoma nodded, while Nezu said, I agree. Allowing Midoriya to keep idolizing his former bully like this is not healthy for him. But the image of victory in his mind is firmly entrenched around young Bakugo, All Might side. It'll be difficult for him to change that mindset. Hey, did I hear that right, Midori? Ashido asked. Did you just put down one for all and say that Bakugo's quirk was better than yours? She growled in frustration. You nincompoop. You destroyed one of those giant robots in the entrance exam with a single mega punch. No way Bakugo's explosions could do that. Uraraka smiled a little at Midoriya's declaration that he needed to do better and his refusal to lose. So it's a fated battle between rivals. Midoriya reacted with a bout of panic. Oh, not that I'm trying to get you wrapped up in my fight or anything. Are you kidding? Uraraka asked him, jumping up in excitement. We're a team, right? Let's win this. You guys are adorable. How are you not dating? Gyro asked, completely deadpan, mostly looking at Uraraka and completely aware of what they talked about at lunch. Neither team dared look one another in the eye. "All right," All Might announced from the observation room over speakers. "Let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now." The scene swayed to the observation room, where All Might stood in front of the other students of 1A as they watched through the monitors. "Pay attention, kids," he instructed. "Think about what you would do." Young Midoriya, he thought to himself as he put in an earpiece and picked up his clipboard. "In this class, you're just another student. I'll grade you as I would anyone else, without playing favorites." Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "Oh. And were you able to do that? Not play favorites with your protege on the first real day of classes?" "For the most part, yes, Aizawa, I was," All Might answered proudly. Midoriya and Uraraka were walking through the narrow corridors of the building after their infiltration, keeping an eye out for their opponents and the weapon. "Just watching this is making me tense," Kendo said, "since I don't know what's coming. It's kind of exciting." "The action should be starting soon," Kirishima said. "Like Bakugo said earlier, he doesn't come across as very heroic, but is playing the villain for the exercise." "Yeah, and he's very convincing at that," Kaminari teased. "I still have basically no control over One for All," Midoriya went over in his head as Uraraka followed closely behind him, keeping her own eyes peeled. "I can't risk using it. If I did, I'd probably end up killing someone." "Oh yeah, that's a good point," Ashido remembered. "With that much power and no control, you'd turn anyone you punched into a pancake." Now she remembers, Aizawa mentally groaned. "To go into the first battle trial handicapping yourself in order not to hurt yourself or your opponent," Tetsu muttered. "Not ideal, but that takes some serious guts, especially when you're up against someone like Bakugo." Bakugo suddenly appeared, leaping from around a corner and charging at Midoriya. The green-costumed hero in training dove out of the way from the extended arm and explosion from Bakugo's surprise attack, hooking Uraraka with his arm and getting her clear as well. "Uraraka, you okay?" "I'm fine, thanks," she said, pushing herself back up as he got off of her. She looked at him in concern. Half of his face was visible as his mask was torn. "Oh, Deku." "It's just my mask," he assured her, crouched and getting ready to move. Bakugo waved the dust from his explosion away, standing tall and looking down on the two heroes. A big gouge had been torn into the concrete wall from his quirk's power. "What's the matter, Deku?" he taunted. "Afraid to stand up and fight me?" Midoriya rose to his feet. "I knew you'd come at me first. I figured you'd try to catch me by surprise." "It's totally different, being able to hear what they are talking about now," Mineta said. "But now that we have prior context, it's not all that surprising," Tokoyami noted. "It's a viable strategy," All Might informed Kirishima in response to his disapproval of a sneak attack being unmanly. "He's playing the part, acting like a true villain would." "It didn't work," Ashido said excitedly. Midoriya dodged him. "I've said it before and I'll say it again," Ashido proudly commented. "You dodge good, Midori." "I won't hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the fight," Bakugo told Midoriya as he closed in on him. "Just close." Uraraka smiled. "And here's that right hook that Deku's talked about," she thought, watching her partner dodge into Bakugo's swing and grab his arm instead. "Midoriya, do you know martial arts?" Kendo asked in surprise as she watched him throw Bakugo over his shoulder. Not really," Izuku admitted. "I never really had the time or ability to go to a dojo or anything. I've just taken notes and tried to copy moves I've watched other heroes do." "If you want, I could teach you some karate in our spare time," Kendo offered. "And I could show you some of the gunhead martial arts I learned at my internship," Uraraka added. Izuku felt a bit overwhelmed at the sudden offers of help from the two girls. Thanks. I'll do my best." Kendo smirked at the other girl's sudden eagerness. "Too obvious." "Kaken," Midoriya huffed as the music that really seemed to be Midoriya's heroic theme rose to its crescendo. "You always use a big right hook to start a fight. I know because I've watched you for years. I analyzed every amazing hero, even you. I wanted to learn everything I could about them. It was all in the notebook you burned and threw away." Bakugo growled, scowling at Midoriya's explanation, while the green-haired teen with only half a mask brought his face back up to defiantly face Bakugo in an uneasy fighting stance. You can call me Deku, but I'm not the same helpless, defenseless kid anymore. You hear me? I've changed. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. A few whoops and cheers came from Izuku's peers at his declaration, All Might nodding at the sight. So he both told Bakugo that he analyzed him because he thought he was worth learning from, while also telling him to his face that his insult had no power anymore, Nezu surmised. That had to have crossed some wires and thrown Bakugo for a loop, Kiyama inferred. Uraraka's earlier comment was going through her head after she heard what Midoriya said. Great hero name. Plus I think it sounds kinda cute. Bakugo stood back up and turned to fully face Midoriya. He held out his explosive hands, the word, Deku, dripping out of his mouth with unbridled malice. He flashed back to when they were kids, Midoriya trying to stand up to him for the sake of that other kid at the very beginning of the first episode, then fading back to the teenage Midoriya standing in front of him. He had that same trembling fighting stance as back then. He could see the fear all over his eyes and body language, plain as day. Every instinct in Midoriya's body screamed at him to run away, yet his mind and heart forced him to face the overwhelming foe in front of him. You're shaking in your boots, you're so scared, Bakugo declared. He ignited the sweat on his right palm into a number of tiny explosions as an intimidation tactic. But you wanna fight me anyway? The camera panned over Bakugo's shouting face, his fierce black mask and glaring red eyes, along with the animated action lines emphasizing the shot, making him look truly intimidating. That's why I hate you. The outro began. It ends there. Kaminari shouted. That's not fair. And that's episode 6. Kamemoto announced, leaning back and stretching her arms. No more episodes until tomorrow. Or, come on, Kirishima complained. It was just getting to the good part. Nope, Kamemoto replied. 6 episodes a day. That's the rule. Damn it, Tetsu grumbled. I hate cliffhanger. I'm actually glad it stopped here, Asui said. Our first class with All Might was kind of intense. Koda nodded in agreement. At least the outro music is relaxing, Izuku said with a sigh, his body trembling a little, still, after essentially reliving the start of his first real fight with Bakugo. And the reminder that Uraraka thought the name Deku sounded cute, and she'd been calling him that for months. Oh CRP, what am I going to do? All Might's theme started as the transition card for the next episode preview began. Narrator Ida's voice was the first to speak. Midoriya, even though this is just training, I'm going to give it my all. 100%. That's the Ida way and I won't tarnish my family's heroic name. So now Ida's doing them too, here? Zero asked. I want to know when it'll be my turn. Ashido whined as narrator Midoriya asked if Ida could play the villain role. Narrator Ida laughed like an over-the-top cartoon supervillain. Of course. Didn't you know I'm extremely evil? Ida dipped his head as the class around him burst out into laughter. It was all in the name of my education. Narrator Midoriya yelped, but not entirely in fear, thanks to Ida's bombastic acting chops. Whoa! He's so in character. Next time, Deku vs. Kaken. Hold on, narrator Ida commented in shock, I didn't know Uraraka was a baseball player. Go beyond. Plus Ultra, all the students joined in with narrator Midoriya and narrator Ida belting out the school motto. The screen darkened and the lights lit back up fully. The quirk suppressor came off, and the kids began to idly chat now that they were about to be released. So, what do we do now? Zero asked. Find and hit up the gym, I guess, Ojiro replied. We can't have all of Midoriya's hard work keep making us look bad, can we? It's not like it's a competition, Ojiro, Izuku tried to assuage him. Nah, it's not about that, Kaminari replied. Seeing you work so hard just got all of us fired up to do our best too. Like hell I'm gonna let your scrawny but surpass me, Deku, Bakugo added. Or, don't say it like that Bakugo, Ashido teased. Midoriya's but is anything but scrawny. Yeah, Zero joined in. He's gotta clench those cheeks every time he uses his quirk to throw a punch or kick. Izuku sighed. And I was hoping you guys would have forgotten that already, he grumbled. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 giggled. And now everyone can know and appreciate that you've got the same buns of steel that All Might had. The poor greenhead sighed again. I don't know whether I should be embarrassed or just take the compliment. I agree, Ida concurred. We must all strive to take advantage of this opportunity to improve ourselves as future heroes and support engineers, he added, cutting off Hatsune before she could interrupt him. Before you all go running off, Aizawa's voice sliced through all their plans, silencing the UA students as he rose from his seat. OCRP. Kaminari remembered. He's gonna make me do laps around the island. Since we only arrived this morning, I don't have any training planned for today, he stated, so I'll permit you all to play around and do self-training for this afternoon and evening. Ida, Yorozu, Kendo, I expect the three of you as class representatives to keep your peers in line. Yes, sir. Yorozu said. You can count on us, Ida and Kendo confirmed. Furthermore, I expect you all to be eating dinner and going to bed at an appropriate time. I'll hold off on morning training until after tomorrow, but be prepared for the possibility of some lessons and lectures in the afternoon following tomorrow's batch of videos. Now then, I'll let Kamemoto go over the ground rules for when supper is served, and Kaminari, I hope you haven't forgotten. 5 laps. The electrification user deflated. Yes, sir. Kamemoto stood from her chair and walked to the center of the top of the theater. All right, she said, peppy and perky with her hands on the hips of her black dress. So, I'll give you a quick rundown of mealtimes in case you forgot the schedule I gave you earlier today. Sunrise is at around 6:20 in the morning and sunset around 6:45 in the evening, just so that you're aware of the daylight hours. The breakfast buffet opens up at 7 and runs until 8:30. Today was special because it's your first day. Supper buffet opens at 5:30 and runs until 7. There are also themed restaurants for Mexican, Japanese, American Southern barbecue, Italian, Italian-American, British, and Hawaiian cuisine, as well as a sports bar with all the stuff you'd expect to find there. Courage, chicken wings, cactus potatoes, nachos, whatever. Those places are open from 6 until 10, and since you're not competing with hundreds of vacationers, you don't need to make reservations. Just walk on in. The pool and beachfront are open at all hours, as well as any facilities, like our water park, quirk training facility, and gym. Or sweet, they do have a gym. Kirishima crowed. And a water park. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 gasped. The quirk training facility sounds interesting, Izuku muttered. I'll probably be spending a lot of time there. However, the workshop will only be open from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening, and again from 7 until 1 in the morning, and will eject you when it's time for viewing the episodes and when it closes, Hatsune. Guess I'm not sleeping there, then, the support genius laughed. Miss Kamemoto. Yorozu raised her hand. I understand the buffet hall is open only for certain hours, but how would we accommodate quirk training for myself and Soto, who require conversion of lipids or sugars within our body to utilize our quirks? Don't sweat it, Kamemoto breezily blew off her concern. The facility's got you covered. Also, room service is available 24/7 for anything you want except alcohol. You name it, it'll be delivered to your room, no questions asked. Menus are in the TV stand drawer if you want some ideas, and there's VA for the episodes as far as we've watched on your TVs plus lots of other stuff. The sports bar will be playing reruns and highlights of both post-quirk and pre-quirk era sports, which you'll have access to adjust, and the Maple Theatre will be open starting tomorrow afternoon for you all to use to watch movies and such. Not today, need to get that whole All Might punched in the wall fixed. And, yeah, that about covers things. If I think of anything else I'll let you know. Her explanation complete, Kamemoto sighed. Phew, that's enough of that, and Siabi, it's 32 degrees outside. So hot. I shouldn't have worn a black dress. I'm gonna get changed and lounge by the pool with a never-ending stream of tequila sunrises. Come see me if you need anything. Bye. The doors unlocked as she said that, and their red-headed caretaker sauntered out. All Might watched her go before standing and addressing the students. There you have it, kids. As Aizawa said, apart from young Kaminari and his laps around the island, you have free reign until we all return here to continue watching these episodes Kamemoto and her upper management want us to watch. So get out there and have fun. Yeah. Tetsu shouted. Let's find the gym. Yeah. Kirishima agreed. Time to train. Plus ultra. Nemurai, care to join me in the bar? Aizawa asked as Kirishima and Tetsu barreled past, Bakugo not quite being dragged along by Kirishima but still following them. You're not going to supervise Kaminari, she asked, surprised. He knows what'll happen if I find out he didn't do his laps, Aizawa replied. And I trust that Ida will make sure he does them even without me menacing over them. Hey, Kaminari. Izuku called out, rushing up the steps to reach the slowly trudging student. Mind if I join you? Tears started to form in Kaminari's eyes. Really, Midoriya? You want to run laps with me? Yeah, All Might's successor answered with a smile and a nod of his head. The exercise will help, and it helps to have a jogging buddy. Plus, he looked down a little, thinking. There's a lot of stuff on my mind that I want to think about. I'll join you as well, Ida said. Midoriya's right. The exercise will do us good. Uraraka watched quietly as a few of the other boys agreed to join in on Kaminari's laps as a form of solidarity with him, her eyes not straying from Deku's face or his back. Yeah, I've got some stuff to think about too.